हेलो 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 हेलो
उधर से मिट गया नहीं।
हेलो 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 माइक चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक माइक चेक हेलो हेलो माइक चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक माइक चेक हेलो 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 माइक चेक चेक हेलो हेलो माइक चेक
ये बंदा ना। हेलो। तो वाईफाई का चालू ठेवलं. हाय ते बघा ना तुमच्या मला
कुठला
254.
हेलो 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 माइक चेक चेक माइक चेक हेलो 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 माइक चेक हेलो हेलो
वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिः समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिः समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
So a very warm welcome to each and every delegate sitting here. It's my pleasure to kick off the DRS and WCPD sessions. The first session is going to be the prevention, the major trials and the opportunities. To introduce the first speaker, Dr. Nandita Arun, I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Jacko.
Yeah, good afternoon. Our first speaker here today will be Dr. Nandita Arun. She is a director at the Ramachandran's Diabetes Hospital in Chennai and founder director of India Diabetes Research Foundation. She has the MD degree and also she has studied social medicine and general medicine in different places, including University of Cambridge and Cardiff in the UK. She has received many different awards, and for instance, I would like to mention the 2020. She was honored with a COVID Warrior by the Union Minister. So, and also acknowledged the Diabetes Care Personality of the Year. So, and Nandita, the floor is yours.
Is my voice audible? Yes? Okay. Yeah, audible to me itself. Thank you so much, Professor Yako. And what you failed to mention was, yes, I have been trained at Cambridge, and it's such a pleasure to see some of you who have trained me at Cambridge, including Neeta and you, of course. Professor Yako was one of the faculty during the training program. And well, before I start, I must thank the organizers, including my dear friend Purvi and Dr. Manoj for inviting me here today. And more than anything else, I'd love to welcome all of you from other parts of the world who've come here to India, some of you for the first time. And it's also a pleasure to put faces to some of those names that, you know, we've been seeing in all these papers and publications. That being said, I'm going to move on, and it's again an honor to be part of the prevention session, which is the first session of the program here today in Mumbai. And yeah, so we all know that there is a global burden of diabetes globally and also in our part of the world. And I think we'd also agree that the best way to handle this burden would be to prevent the disease itself. That being said, in our part of the world from India, of course, we have veterans. Again, it's an honor to be chaired by two, what can I say, experts in the field of prevention globally, including Professor Yako and my father, Dr. Ramachandran, who have done tremendous work in the field. So what I'm going to be doing today is presenting the work that we have done in our part of the world, in India, in the field. So there is a series of programs in the Indian context on the primary prevention of type 2 diabetes. We have our Indian diabetes prevention programs, which are called the IDPP. We have, which was then followed by the SMS prevention program. And then we have a couple of other studies like the DCLIP and the Kerala prevention trial, and another trial which was a collaboration with UK. The first of its kind in India was the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program. And the concept behind this was screening the general population to identify those at higher risk of type 2 diabetes, randomizing them and putting them through strategies, and then following them up to see which intervention or which strategy would actually help reduce the risk or prevent type 2 diabetes. So this is the study design as such, in which subjects with IGT were randomized into 4 groups. The first group with no intervention, which was a placebo. The second group with LSM or lifestyle modification, which included dietary changes as well as physical activity. The third group was metformin, 500 milligrams given per day. And the last group was combining both lifestyle modification and metformin. And all the 4 groups were then followed up over a period of 2 years. So this is the flowchart showing us the number of patients, of subjects that were screened. Out of 11,000 people that were screened, we finally narrowed it down to, after a second OGTT to confirm IGT, we had around 530 subjects with IGT who were randomized into the 4 groups that I alluded to in the previous slide. The follow-up was for about 3 years, and at the end of 3 years, we found that the highest prevalence was, of course, as expected, 55% prevalence in the control arm. And as you can see, all the other 3 arms, that is the metformin, monotherapy, the lifestyle modification group, and both combined together, interestingly, merged together. So what you see over here, I don't know if the pointer is working. No. Which one is the pointer? Is it the, can you help me out with a pointer, please? So as you can see, all the 3 groups, the LSM, metformin, and even combining LSM and metformin together, all the 3 groups actually merged at the end of 3 years. And this showed, and the conclusions from the IDPP program showed that lifestyle modification reduced the incidence of type 2, or the conversion rates of type 2 diabetes by around 30%, 28% to be precise. Metformin by around 26%, significantly reduced also the conversion to type 2 diabetes. But interestingly, when we combined both together, lifestyle modification with metformin, there was no added benefit of one over the other. So what this study actually showed us was that in the Indian context, in people with IGT, lifestyle modification as a tool was as powerful as the agent, the pharmacological agent metformin, in the prevention or in the postponement of type 2 diabetes. Now, of course, we have Professor Yako here who did the Finnish study, the DFS, and then we have the counterpart, which is the American DPP from the US. And in comparison between the 3 studies, to sort of set the context from the Indian perspective, the differences between the programs was that in our study, the IDPP, the age group was much lower as compared to the DPP and the DFS. The BMI was also much lower, as you can see, 25 versus 30 and 34 from the DPP. The dosage of metformin that was used was also lower as compared to the DPP. 850 milligrams twice a day in the DPP, the American study, versus just 500 milligrams per day that we use in ours. And the lifestyle modification was also pretty intense in the DPP and the DFS as compared to our Indian. And most importantly, what you see in the last bottom, that there was significant weight loss that resulted in the prevention or in the delay in the prevention or the conversion to type 2 diabetes in the DPP and the DFS. But the Indian study, although we did use lifestyle modification metformin as interventions, there was no significant weight loss, which itself made a difference and reduced the incidence of type 2 diabetes. So what are the lessons that we learned from our IDPP, or the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program, was that yes, lifestyle modification is a powerful tool, as powerful as the pharmacological agent metformin in the prevention of type 2 diabetes in Indians. And when we combine the two, there is no added benefit of one over the other. More importantly, Indians being a leaner population with our BMI being lower than the Caucasians, even without significant weight loss, we were able to achieve the desirable results of postponing the onset of type 2 diabetes. Furthermore, we wanted to then test strategies to implement lifestyle modification. We know that the biggest challenge with adherence to LSM is adherence. So the best tool to actually, and of course all of us have cell phones, and the best tool to reach people would be something as simple as a text message. So this is one of its kind, one of the first studies integrating technology into medicine, the so-called mHealth, in which we use simple text messages to improve adherence to lifestyle modification. So the design of the study was as such, again, screening the population, identifying high-risk group, namely IGT, and then randomized into 2 groups, the intervention versus the control group, who were then followed up for a period of 2 years. The only difference between the intervention and the control arm was that the intervention arm received serial text messages on a weekly basis to help improve their adherence to lifestyle modification, whereas the control arm received LSM advice with no text messaging. So the only difference between the two arms was that there was SMS versus no SMS, and followed up over a period of 2 years. At the end of the study, at the end of 2 years, we found that there was fantastic 36%, almost 40% reduction in the SMS arm as compared to the control arm. And this was very encouraging to show that something as simple as text messages can actually help to improve adherence to lifestyle modification. The number needed to treat P was 11, and the relative risk reduction was 36. The absolute risk reduction was around 10%. So what was the mechanism? I showed you two major trials in which we'd proven that type 2 diabetes can be delayed. I showed you a simple tool that helped to delay, something like SMS that actually went a long way and helped to delay the progression. But what was the mechanism behind this prevention or these results that we found? And in a further analysis from the IDPP, we found that in those that remained NGT or normoglycemic through the study, over the period of 3 years follow-up, as you can see on the bar diagram on the left, the insulin secretion as measured by delta Ig was actually stagnant or did not reduce in those with NGT. It remained intact throughout the follow-up of 3 years. And insulin resistance also did not increase throughout the follow-up of the 3 years. So this is what you're looking at is in people with NGT through the study. In comparison to those with diabetes. So those that converted to diabetes, we found that there was a significant, at the end of 3 years, a significant reduction in the insulin secretion and also a significant increase in the insulin resistance that contributed to the conversion of type 2 diabetes. Interestingly, we also went back and looked at the SMS study and the same graph that I showed you earlier, where there was a 40% reduction, 36% reduction in the incidence of type 2 diabetes in the SMS arm. An interim analysis or an analysis in those subjects at 6-month interval, those that remained diabetes free at 6 months is what we looked at. And I'm going to show you the next graph to exactly explain that. So among the 537 subjects who were followed up to 2 years with SMS and no SMS, at 6 months in the entire group, those that remained free of diabetes, so that included those that were normoglycemic or IGT, were then further analyzed. So when you look at that the number was around 430, among which we had NGT of around 130 and IGT were 306. So these are subjects at 6 months who remained free of type 2 diabetes. And at the end of the study, when we looked at the prevalence of or the incidence of diabetes in these subjects, in NGT it was 6% versus 24% in those that converted to IGT at 6 months. So when we go back and look at the same graph, those that reverted to NGT at 6 months or early reversal using lifestyle modification was one of the markers and showed a significant 75% lower conversion rate to type 2 diabetes. So what we concluded from this study was that early achievement or early reversal to NGT with lifestyle modification is also one of the strong indicators of remaining diabetes free. So what are the lessons that we learned from the SMS trial was that mobile technology, just a simple tool, can actually help improve adherence and reduce the incidence of type 2 diabetes. And it was the first one of its kind studies, and early improvement in terms of reversal to NGT predicts better outcome. We further wanted to look, again, I'm showing you the same graph with a 36% reduction, and this was results at the end of 2 years. When we further wanted to do a post-trial follow-up at the end of 3 years later, post-trial after the termination of the study, we found that even at the end of 5 years post-trial follow-up, there was a significant 30% lower risk of type 2 diabetes in the intervention arm as compared to the control arm. So the lessons learned here was that a simple lifestyle modification can go a long way, and you don't just see benefits at the initial years, but also more sustainable results in terms of reduction in risk of type 2 diabetes. Furthermore, we then collaborated with UK, which is what I was alluding to earlier in my introductory slide. So since we had now established that the best strategy for prevention of type 2 diabetes was lifestyle modification. And we had also proven that SMS was a fantastic, simple tool that can improve adherence to lifestyle modification. Collaboration with UK, Imperial College and MRC, Cambridge, in which there were two differences. One, to look at ethnic differences, and number two, using HbA1c as a screening tool to detect people with IGT. So, sorry, people with prediabetes. So, in India and in UK, people who were screened were picked up, and the HbA1c cutoff that was used was 6 to 6.4. And those that were with the HbA1c of 6 to 6.4, around 2,000 subjects, were then randomized into two groups, the standard of care arm and the control arm. Again, the only difference between the two was text messages in the intervention versus the control arm, and a follow-up up to 2 years. And these are the results that you see in front of you. The overall reduction in the development of type 2 diabetes was 11%. So again, text messages resulted in a significant, resulted in a reduction in the conversion rates of type 2 diabetes. Interestingly, text messages worked better in the Indian ethnic group as compared to the UK population. So we found that the difference was 16% and more effective in the Indian group as compared to the UK population. Even more interestingly, women responded better, and there was a 31% lower reduction in women as compared to men. For some reason, women probably took it more seriously, or whatever the reason behind it. So the conclusion from this study was that there are probably ethnic differences using the same intervention, probably due to cultural factors, social factors, or whatever it might be, and also women responded better compared to men. The other two studies which are from India, the DCLIP study, in which they used a stepwise strategy, they included not just IGT, which we had done, but also IFG, and the Kerala prevention study, which I think is also going to be presented in more detail. So I'm not going into the details of that. Dr. Thangappan is also here. I think he'll be presenting it later today. So the story of primary prevention from India, what I presented to you was just a snapshot of the major trials and lessons that we've learned from these trials. And as I said earlier, with the large burden of type 2 diabetes that we have in our part of the world, the best strategy to go about it would be to prevent it, identify people at high risk, and intervene early to delay or postpone the onset of type 2 diabetes. And the prevention programs that we've conducted in our part of the world have shown that simple lifestyle modification is as powerful a tool as even compared to a pharmacological agent in the prevention of type 2 diabetes. We've also tested simple strategies like text messages to improve adherence, which also showed significant improvement and results in terms of reducing the risk of type 2 diabetes. Of course, there are some ethnic differences. Last but not the least, we also found that lifestyle modification does not just have temporary benefit, but even in the post-trial follow-up, there's sustained benefit that that gives us better outcomes in people of Indian ethnicity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandita. And it was a crisp conversation. I think we'll take the questions at the end of it,
Sure.
where all the three speakers speak. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. Amit Gupta for the next session, which is revisiting global landmark trials for diabetes prevention. Though Dr. Gupta does not require much of an introduction, I shall just tell a little snapshot of Dr. Gupta's achievements. He's the director of Center for Diabetes Care at Greater Noida. He's the vice chair of the ADA International Advisory Committee. He's the regional council member of International Diabetes Federation South Asia. He's also the advisor for Public Health and Epidemiology Interest Group, ADA. I can go on forever, but he's a part of all the important committees at Diabetes India, RSSDI, and plus a lot of international and national presentations to his name.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. It is really a pleasure and a privilege for me to stand in front of Dr. Yako and Dr. Ramachandran and to talk about this revisiting global landmark trials for diabetes prevention. So I'm going to make it more like a historical account and present more like a story or history to you. So I don't know, many of us may not have seen this, but this is one of the first paper which talks about the prevention of diabetes mellitus, and this is none other than by Dr. Jocelyn, who is the founder of Jocelyn Diabetes Center. And for the first time, he was talking about the prevention of diabetes. And what inspired him to talk about diabetes, that he noticed that a family of 7 people in UK, in a small town, 6 out of 7 people died because of a disease, and the name of the disease was diabetes. So he started this conversation that it is proper at the present time to devote attention not alone to treatment, but still more, as in the campaign against typhoid fever, to prevention. So he started a conversation about the prevention of diabetes. So this was the first literature which we could find. If we look at the historical context of the type 2 diabetes, now more than 100 years since this paper was published, we still need many prevention strategies, more studies. There was a lack of rigorous trials because there was no randomized controlled trials till Dr. Yako and the Darking study group did some studies on the prevention of diabetes. Early prevention efforts, they were initial attempts, they were small scale, they were lacking any specific study designs, and there were a reliance on limited evidence. Another few other challenges which was there for advancing prevention of type 2 diabetes was the slow progress in population studies and the randomized controlled trials, and lack of agreed upon definitions. This is something which we witnessed even today morning when we were having a board discussion and we were talking about prevention of diabetes and cutoff for the diagnosis of pre-diabetes. And this is a truth. There is still no consensus. ADA, ACE, and the EASD, they talk about pre-diabetes starting from a range of 5.7, while WHO and IDF remain silent on that. At the same time, there is an international expert committee which talks about a cutoff of 6, HbA1c of 6 to be considered as pre-diabetes. Also, despite the evidence, there is a limited use of behavior change interventions. And evidence-based medicine, it came very late, maybe in 1970s. And diabetes has become assumed an epidemic proportion now, with more than 1 billion of people are at risk of diabetes, or already 500 million, they are already having diabetes across the globe. So it is really a major problem. So how do we move for a successful disease prevention? So first of all, we need to have agreed diagnostic criteria. We need to understand the risk factors and the natural history. It is very well known that some people with pre-diabetes or impaired glucose tolerance, they may never develop diabetes throughout their life, while some of them may accelerate so fast that they may develop diabetes within a very short span of time. So what are the factors which can influence the natural history of diabetes, development of the diabetes? We need to have methods which are affordable and acceptable for the screening. But this is just my thought. When the prevalence of diabetes is so high that 1 out of every 7 person is having diabetes, do we really need to screen somebody to go for the preventive methods? Because such a large burden, every 1 person out of 7 is having such either pre-diabetes or diabetes. Do we really need screening? Influencing modifiable risk factors. How can we develop effective strategies to alter risk factors that can be changed? So this is one of the paper from Dr. Yako only, and he talked about the proof of concept to the population level implementation. So do we have proof of concept trials, which are landmark global trials, effective interventions? And this can actually lead to national prevention policies, which I will show you in some of the slides. And can we really postpone the onset of type 2 diabetes? This is another very interesting document which I could take off from the historical archives. And this was the WHO Expert Committee on Diabetes in the year 1979. So this was for the first time the WHO actually started conversation on the diabetes prevention. And I'm happy to say that we can see some of the name like Professor J.S. Bajaj, who was the head of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He was the vice chair of this WHO expert committee. And there are few more names which I know and must be mentioned, like Dr. Keane and Cali West, on the name of which Dr. Mohan just recently got the award, the Cali West Award at the ADA conference. And another important name is Dr. George Alberti, which you will find here. He was representing the International Diabetes Federation at that point of time. So this brings to me to the first landmark trial, which was the Darking IGT and diabetes study. And this trial looked into the effect of diet and exercise in preventing diabetes in people with impaired glucose tolerance. And I will put it very simply. This study was conducted in a town called Dorking in China. And study was conducted in only 33 clinics. There were only 4 groups. One group was advised diet alone, second group was given exercise alone, third group combined diet and exercise, and a control group with no intervention. There was no true randomization and not individual participants, but the clinics were randomized. So randomization was done at the level of the clinics, but not at the level of the participants. And this study provided the first robust evidence supporting lifestyle modification as effective preventive strategies for type 2 diabetes. This is another, when the ducking study was happening, at the same time, Dr. Yako was busy writing this paper, that is a primary prevention of diabetes mellitus, another review article which was published in Diabetes Care, and this was in 1987. And I would like to quote here that Dr. Yako mentioned that we believe, however, that the time is right to start action in populations in which the prevalence of diabetes is known to have clearly increased recently. And he summarized the evidence that can be used as the scientific basis of primary prevention of diabetes mellitus. This paper was there in Diabetes Care in 1987. Another policy level recommendation for type 2 diabetes prevention came in 1989 from the World Health Assembly. And there was the adoption of a resolution on diabetes prevention and control. And the key recommendations included the assess the national significance of diabetes and implement population-based prevention and control measures tailored to the local needs. This is one of the most major landmark trial, that the prevention of type 2 diabetes in subjects with impaired glucose tolerance, the diabetes prevention study in the Finland. And it is again a great pride and honor for us to have the principal investigator of this trial, Dr. Yako, with us, and he is also the part of the WCPD board. Just to look at this trial, this was the first proper RCT focused on type 2 diabetes prevention through lifestyle modification with individual randomization. And the key outcome was that participants who fully adhered to the lifestyle intervention and met 4 or 5 lifestyle targets, they did not develop diabetes at all during the trial. And there was a significant effectiveness of lifestyle changes in prevention of type 2 diabetes was seen. What was the goal of lifestyle counseling? What we all say, healthy diet, physical activity, weight reduction. And the target weight reduction was only just 5% from the baseline in the diabetes prevention study from the Finland. First year results, dietary and activity improvement. The intervention group improved diet and exercise physical activity more than the control group, and intervention group achieved a weight loss of 5.1% versus 1.2% in the control group. If you look at the sustained lifestyle changes post-intervention, long-term dietary habits after 4 years of the post-counseling, former intervention participants, they continued to consume a diet with lower fat, lower saturated fats, and higher fiber content than the control participants. Weight regain, both the groups regained the weight, but those who were given intervention, their weight was less than the baseline weight always. And in a 10-year follow-up, the former intervention participants remained slightly below the baseline weight. In comparison with other trials, so unlike the diabetes prevention study, other major diabetes prevention trials, they have not reported on diet or physical activity. So this was the unique feature of the this post-intervention follow-up of the diabetes prevention study from the Finland. Another landmark trial was, this was from Dr. David Nathan and group, and this talked about the reduction in the incidence of type 2 diabetes with lifestyle intervention or metformin. And this trial formed the basis for the formation of the diabetes prevention program of the United States. And why this program is important? Because the study design again was very simple. You give intensive lifestyle intervention, you give standard lifestyle recommendation plus metformin, or you give standard lifestyle recommendation plus placebo. And the major findings of this trial was that there was a 58% risk reduction. Both the DPS and DPP showed a 58% reduction in type 2 diabetes risk through intensive lifestyle intervention during the RCT phase. And it validated the role of lifestyle intervention in reducing type 2 diabetes risk on a large scale. This study, Dr. Nandita has already talked about this is again a global landmark study. So I could not resist to put it in among that major global landmark trials. So Nandita has presented it separately as a part of the Indian diabetes prevention program. But this is again a major landmark study which talked about prevention of diabetes in India. Another study, the Japanese trial of men with IGT. In this study, it was evaluating the effectiveness of intensive lifestyle intervention in preventing diabetes with those with IGT. I will not go into the summary of each and every study because every study in itself is so big that it can take hours to discuss that. But I will give you just insights and comparison of all these type 2 diabetes prevention trials. So the common goal included energy restriction, fat reduction, increased fiber intake. Weight loss, it was variable across all the trials with notable success in the DPP and the DPS study. Activity, if you talk about, all studies emphasized increased physical activity with specific goals. And these goals were varying. For example, it was 150 per minute per week in DPP, which is still the basis of the ADA recommendation of more than 150 minutes of exercise in a week. Long-term follow-up, most studies including long-term follow-up up to assess the sustainability of the interventions and their impact on type 2 diabetes incidence. Effectiveness, though the relative risk reduction varied, with the Japanese IGT trial showing the highest reduction at 67%, and lifestyle intervention consistently outperforming other methods such as metformin alone. So this may not be a very point of interest for pharmaceutical companies, but lifestyle intervention has always been more and more effective in the prevention of diabetes. So this is what all these major landmark trials they convey. So what are the other key findings from the major RCTs? So there is a consistent risk reduction. So all the RCTs demonstrated significant and consistent relative risk reduction in type 2 diabetes among high-risk individuals through lifestyle intervention. And this effect was very rapid. Nandita has also shown in some slide, even 6 months of intervention, 1 year of intervention, there was a positive impact of lifestyle intervention, and it was observed very quickly after the implementation. Gender equality in benefits. So both male and female, they were equally benefited from the intervention. So there was no difference, gender bias in terms of benefit. And effectiveness across ethnicities as well. So these trials demonstrated that these things can be lifestyle interventions. They were beneficial all across the globe. So it was not just one particular part. For example, I will show you how the Finnish diabetes study led to the development of the programs all across the Europe. So there were more than 17 European countries which actually took that program and planned their national diabetes programs. What was the insights on lifestyle intervention? So it was independent from the initial body weight. So there was nothing called that this person will benefit more. So anybody who is going to lose some weight was going to get benefit. So reduction in incidence of type 2 diabetes was consistent across participants regardless of the baseline BMI. Multifactorial benefits. So no single component of the intervention can be pinpointed. So it was something difficult to pinpoint that which component led to the most benefit in these patients. So this is something which is still we still need to investigate. Weight reduction remains critical for overweight and obese individuals. This was one of the key takeaway messages from all the landmark trials. And the postponement of the type 2 diabetes. So lifestyle intervention delayed the onset of type 2 diabetes at least 5 years. So I will show you the 30-year follow-up also from the Darking study, in which some of the people, they never develop diabetes even after 30 years. A residual risk of type 2 diabetes always persisted in the intervention group, mainly due to the inability of some participants to meet lifestyle targets satisfactorily. So whenever the lifestyle intervention was done, the participants may not have been able to carry those interventions for a longer period of time or throughout their life. So that may have been one of the reasons that they developed IGT turned into diabetes. And the high genetic risk. So individuals with a high genetic predisposition to type 2 diabetes, they were also the one who significantly benefited from the lifestyle intervention. So even if you are carrying the genetic risk, these trials very conveniently demonstrated that even the genetic risk can be modified if you go for the lifestyle interventions. Another, the outcome data from the morbidity and mortality after lifestyle, this was published in June 2019. For people with impaired glucose tolerance, 30 years results of the Darking diabetes prevention outcome study. And here it is important to look at the study. You will find that those patients who had impaired glucose tolerance, they were given 6 years lifestyle intervention trial. They were divided into 3 groups: those with normal glucose tolerance, 21.1%, those with impaired glucose tolerance, 32.2%, and those with diabetes. Risk of complications at the 24-year follow-up. And you can look at this side, the cardiovascular disease and the microvascular disease. I will not go into the details of each of these, but the slide shows that people with IGT who reverted to normal glucose tolerance, or those who remained with impaired glucose tolerance, they had lower risk of cardiovascular disease and microvascular complications. So this is again, the theme of this Congress is not only the prevention of diabetes, but prevention of complications also. So if you initiate the preventive measures as early as possible and you continue them, so you are transferring the benefit in the prevention of the complications as well. So what are the long-term effects of type 2 diabetes prevention interventions? So post-trial follow-up, meta-analysis 20% risk reduction in T2DM during the non-interventional follow-up period across studies. DPP outcome study showed only a 6% risk reduction when all participants were offered lifestyle counseling. Post-trial, Darking study, as I've shown the data, is sustained 49% reduction incidence of type 2 diabetes among those who received lifestyle intervention was observed during the trial. And finished DPS, this is again sustained effect, continued reduction in type 2 diabetes risk post-intervention with 36% after 3 years and 39% after 9 years. So the data shows that the long-term effect of the prevention interventions, they persist even in all the major clinical trials. So these are just two studies which I would like to highlight. There are not many studies which are done in the space of type 2 diabetes prevention in youth, because recently we have noticed there is a surge in the incidence and prevalence of diabetes in type 2 diabetes in youth. So I think we will see more and more studies. So Yale Bright Body studies and the US Latino youth study, these are the two key studies. I will not go into the detail of them, but these are important trials to be considered when we are talking about type 2 diabetes prevention in youth. So after doing all this hard work, hardship, what exactly happened and how the global scenario changed? So after the RCT findings, these findings were adopted in the real life setting also. And one is this DECO program 2000 to 2010. And this was launched in Finland to improve diabetes care, increase awareness and promote prevention of type 2 diabetes across Finland. And FIN-D2D program was, again, this was large scale type 2 diabetes prevention program implemented in the Finland. Also, the findings from the Finnish study led to the development of this FinRisk score, which is the screening tool, and it is developed for easy identification of the high-risk individuals. So global impact of the FinRisk has been validated and used in various countries worldwide, and implementations based on DPS, like localized intervention plan, has been developed in many countries. And this is just a paper again which talks about diabetes, the first diabetes risk score, which was coming from the Finland, a practical tool to predict type 2 diabetes risk. US National Type 2 Diabetes Prevention Program, if you look at the overview, it was again the outcome of the diabetes prevention study by the US group, Dr. David Nathan. And you look at the outcome of this results. More than lakhs of people, they have been enrolled by 2022 with a significant shift to the online programs. And there is a 28% long-term reduction in the development of type 2 diabetes incidence and average weight loss of 5%. So the program remains to be a continued success even in the United States, even after such a long time, and though many revisions has happened in the program. Dissemination of the prevention strategies across Europe. So studies like Oedipus, SLIM study, the Newcastle study in the UK, and the D-Plan project. So all these studies led to the development of different types of interventional program for the prevention of diabetes in the European world. This is important for the low middle income countries and the countries like India, because most of these trials, they have happened in the countries which are high income, and they are focused, they are conducted in the high income countries, and the emerging studies are there from our part of the world also, like the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program. And the implementation approaches are something which we need to debate, and involvement of the alliances like NGOs and the NCDs alliances are now, can play a key role. So I would like to conclude by saying that these studies, these pioneering studies like the Darking study, the diabetes prevention study from the Finland, and the DPP have demonstrated that lifestyle interventions can significantly reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes across diverse populations. This has led to a global impact in the form of foundation for the national and international type 2 diabetes prevention programs. Benefits has been seen in a sustained way, so lasting impact of early lifestyle intervention in delaying or preventing type 2 diabetes onset. There are ongoing challenges. Real-world implementation remains a key challenge despite all these evidences. When it comes to delivery of the program, this may be good in some part of the world, but in most of the part of the world, we are not able to deliver the program to the population. And so what is the path forward? So building on the success of these trials, future efforts should focus on adapting proven strategies to diverse settings. If you want my take, so this is my take. This is the future for the prevention of the diabetes. Diabetes can only be prevented if we talk to the young generation, if we talk to the young people, not when already people have developed their risk factors. So I would like to thank Dr. Yako, Dr. Pablo, Dr. Peter Swartz, Dr. Noel, Dr. Ramachandran, and Dr. Rafael for giving this opportunity to present at the WCPD, and Dr. Manoj Chawla, Dr. Purvi, and Dr. Bansi Sabu for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll have the discussion at the end of the session. The last speaker is Dr. Usha Sriram, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Usha. She's a graduate of Madras Medical College. She was trained in endocrinology in the United States. She's the head of the Department of Endocrinology, Diabetes and Metabolism in Voluntary Health Services in Chennai. She's the president of Indian Society for Bone and Mineral Research, founder of DIVAS. She got special interest in GDM, women's health, osteoporosis, preconception care, and medical ethics. And you're going to talk about a very interesting topic, preconception care, the low-hanging fruit for prevention. Usha.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchandran. And thank you, Purvi and Manoj and all the entire organizing team for this invitation and also this opportunity to talk about preconception care. And so just a little bit of, maybe you have to shift gears because first I'm going to talk mostly about women or only about women. I'm also going to talk more about implementation, and because the evidence is already there, I think it's really time to start implementing what we know. And this is also not only about post-GDM follow-up, because I think there are extensive talks on that coming up. This is a comprehensive preconception care because, as you will see, this is the case that I want to make actually, that we need to provide good preconception care to all women because it's going to put them either on a healthy trajectory for life, whether they want to have children or not. And if they are going to have children, then obviously this is going to be prevention, not just for the mom or an opportunity to prevent, but also for next generations. So if you look at the drivers of diabetes in women, in addition to the usual drivers that we see in men and also in non-binary individuals, but you can see that there are some very unique drivers of diabetes, like parity, pregnancy itself, multiple gestation, very important gestational diabetes, as much as 10 to 15 times increased risk of diabetes. The birth of low birth weight babies, kind of like a reverse Barker. So if a mom has a complicated pregnancy, she is at risk for future chronic disease. And then if her mom had diabetes, she's at greater risk for GDM and also for diabetes. And of course, the social determinants of health and the environmental factors like pollution. But really, I want to focus on things like obesity and changing lifestyles and PCOS and multiple gestation and gestational diabetes. So when you take the women in the reproductive age, in just India alone, we have over 300 million women in the reproductive age between 15 to 49, which is why I'm saying this is a low-hanging fruit. And this projection that you can see, which is, we have not even hit the peak yet. So that's going to go up. And then when you look at this study, this chronic non-communicable disease burden among reproductive age women in India, you can see that as much as 75% of the women have either a single morbidity or multimorbidity. And when they walk into a pregnancy, chances of this converting to GDM or gestational hypertension or preterm delivery or delivering a low birth weight baby, all of those goes up exponentially. And then those then set her up for future chronic disease, including diabetes, which is what we are talking about. And as the woman is older, as you can see, obviously, the chances of a single or multimorbidity goes up. And this data is from the UN Women Study, which also looks at women of reproductive age. And here they looked at very early pregnancy, so you can actually extrapolate it for women of reproductive age. And if you look at a country like India, while you see a lot of anemia, and you don't see the blue dot is is India here for overweight and obesity. But when you see that the number of women, and I'll show you some numbers, you're talking about 332 million, these numbers then, go up exponentially again. And then here I just want to point out, of girls in the age group of 11 to 19 are 47% of them are underweight. These are the National Family Health Surveys from India, and 43% of all women aged 20 to 24 are married before the age of 18. So we're also talking about these very young girls getting married and their health issues. Now, going to gestational diabetes, and for prevention of diabetes in women, we absolutely need to address gestational diabetes. Just to look at it in numbers, 20.4 million women globally have GDM. So and 24 million babies are born in India every year, which is more than the population of Sri Lanka. 24% is the amount of hyperglycemia in pregnancy in Southeast Asia, according to the IDF Atlas. So which means 100 million women have GDM in just 5 years. And they have 100 million babies who are at risk for diabetes in just 5 years. And another 50 million are born, probably the second child for these 100 million women. So which makes it about 250 million women at risk for diabetes in just 5 years. And in 10 years, that becomes 500 million. So that's why I'm calling it the low-hanging fruit, and that we need to address the health of these women. And if you look at the risk factors for GDM, we always thought of it as family history and obesity and older age. But just see the number of risk factors that have gone up, including environment and gut microbiomes and so many other risk factors that are added now to the pathophysiology of gestational diabetes. But the unfortunate part, even though we know that there is a tremendous increased risk of type 2 diabetes in women who have GDM, just in the next 5 to 10 years, and in the WINGS data, we actually found that within the first 1 year, something like 20% of them had dysglycemia of some sort, 1 year after delivery. Even though that all this has been shown, and as you can see from the top graph, that as people get older and if they have higher BMI, their risk of conversions are more. Even though we know this, the number of women who return for follow-up testing is still dismally poor unless they are part of a study. And then the women who are actually in any kind of program for prevention of diabetes. And this is another important study from the Canadian group, Dr. Ratnakaran and group, to show that even just GDM itself, it need not be type 2, conversion to type 2 diabetes increases the risk of cardiovascular events in women with gestational diabetes. Again, a compelling reason why we should be working on prevention of GDM and therefore prevention of diabetes. Not only does it increase risk of diabetes and heart disease, increases risk of kidney disease, fatty liver, psychiatric morbidities, and also CV risk factors like hypertension and dyslipidemia. This is from the UK Biobank data. So then this apart, when women have health issues, multimorbidities, before they get pregnant, and if they have either malnutrition or other complications and make them deliver a low birth weight baby, we know what happens based on the Barker hypothesis, who clearly said that the womb may be more important than the home. And not only is it at the time of birth that their weight is less, as you go forward from childhood to later in life, this woman or this girl or this man is at risk throughout their life for multiple complications. And also if a mother has gestational diabetes, it's not just the baby she's carrying, but also if that baby happens to be a girl, her ova are bathed in the grandmom's glucose, and her babies are at risk for diabetes and gestational diabetes. So the consequences of gestational diabetes for the baby are not just obesity and pre-diabetes and diabetes, which we know, but we now have really good information on that there are neurodevelopmental issues, cardiovascular issues, and like I said, GDM in a female offspring, even chronic lung disease, plenty of evidence for all of this, especially new evolving evidence for birth of cardiac disease in babies of mothers born with gestational diabetes. What about obesity in women of reproductive age? What can we do about that? Addressing that, this is the latest National Family Health Survey from India, which shows that the risk for obesity, and they used a BMI of more than 25, and we know more than 23 is overweight for Indian women. So the risk of overweight and obesity significantly higher. And just to put this in context, the NFHS only looks at people between 15 and 49. So really, they are exclusively looking at people in the reproductive age. And the NFHS almost exclusively looks at women. They just sample a few men, but primarily they look at women. So this study is in women between the ages of 15 and 49, 24, 25%. That's very, very significant. And women have this other major challenge, which is gestational weight gain and post-gestational weight gain. So one of the things that I want to highlight here is when we talk about preconception, it's not just before the first baby. It's really between pregnancies. So if we can do something about post-gestational weight gain and screening women for multimorbidities or complications before their next pregnancy, we could probably do a lot of good. And recent evidence has shown that if GDM happened in the second pregnancy, her risk is 15 times higher as opposed to 10 times in the first pregnancy. And then there are many socio-cultural issues. Women don't have the agency and problems with weight gain and diabetes care, so that needs to be addressed as well. Now, greater understanding of what are the consequences of these complications in women that happen during pregnancy. They are unique risk factors for women for future cardiac disease. So this is one of the things that pregnancy is a window to future heart disease and future chronic disease is a concept that we need to probably study more and probably implement more in terms of advocacy, awareness, and management. And also these are all additive. So if a mom has gestational diabetes and also has preterm delivery and delivers a low birth weight baby, her chances of future cardiovascular disease are amplified, much more, multiplied. So that again is very, very important. Even though we know all of these things, for some reason, diabetes and many other conditions, people do not look at sex differences. So for example, this is from the World Economic Forum, where they have the diabetes in that gray, the gray color you can see. That means there's no sex difference. Plenty of sex and gender differences between men and women when it comes to diabetes, when it comes to complications, when it comes to mortality, when it comes to their lived experience and many other aspects of diabetes. Plenty of difference between men and women. And Nandita showed very nicely today about how women respond better to lifestyle modification, even in their own trial. So the awareness regarding this has to come into the radar of every practicing physician. So why preconception care? Changing demographics and a paradigm shift. We used to think a healthy mom had a healthy baby. But how do you suddenly become a healthy mom one fine morning when you become pregnant? You need to be a healthy woman before you become a healthy mom, before you can have a healthy baby. So this is really what should drive us into getting our young girls and young women or women who are planning a pregnancy into a healthier shape. Not only will it prevent diabetes, chances are it will prevent many other chronic diseases and put them on a healthy trajectory. So what is the need for preconception care? Most pregnancies are unplanned. Does not mean unwanted, but it means that they didn't plan the pregnancy. Women either entering the pregnancies nowadays are older, heavier, more nutritional deficiencies with metabolic problems, there's environmental pollution, unhealthy behaviors, and greater mental stress. And we all know the first 8 weeks are critical for organogenesis, and the window starts closing before the first antenatal visit many times. Just to show you some data on these things, this unintended pregnancy and abortions all across income groups, but when you look at low income countries, much higher. And then this is just unintended pregnancies. Almost all pregnancies are unplanned. Just very few come in and see a physician and say, I'm planning a pregnancy, I want you to help me out. Get me into a healthy shape. And like I said, women are older, heavier, and coming in with multiple complications, multiple health issues for their pregnancies, unlike healthy young women. These are not oftentimes we think that women are in a healthy shape, but you can see that the heterogeneity is great, the demographics are different, so we need to be addressing all of these things. A wonderful study from Dr. Mohan's group, the CARS data showed that the amount of pre-diabetes in women of reproductive age, this is Chennai, Karachi, and Delhi, very, very high, 30 to 40% amount of pre-diabetes in women of reproductive age. These are the women who will walk into the pregnancy and promptly develop gestational diabetes, which we are now picking up very early. So the early GDM is really all these women who are having pre-diabetes or the metabolic syndrome. We also know even in the US, there's an estimated prevalence of hypertension was very high, and a significant percent were unaware of their hypertension. But look at the among women with diabetes, 30% had undiagnosed diabetes, and of those with diagnosed, the condition was not controlled in 51.5%. Just imagine our state, what's going to happen in terms of those numbers. And also the other reasons are interventions after the start of the pregnancy have not yielded the required results. Usually, as they say, the horse is out of the barn. So you really, can't do too much once the pregnancy has started. The developmental origin of adult disease, as I've already mentioned, the Barker hypothesis, and pregnancy as a window to future chronic disease. So in this, really fantastic paper, calling it as Before the Beginning, Nutrition and Lifestyle in the Preconception Period and its importance for future health. And they showed here very well that any intervention that you start after lifestyle interventions, that you start after the pregnancy starts, really does not yield any, any fruitful results. And for that, when do we need to intervene? I've talked about preconception care. When do we need to intervene? It can be something like folic acid just started a month or up to 3 months before the start of the pregnancy. It may have to be months for us to normalize a thyroid or a vitamin D or other nutritional deficiencies or some other health issues. For example, somebody with diabetes, we may have to rearrange their medications, rearrange their blood pressure medications, bring their A1C under control. Or it may be someone with obesity. It may take years before they can get into a healthier shape. So it really depends on, that's also a challenge of preconception health. Look at this thing about air pollution. Pre-pregnancy odds ratios are much higher for the pollutant particles. So while we cannot do much as individuals, I guess we can contribute as individuals, but this has to happen at a policy level as well. And also about endocrine disruptors like BPAs and phthalates and dioxins. Again, if there is awareness campaigns regarding these, I think this will go a long way in helping women. So what are the hidden gaps? Why are we not able to do good preconception care? The usual challenges in implementing effective policies are things like conflicting goals and lack of evidence, opposition from key stakeholders, like for example, tobacco, resource constraints, insufficient skills and knowledge. Really, these don't apply that much. I think we have the evidence, we don't really have opposition from stakeholders, but we have these others. Lack of prioritization, lack of initiatives to raise awareness, lack of political will, lack of women at policy leadership level, lack of activism, lack of cohesive and collaborative efforts, and lack of resource allocation. especially post-COVID. We don't have resources allocated to these things. So I put this question, is it a communicable disease? Only because when it's a communicable disease, everyone is up in arms and there's resource allocation, there's prioritization. Of course, it's important, but it's also so important for these. And I want to just point out at a government level, healthcare system level, clinician level, not a mention of pregnancy or preconception care or nothing. So it's not even in the radar of people. And also this fantastic paper on gender differences and barrier women face in relation to for type 2 diabetes care, just to point it out that health professionals, their capacity needs to be built. They need to be aware of how to provide good preconception care. So this is how do we fix this problem? I'm not calling anyone a monkey. I love monkeys. They're my favorite people. But just to say that we really, really need to raise awareness, diabetes education, prevention of GDM and diabetes at from a preconception level. Policy changes have to happen, and a life course approach rather than a myopic and narrow view of women's health in general, activism and advocacy. So while all of these strategies for improving NCD prevention and control efforts are normally touted and needs to come at a national level, what we are doing at our center and our group is that we have come up with this A to Z for preconception care for all women of reproductive age. And here I just want to point out, K stands for the key question. The key question is, what is your reproductive life plan? The moment we ask that question and they tell us how many years or months or what they have in mind, then we can put many other things in motion, including contraception. So it just goes through this A to Z, very inexpensive. Everything is history taking, only 2 physical exams, a BMI and a blood pressure, only 2 blood work, which is a glucose and a CBC. This is it, a very inexpensive thing. My model and my North Star has been for a long time now, the Go Red for Women from the American Heart Association, only because I think not only does it has produced tremendous awareness, look at the results. The heart disease in women was going up and then it's come down. So you actually can see the results. And this is the kind of campaign and awareness we need for diabetes in women and for preconception care. And with that, I will stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you, Usha. I think we have about 10 to 15 minutes for some question, answers, and discussion. And the other 2 speakers can come, Nandita and Dr. Gupta. Okay, Amit Gupta is very busy. He's gone for another talk. Any questions?
He's filling in for someone in the next hall.
Okay, all right. Any questions on yes, Nita?
Fantastic presentations there. What a fantastic knowledge base you've created. Nandita, my question is to you about the trial in using the mobile phone messaging. That worked and you showed the results for that. That was several years ago. And there was a UK-India difference as well. Do you think something like that would work now? Because one of the questions in my mind is, when technology is new, perhaps there's more excitement, there's more interest in using it. Do we get habituated? Would it work now? Because we are bombarded with messages.
Interesting question, but I think now we've probably moved to an era from earlier text messages to mobile apps. And now there are various applications that play a role in the prevention of type 2. So there's different kinds of apps. There's physical activity apps, there are CGM apps and diet apps out there, which have also shown some promising benefit. But interesting question. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think, Nita, you
May
actually
I add
answered.
something
You
to
actually
that?
answered the question. The answer wasn't the question. You're absolutely right. And in fact, what she said is right, that we are moving. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about digitalization of prevention as well
Yes.
as diabetes care.
Yes.
The technology is advancing. When SMS came in the beginning in India, it was exciting.
Yes.
Somebody sent you an SMS, you are getting it, you're reading. But nowadays, it is SMS is, it comes and you don't read it at all.
Right.
And the other thing is the difference. I thought you may ask a little more difficult question. And that was,
Yeah.
what is the difference in the UK and in India?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's another question. But I thought your answer is really spot on because digital technology has moved and the science has to move with it and prevention efforts have to move with that. Yeah. So thank you.
May I add something to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Ramu? Okay. So the digital technology was used for prevention of diabetes after GDM, the living study, which was recently published in JAMA Open, I think, which was a negative study. Partly because I think some of the counseling and all that happened during COVID.
Right.
So how much of the results can be taken at face value, we don't know, but just to say that that's something that was actually done and did not produce, because they used group counseling and others using Zoom platforms and things like that.
Right. Okay, so it has to be the right technology for the right population. I
Right
guess.
population at the right time. And,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question and comment on remission from so-called pre-diabetes or intermediate hyperglycemia to normal glycemia, and how important you pointed out that it is one of the important factors why prevention works. Now, what I have seen in the news recently is that will be in a couple of weeks' time presented at the European Diabetes Congress is a trial with semaglutide where the majority of the people with the impaired glucose tolerance or pre-diabetes went to remission, and the prevention rate or progression to type 2 diabetes was over 80%. So do you think that this remission is really the critical issue?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think remission is the hot topic and something that, and I think data from the direct trial also has shown us that it's possible. But I think what we have to keep in mind is that there is a subset of people who fall into that category where remission is a reality. And I think some of the key elements are the duration, so early type 2, and those who are overweight or obese, where significant weight loss is what contributed to that remission rate. So I think when we have that as some clarity on that bit, we know who is eligible for that remission. And there are some patients in the clinic who come in, say, 10 years of type 2 diabetes, who are even probably on a basal insulin, and they come and ask whether remission is possible. And the answer there is probably no. So I think early type 2 and maybe those who are overweight, when there's significant weight loss, remission is probably a reality. And maybe semaglutide, like you were saying rightly so, has probably resulted in that benefit that you see.
So I follow a little bit further this. Would that mean in practice that when we are now identifying a pre-diabetes, especially the impaired glucose tolerance, where the prevention has been working, unlike in the impaired fasting glucose, where the lifestyle prevention is not working. So do we identify the impaired glucose tolerance too late, whether we should have a lower cut point and a younger age of identification of people whose postprandial glucose starts going up? Now we have the cut point of 7.8 millimoles or 140 milligram per deciliter, whether we should lower it to 120 and start intervention. That would mean that we could easier reach a remission.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. You're right. I think it is in that the answer is there. We have found that the glucose value itself, even in the Indian diabetes prevention trial, we have found that the glucose value itself predicts remission and prevention. So that, as he rightly said, if you catch them earlier with a lower blood glucose, definitely you can achieve remission faster, better, and longer. There's no doubt about it. You have a question?
Yeah, for the first speaker, my question is on the same line as Dr. Yako. There has been a paradigm shift in the management of diabetes over the last 10 years with the introduction of SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 analog. So as we know, the rate of obesity and diabetes are really going up now. So is there going to be a paradigm shift in the prevention as well? So rather than focusing on the lifestyle modification and using older drugs like metformin, we should be more focusing on the newer agent for prevention as well.
I know you asked this question to the first speaker. May I just say something? I don't think pharmacotherapy has been a successful prevention strategy for most diseases. If you think about it, that lifestyle modification and probably changing, from school, and like I talked about the pregnant mom's health and first 2 years and all of those things is the way to go. And even semaglutide, for example, every week something new comes up. There's something about the retinopathy, something about suicidal ideations, and all of these things that just keep coming up. So in a prevention, I'm just saying I would be like 1,000-fold careful about using pharmacotherapeutic agents. I mean, I would be.
Well, that being said, completely agree. Yes, lifestyle modification has proven to be the safest, cheapest, and the best, most effective option for the primary prevention. But interestingly so, yes, the newer agents do have some promising benefits that they've shown in, and I think the recent trial was the DAPA-CKD trial, in which they went one step ahead and used dapagliflozin in people even without type 2 diabetes, to look at the progression of chronic kidney of nephropathy. And they found that, of course, they did find promising results in terms of reduction in nephropathy, but what they did also find was a significant 30% reduction in the incidence of type 2 diabetes. So the conversion rate was 30% lower in the DAPA group as compared to the placebo. So yeah, the newer agents do have some promising benefits, and beyond just the glucose-centric benefits, they also do have a role in reducing the risk of complications as well. So question still remains unanswered though.
Just generational.
Yeah.
Just one, Knut Borg Johnsen from Denmark, just one additional comment on that. What we know is that the lifestyle modification, the weight reduction, the dietary changes, the increased physical activity not only reduces the risk of diabetes, but also reduces the risk of different cancers and reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. So from that point of view, it's important not just to jump to conclusions directly from other trials using new pharmacological compounds to reduce the weight and to reduce the risk of diabetes and say that is then going to have the same impact. They need to show that the total effect of the intervention is the same in lifestyle interventions as it would be with the new pharmacological compounds.
Thank you.
Yeah, got to close. Okay, last question. You got a question? Burning question.
Yes, I've got a burning question right now. Sorry about that. So I think what I wanted to say is I've just been listening to this discussion, and obviously if we use a GLP-1 or an SGLT2, these are anti-diabetic agents. So if you use them in pre-diabetes, we're going to have some benefit. But the definition of remission as it stands today is having, normal diabetic values, whatever, A1C less than 6.5 without medications. So in this case, should we then be changing the definition of remission? And does it matter how we do it, whether it's lifestyle or drugs? And if you get to a point of either 5.6 or 6.5, are we looking at a newer definition? Or are we saying that, pharmacotherapy is not the way? And then so I think there are two thoughts there.
No, the thing, okay, yeah, Anju, right, that's good. It is not achieving remission. The definition of remission is that you go drug-free for a pretty long period of time.
3 months.
You can achieve it with or without the drugs.
That's for
So the
diabetes.
remission definition doesn't mean that how do you achieve that? This is, you
So
go
right
with,
now,
yeah.
it says, the area
You,
says-
you can, with and without drugs, you can still achieve remission, but the definition is you go without drugs.
Without
pretty
drugs
long
for 3
period.
months, that's correct. So now in this case,
Yeah.
should we be looking at a newer definition then?
No, Anju, I just want to say that's for diabetes. We're talking, that definition is for diabetes.
Yes,
This is for pre-diabetes.
yes.
So I think again,
Which
it's
is
we are,
also valid, isn't it?
Valid, but I'm saying it's maybe like a little bit of semantics here, that this is pre-diabetes, and
Okay.
you can even use the word reversal here, because you can actually reverse to normal, whereas you can't do that with diabetes. And so that definition applies very purely to diabetes. And
Okay, I've been asked to stop you all because there got the next session coming in and we are already almost over time. Yeah, you take over.
So thank you to all the speakers, and I think I'd like to invite you all. Can we have a picture with everyone? So please. So I think we'll move on to the next session, which is a look at epidemiology. And I'd like to invite Dr. Lotika Purohit, Dr. Rashmi Shah, and Dr. Purvi Chawla to chair this session.
Good afternoon, and we welcome you now to this session on epidemiology of dysglycemia. With this, I would ask my co-chair to introduce our next speaker, who has come all the way from Turkey.
Thank you. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Ilan Satman. She's a professor of internal medicine and endocrinology at Istanbul University Faculty of Medicine. Focuses on the immune prediction of type 1 diabetes and the epidemiology of type 2 diabetes and prediabetes. And she's got a long biodata, but I won't take away your time, ma'am, and please start your talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Ladies, for the kind introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me opportunity to be part of these fantastic events. Turkey, not Turkey anymore. I mean, from 2021, the official name of the Turkey is changed to Türkiye, as we say in Turkish language, the original way. First of all, I have no conflict of interest. My talk will be in 3 parts. The first part on the field survey, based on our own group field survey, and future forecasting based on that survey. The second part on the real-life data from the Ministry of Health Electronic Health Record Database. And the third part on the application of the dysglycemia methods and the new, suggested definition and what will happen if we apply that one. Here you can see the 1998 data from our field survey in all over the country, population-based survey for the age 20 years and older. In blue, you can see by age groups the diabetes prevalence. And it was altogether 540 centers we have visited. And with oral glucose tolerance test, we did that survey at that time. And after 12 years, we have the opportunity to kept this study and repeated in the same 540 centers, health centers. And in red, you can see the prevalence rate by age group. So over 12 years, diabetes increased by 90%, and from 7.2% in the general population, it reached to 13.7%. And in male, it's about 12%, and in female, it was about 14%. During that time, such small-scale studies also, confirmed that the increasing prevalence of diabetes, but with campaign and some strategies for public health, from 2015, diabetes started to decrease in the rate of increase. And in 2018, we did a meta-analysis from low risk of bias studies. And we have shown that in Turkey, the incidence of diabetes is starting to leveling off, as it is seen nowadays in several developed countries. In the meta-analysis, yielded a crude diabetes prevalence of 13.5% in the general population, adult population, of course. And in females, it was about a little bit higher than male, 14%, and in males, 12.6%. Based on this assumption, we used the Turkstat, Turkish Statistical Institute population data, and also the regression analysis, and we calculated the diabetes prevalence on the basis of years from 2010 to 2023. Although the prevalence is not so much increased based on assumption, if you can, I don't know if you can see it, but if you can look at the population, the number of people with diabetes from 2010, it was about 7 million, and it increased to 10 million over 14 years. Here you can see the problems in the elderly population. The population is aging in Turkey because of the lower birth rate and also the increase in life expectancy from birth. And from this reason, diabetes is more common among the elderly. The elderly population in Turkey nowadays is exceeding 10% of the population. It's about 10.5% nowadays. And as you can see, the diabetes, previously known diabetes, of course, is higher among the elderly. And the rate in diabetes, if you compare to the general population, is about 2/3 higher than the general population. And the increase in diabetes from 3 million altogether from 1.8 million is increased to 3 million in 2023 estimation. Here you can see the estimated previously known diabetes in Turkey in 2023. And you can see in red in women and in blue in men on the right side. And in each graph on the, sorry, there is no pointer and I have trouble. I think you can see from the cursor. On the left side, you can see the prevalence scale. On the right side of each graph, you can see the actual population, estimated population with diabetes in the particular age group. The diabetes showed two peak, in prevalence. One between 65 to 69 age group, and the other in 70, between 70 to 79 age group. The similar situation, a little bit, lesser than women, is expected in men. And if you think about altogether, the diabetes among women is 9.3%, and the estimated prevalence among men is 9%. Here you can see the situation in the newly diagnosed diabetes. Based on assumption, the diabetes is increased in the very elderly, in those who are 80 years and older. And there is another peak in both men and women, is around the late middle age. From now, I would like to mention about the real life data. It's about over 8 million data from Ministry of Health, and based on applying or visiting the health centers and health institutes in all over the countries. I took the 18 years and over data from 2015 and 2025, and as you can see, the women applying to health center is higher than that male. And altogether, in million, if we talk about, it's about over 7 million in type 2 diabetes. Based on that data, we have the opportunity to calculate the prevalence, estimating prevalence, using the population health statistics from the Turkish Institute of Health. As you can see, diabetes is, very rare, although in the younger age, it's increasing exponentially, and it's higher among female than male. So based on that 7 years data, we have, of course, we had a population for the younger, population, children and adolescents, and type 1 diabetes. For type 2 diabetes, if we can talk about, estimated prevalence is 12.49%, and the estimated incidence for 2022 for type 2 diabetes is 9.8 per 1,000 person. From now, we use this data to compare the prevalence with the world population, standard world population in blue. The green is the 2021 population, diabetes population in Turkey, estimated of course. And this is the, in blue, the world population, and in yellow, you can see the European population. So this is I mean, actually a forecasting for us, because we are also aging, and within 10-15 years, we will have this from 12 to 16% of prevalence if we are going to be aged. And on the right side, you can see the forecasting for 2030 and for 2045. And again, it's expected the diabetes will be more in female than male. The last part, I'd like to talk about the definition of prediabetes, or so-called intermediate hyperglycemia. This is the current, definition by ADA, WHO, an international expert committee based on fasting blood glucose, or OGTT to our blood glucose, and or HbA1c. If we use our 2010 data, if we use the cutoff for WHO, our population, about, I cannot see it, sorry, about 89% of the population considered normal, and about 10% considered with impaired glucose, fasting glucose, and 0.8% only with diabetes by definition. If we, as ADA suggested, reduce the fasting blood glucose cutoff from 110 to 100, then we have the normal population about 64%, and the IFG population 34.5%, and the diabetes, of course, the same definition. If we use the HbA1c definition, on the left side, the ADA, the cutoff 5.7, and the International Expert Committee, the cutoff 6%. In the ADA situation, 72% of the population is normal, 26% is high-risk group, and 1.1% with diabetes. If we increase the cutoff by 0.3% from 5.7 to 6% in HbA1c, then the population, over 93% of the population is normal, high-risk group reduced to 5.3%, and diabetes group is the same, 1.1%. Here you can see if we apply the oral glucose tolerance test to our blood glucose criteria. In that case, 72.8% of the population considered normal, 22% with impaired glucose tolerance, and 4.6% with diabetes. However, if we took together the normal considered population in each of the, group or definition, the same thing for pre-diabetes and diabetes, the concordance rate is actually, for normal, it's a little bit higher, over 12,000 is 11,000. However, for pre-diabetes and for diabetes is, very rare of the population considered in three of the, method coincident with diabetes or, pre-diabetes, and the rest are, in different population. Two of the, methods concordant. Most of the population with one method only can be diagnosed, either with normal or pre-diabetes or diabetes. Here you can see the further methods, including the, let's say, ADA methods for HbA1c and also fasting blood glucose. And again, the concordance rate is very low. If you check for the metabolic profile of this group of patients, if you can see the fasting plasma glucose compared to ADA low level of glucose, cutoff level glucose, WHO suggested glucose is actually identified more aging people, more female, more overweight people, more people with central obesity, high systolic blood pressure, and dyslipidemia, a little bit more insulin resistant, and more inflammation. If you look at the HbA1c in two groups, again, increasing the cutoff identify more aging people, more obese people or overweight and central obese people with hypertension and dyslipidemia and inflammation. Here you can see the characteristics of individuals with prediabetes in the same manner. If you compare the ADA IFG and WHO IFG criteria, the higher cutoff, of course, identify more risky people. And on the right side, you can see the ADA HbA1c criteria compared to the International Expert Committee criteria. Again, the higher cutoff is identified more risky people in terms of age and metabolic profile. Here you can see the characteristics of individuals with diabetes by different diagnostic methods. The first one is the ADA and WHO diabetes is the same, of course. Sorry. And the second one is the ADA and International Expert Committee HbA1c method, the middle one, and the third one, WHO diabetic glucose tolerance. And as you can see from the fasting glucose going to HbA1c and the oral glucose tolerance test, especially the HbA1c identify more risky people compared to the fasting plasma glucose methods. And the oral glucose tolerance test is in between of these two, in the moderate level. Here you can see the characteristics of normal glycemic individuals if we consider them in each of the methods and divide them by, as Jaco and previous, a couple of months previously, the IDF task force suggested, the OGTT 1 hour plasma glucose is 155 and over. As you can see, the normal considered group by WHO fasting plasma glucose criteria. On the left side, you can see the OGTT normal, 1 hour glucose normal. And the left side, in this case, the OGTT is higher. And as you can see, the even considered is normal. Those who had OGTT 1 hour plasma glucose is higher, identify more risky people. The same thing for the HbA1c and the same thing for the oral glucose tolerance test. In each of the tests, although they considered normal, if fasting plasma glucose 1 hour, oral glucose tolerance test 1 hour is higher, they identify more people. So it's suggested that maybe we are diagnosing people in a little bit late period with this criteria. Okay. The same thing for the intermediate glucose level. As you can see, the fasting, WHO fasting plasma glucose, impaired fasting glucose level, those who have this high 1 hour plasma glucose have higher metabolic profile. The same thing for the HbA1c and the same thing for the 2 hour blood glucose. So if it is suggested for normal and intermediate and for diabetes, it's 209 for 1 hour plasma glucose. If we apply this for our population, so the population with 49% only normal, more than 2/3 with intermediate glucose and 14% with diabetes. And if you compare male-female, it's comparative. If we look at the different methods, let's see this 1 hour plasma glucose is normal criteria in green, you can see. In that case, the other methods identify between 90 to 77% of the population also normal, but they have comparable level of people with pre-diabetes and diabetes. However, if you look at the intermediate hyperglycemia, the methods identified with other, methods, diagnostic methods with pre-diabetes is between 5.4% to 31%. Let's see. Without cursor, it's very difficult actually. And the rest, most of the population normal, either in this, method got intermediate hyperglycemia. The other methods between 50% to 3% is normal. In the case of diabetes, you can see between 35 to 78% of the population, although identified with diabetes, with other methods are normal. Between 63% to 16% identified with pre-diabetes, and diabetes, of course, from 14%, but between 1.6 to 20%, up to 20%, in different methods can be with diabetes. Here you can see the metabolic profile of this group of people, the normal people. And from normal to intermediate hyperglycemia to diabetes, of course, the age and the other metabolic profile, obesity, and dyslipidemia, hypertension, and others are increasing. So in conclusion, although the increasing trend of type 2 diabetes in Turkey has been slowed down in terms of prevalence due to population aging, diabetes population continues to increase. Almost half of the adult population has either pre-diabetes or diabetes in each of the diagnostic method. The current tests in use for diabetes and pre-diabetes actually lead to a diagnostic confusion or dilemma. And there is a need for tests that every society can easily be applied, practical to use, reliable, repeatable, with low cost. And oral glucose tolerance test, although is not excellent, it can be a candidate for this reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. We'll take this questions a little later at the end of the session.
Thank you.
I will now invite Dr. Anjana to come and speak. Dr. Anjana, of course, has a very long biodata, but a dear friend and one of the most proliferate young researcher of our country. I invite you to speak on epidemiology of dysglycemia in India.
Thank you very much, Lotika. You're very kind. May I have my slides, please? Yeah, no. Yeah. I do. I just loaded it. It's moving here, but nothing's coming here. So there's a lot of time to read the CV now. Yes. Perfect. Let me just, yes. So thank you very much. Special thanks to Purvi and Manoj sir for having me here, and to the World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes. So I'm going to be speaking on the epidemiology of dysglycemia in large populations, and I don't think it can get larger than India. I have no conflict of interest to declare for this talk. So if you look at the prevalence of diabetes in India, and here you have urban and rural prevalences over time, what do you see? You see that clearly there is an increase in prevalence over time. Now that's not surprising, but look at where the studies are coming from. They're coming from Chennai, from Ernakulam, from Kerala, from Kudremukh, from, smaller cities which are actually dots on the map of India. So can this then be extrapolated to a country as large and heterogeneous as India is? And that was the reason for the genesis of the ICMR India Diabetes or INDIAB study, funded by the Indian Council of Medical Research and the Department of Health Research, Government of India. It's one of the largest epidemiological studies ever done. The primary objective was to determine the national prevalence of diabetes and prediabetes in India, but because in India health is a state issue, this meant that we had to sample every single state in the study. We also looked at prediabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, coronary artery disease. This was a cross-sectional, door-to-door survey of adults aged 20 years and above. A study this size takes a long time to do in a country like India, so we've done it in phases over 15 years. I'm sitting with epidemiologists who are probably going to get up and wave around and say 15 years for a prevalence study. I know, but then, this is government funding, and as the funding comes in, we do the study. We have today surveyed 113,000 individuals in this study. The latest publication from this paper shows the diabetes and metabolic disease prevalence. So if you look at the overall prevalence of diabetes in the country, it's 11.4%, much more in urban compared to rural areas, and that's not surprising. But then, just like everything in India, there's wide heterogeneity. It goes all the way from 4.8% in Uttar Pradesh to Puducherry and Goa, which is now reaching close to 30% prevalence, across. So this is the kind of heterogeneity we have. And if you want to put this on a map, the overall large map shows you, it's a color-coded map. So the red and the orange are higher prevalences. Red is above 10%. Yellow is kind of 5 to 7%. And lower than 5% is green. Now on the map, look at urban India. It's entirely red. That's the whole of the country. Rural India, you have parts of green in the middle, right? So when you put all this together, you have the southern regions that are looking higher in prevalence. Central India looks lower. Southern and northern, you will see higher prevalence of diabetes. Now, what about the age of takeoff, the starting point of diabetes? Now, if you look at any Caucasian population, you're going to find that the age of onset of diabetes is like 55 plus years. In our population, it starts in the age group of 25 to 34 years. So this is irrespective of whether you're man or woman, whether you live in urban or rural areas, there is a clear shift to the left by a few decades. And then you say, okay, this is the prevalence against GDP of each of the states. This publication had only 15 states in it. But what you can see is that with the socioeconomic status going up, the GDP going up, you'll see that the prevalence of diabetes goes up as well. So then you say, okay, is diabetes rich man's disease? That was the traditional teaching so far. So here you look at individual level socioeconomic status. The pink ones are the lower socioeconomic status and the blue bars are high socioeconomic status. So look on the top panel. All the rural areas have higher blue bars, which means it's a story I was saying. The more so affluent someone is, the more diabetes they have. Now, having said that, look at urban areas. In urban areas, you're going to see some pink bars looking higher than the blue bars. Now, these are the urban areas of high GDP or prosperous states in this country. Here, what's happened is that actually the lower socioeconomic status has more diabetes. And this is very similar to developed nations. So if you look at some cities in India, you look at Mumbai, you look at Delhi, you look at Chennai, it's like you're in UK or Canada, isn't it? So our diabetes also behaves in that way. And this is what we called a demographic transition, wherein people are moving across different parts of the country in different ways. So that was about diabetes. Now, what about pre-diabetes? The first thing that these bars tell you are that the pre-diabetes numbers are higher than the diabetes number one. Number two, the urban and rural bars are equal. Okay, now all these have significance. If the number of people with pre-diabetes are high, this means that the transition into diabetes is going to be even higher. Traditional teaching says that 1/3 of people with pre-diabetes stay where they are, 1/3 regress to normal. We spoke about regression and remission some time ago, and 1/3 progress to diabetes. But we also know that in Asian Indians, more than 60% of people progress to diabetes, and they do so really fast. Now, what happens in rural areas if more people start getting diabetes with higher prevalence? For every prevalent increase in diabetes, millions of more people are actually increasing the burden of this country, because 70% of India actually lives in her villages. So now look at the pre-diabetes maps. They're actually the opposite of the diabetes map. Remember, the central region had green, right? So where the lower prevalence was for diabetes, the pre-diabetes is high. What does that mean? Conversion is yet to happen. It's a ticking time bomb in our country unless we do something about it. Now put these together, you get dysglycemia. Now our prevalences are, whopping 30-ish% in urban areas. Rural is 24, not far behind because our pre-diabetes numbers are high. Overall, we're at 27%. And what happens by the time you reach age groups of 60 plus, this is creeping towards 40%. That's almost 1 in 2 people having either diabetes or pre-diabetes in a country the size of India. Where does that leave us? 101 million with diabetes, 136 million with pre-diabetes, and a whopping 236 million people with dysglycemia in the country. So that's a lot of people with dysglycemia. Do people meet their glycemic targets? This is the publication that talks about the A-B-C control. How many people among all these 101 million have their A1C less than 7? That's roughly about 30%. Not much in urban-rural difference. So among all the diabetes we have, only about 30% have good control. What about blood pressure? That's roughly about 50%. So we're doing better with blood pressure control than we're doing with A1C. And how about lipids? So look at total cholesterol less than 200, triglyceride 150, and LDL less than 100. It's about 40%. So we're actually doing worse in our metabolic control in diabetes compared to all other parameters. So why is this happening right now? Is it our genes? We talk a lot about the genes, or is it the environment? And which of these are actually important? We do know that we have what's called the South Asian phenotype. What does that mean? I already showed you that we have lower age of onset of diabetes. We also have lower BMI and excess ectopic fat. I'll talk about that in a minute. We have rapid decline in beta cell function. Again, I'll talk about that. The thin fat Indian, sarcopenia at all ages, a characteristic dyslipidemia with low HDL and high triglyceride, low adiponectin, increase in inflammatory markers, gut dysbiosis seems to be the new addition to this. So this is Professor Yajnik's work, and he talks about the thin fat Indian, wherein even at birth, the Indian baby weighs less in weight compared to a Caucasian baby, but has more body fat. Dr. Sandeep Mathur also showed that these findings show that the ectopic fat placement is mostly on the liver, and this is what is leading to insulin resistance and diabetes. I borrowed these slides from my dad's Kelly West lecture, so he's probably recognizing these slides right now. Okay, so the story here is that Indians are born with this kind of ectopic deposition of fat in the viscera, especially the liver. So this leads to a rapid stage of exhaustion, and very soon we lead to beta cell exhaustion, leading to decrease in insulin levels and insulin deficiency. So look at the orange line there. That is South Asians compared to many other Caucasians in the Masala study published by Dr. Alka Kanaya, and we have definitely more insulin deficiency than any other group in the world. This is data from the DCLIP study, and this is Lisa's publication, in which we showed, so the yellow bars are insulin sensitivity, and the HOMA-IR is insulin resistance in the red line. So, and then you have NGT, various dysglycemia shown there. By the time you reach diabetes, you see these goes in opposite directions. So look at the kind of insulin deficiency that we have by the time we reach pre-diabetes itself, whether it's IFG or IGT. And if you have a combination of the two, the insulin deficiency is quite stark. So that was the genes. There is some element there which cannot be forgotten, but the environment plays a large part. And in our population, about 60 to 70% of everything we eat is carbohydrate. Shown here is data from INDIAB, and there's a lot of talk in our country about vegetarianism. But surprisingly, only 26% of this country are reported vegetarians, right? So this is not vegan, this includes dairy, but they're vegetarians. Shown here are the staple foods that we consume. Rice is taken in the southern and eastern parts of the country. The center and northern parts mostly are wheat, as the brown and the reddish ones are the millet consumption. So we now know that white rice, refined white rice, increases your odds of developing diabetes. But the story is that wheat also, if at all, has a higher risk of developing diabetes. And this is because, so people say wheat is a whole grain. You know, why is the risk higher? It's actually healthier. It's what we tell our patients, eat chapatis, right? The problem is the way it is made, consumed, what it's eaten with, the kind of particle size of the granules of the atta that it's made from. All of these are in real life conferring more risk than even white rice is conferring in our population. We had the year of millets, and everybody was talking about millets for the longest time in India. But shown here are stereo zoom microscope pictures of what these millets actually look like. In the top panel, we have the unpolished millets that we get from the farmers, and in the bottom panel, the ones we get in the market. Clearly, the ones below are whiter. Can you make that out? They're more white than the ones on top. So they're refined. And also you'll see a very, very clear notching in each of these. My pointer isn't working, I'm sorry. But you'll see a very clear notching, here it is, in each of these that isn't there in the previous panel. So that means this is refined. The bran and the germ and the healthy parts of the grain are gone. And what you have is only the starch and the carbohydrate that is left. So while the grain is healthy, the way it is available, consumed, served is all leading to, this is CGM data that shows you that millets have as high a glycemic response as white rice. So any form of carbohydrate that we seem to be taking is actually leading to higher diabetes. Now, what about fruit and vegetable intake? There are only two things about the diet I ever talk about, and that is the fruit and vegetable intake and the carbohydrate, right? So I'm done with carbohydrate. And the reason I'm talking about fruit and vegetable intake is quite apparent here. The WHO says we need 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day. What's the national average? 2.3. Okay, there's no fiber in our diet. Fruit and vegetable is abysmal. Okay, you eat all kinds of wrong carbohydrate, and then you ask the question, why will diabetes increase in India? Right? It's really not rocket science. So here's data to show you that there are protective odds. The more fruit and vegetable you eat, the more protection you have from diabetes. We also talk about the food environment. This is PhD work of my student Aarti. And what she did is that in Chennai, she calculated what is called the Retail Food Environment Index, RFEI. Now, what is this? It's the number of fast food outlets and convenience stores, so the bad stores there, divided by the number of grocery and produce vendors. So those are the good stores. And that was the thing. So she looked at all of that in Chennai city. And what she found is that for every person residing in the study area, there are roughly 2 fast food unhealthy outlets for every healthy grocery store, etc. So in your area, your access to grocery store, for every grocery store, there's 2 unhealthy outlets available to you. So what does that mean? That means if you were in contact with a store that was unhealthy and you had an RFEI of more than 1.6, you had a higher odds of developing diabetes, which is diabetes plus obesity. Now let's move to physical activity. Again, this is data from INDIAB, and we show here that the percentage of people who are inactive in the population, much higher in women than in men, but overall, more than half of the population is inactive. Who meets the guidelines of 150 minutes per week? Less than 10% of the population. Let's quickly pass that slide. Okay, so now what happens to physical activity areas? Talk about cycling and walking paths, clubs, sports areas, parks, gyms. Are these available? Data from Aarti's PhD shows that most people don't have an area for exercise which is within 1 kilometer of where they live. It's a problem. You have access to food outlets that are unhealthy. You don't have access to areas where you can exercise. And hence, if you didn't live within that proximity, you had a higher risk, 1.6 times higher risk of developing diabetes. So what can we do about all of this, right? We need intervention at various levels, at the patient level, at the provider level, and at the governmental level. This is data from the CURE study, which talks about, don't worry about the busy slide. The only thing that we are showing here is that at the individual level, we now have evidence to show that just controlling for diet and physical activity, that is inadequate physical activity and a healthy diet, can prevent 50% of all diabetes in our population. That's what we're showing here. The effect is more for women than it is for men. So we now talked about the nutrient recommendations, and I told you 60 to 70% of everything the Indian eats is carbohydrate. So we've now shown, and this is from INDIAB, of course, we've shown that just reducing that 70-60% to about 50% helps in the remission of diabetes, those with NDD, and also for those in pre-diabetes, moving all the way to normal. So just make that 50%. Protein goes up to 20% from the current 12%. Fat stays where it is at 25%, and fiber needs to double from 3 to 6%. So this is also for prevention of progression. The rules are pretty much the same: 50%, carbohydrate, 20% protein, 6% fiber, and fat where it is. At the provider level, we are as much to blame as the populace at large. We, do not screen. We do not look for associated complications. We do not monitor. We do not educate. Oftentimes, we have no time in our clinics. So avoiding inertia, trying to start early, spending how many people in the MBBS curriculum know what dietary advice to give a diabetes patient? Knowing what to give insulin itself is difficult in MBBS. So dietary advice is kind of, postgraduates also don't know. I agree, right? So you finish MD and you come out and you barely know about the basic drugs, leave diet and exercise and all that. So I think it's important. That's why meetings like this are important, because we have to take that effort. And finally, at the governmental level, it's time to make changes. We need our voice to be heard. We need policy that's on tax and trade. We need legislation for universal access to care, food safety standards, provision of safe spaces for exercise. You tell everybody, go walk, and then they get hit by a car, right? So this is not a very good solution. You know, Dr. Usha Sharma was showing us about the pollution. There's like hundreds of things that prevent people from actually, doing the things you're telling them to do. Urban planning, massive awareness campaigns, and screening. So I'd like to conclude by saying I've shown you that the prevalence of diabetes and dysglycemia are high all over the country in urban and rural areas. We have 236 million people with dysglycemia. Only a third of those have their A1C under control. Fewer than half have good BP and cholesterol control. Refined grain consumption is high. Fruit and vegetable consumption is low. Recreational activity is abysmally low. We need to make healthy dietary changes, increase physical activity, and start taking efforts together at every level to prevent this tsunami of diabetes from spreading in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. This is really very nice. Would
It
you
was
like
a
to
very
comment?
exhaustive study per se, kind of affirms what we probably already suspected. Maybe we need more studies to go around the problem now, because it's not only in the the cost factor will matter in the lower socioeconomic groups, and they look for easy foods like what is happening in America today. They look for burgers and pizzas, and here every Indian home, whether it is whatever community they are, you will find that farsan and all being eaten there.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
For us,
all
it
the
is
fried
samosa. There
food.
it is
So
pizza,
Very
burger.
true.
For us,
I
it is.
think,
it's the Indian
the
equivalent.
penetration of junk food
Oh, yeah.
has, reached, so it's not like the rich people can afford or anything, even the poorest of poor can
Absolutely.
afford.
Absolutely.
And however, at the same time, there's no space to exercise, like how you said,
yeah.
that, that there is no space for them to, exercise
Yeah.
and burn the calories. Purvi, any comments?
Excellent talk, Dr. Anjana, and I think you evoked such a discussion from a general surgeon. That it means that it really was very exhaustive and elegant. I request you to very quickly talk to the audience about Tandav.
Oh, okay.
I know it's a session by itself, but I do want you to just throw light upon it because I think that's the need of the hour.
So Tandav is a physical activity intervention that's aimed at women that involves high intensity dancing. A typical Tandav routine is 10 minutes where you do 4 Bollywood songs. So the latest trending songs you get to dance to, and you also get your exercise in.
So I was just reading up, about Lazim dance, which is a typical folk dance from Maharashtra. And apparently years ago, it was being, practiced by the soldiers from Shivaji Maharaj's army because it was like a form of exercise. So I think we are coming back a full circle and probably
I
we'll
think
be
so, and
fit
it's not
again.
just exercise, it's mind and body connect, right? When that happens,
Absolutely.
it's stress, and there's evidence to show that dance protects you from dementia and all kinds of other things now. Yeah. I'm
Dr.
actually
Satman-
quite impressed with Turkey because the previous people, please do come.
Dr.
Yeah.
Satman, please.
Yeah. So she said that the incidence of diabetes is decreasing in their country, and I'm completely impressed. So we need lessons from them on how to get that done in our country.
We invite that comment, please.
Let's to be correct. I said the rate of increase
Okay.
is decreasing.
Okay.
I didn't say.
I stand corrected, yeah.
incidence is decreasing.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it only attributable to increased awareness, or do you think that people are getting more active, or what is the reason?
After the big two field surveys, in the Ministry of Health and the Diabetes Foundation and associations and patient organizations altogether, increased awareness. I think a little bit, is affected in strategy, and also the public health, let's say, the achievement to the public health centers is more easier. I think this may be affected.
So I'm really interested in women's health. And I know Dr. Anjana's studies in the past have clearly shown, what we all probably experience, that Indian women have the lowest rate of physical activity, especially recreational physical activity. Is that the same trend in Turkey? Because, Turkey is half Asia, half Europe, and I think the socio or geosocial characteristics are important. So if you can comment on that as well.
Yeah, it's nowadays it's a little bit changing, I think. But I mean, until recently, for the culture of behaviors, the social cultural behaviors, I mean, especially among female population in the central part of the country, physical activity is not a cultural behavior. I mean, if you can go and walk, alone in the street, how can they say and what will happen and something like that. But the situation is changing and we have to work more on that.
Very similar to ours.
Any questions? Any questions from the audience? Please, sir.
Oh no, now I'm worried.
No, just a comment that the incidence of diabetes is actually coming down in the Western world. I'm sure people like Yaako and others will agree. And Jonathan Shaw had showed quite a lot of data now. So in the Western world, at least, the actual incidence is coming down, but the prevalence is still increasing. So people will ask, just for the juniors in the audience, how can that be? When the incidence is coming down, prevalence is going up. When the lifespan goes up, you keep counting the same people when they grow older. And therefore, the actual prevalence keeps going up. But a true measure of whether it's increasing or not is the incidence. And we need more incidence data from developing countries. We still don't have very good incidence data.
In CDS, Nita was showing some really cool data on the taxation. And Nita, would you like to comment on the success of taxation and whether it has anything to do with metabolic disease control?
Two phenomenal presentations, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lot to learn there. So Nita Puri from Cambridge in the UK, from India, of course, originally. Anjana, you showed very nicely the challenge of individual level behaviors, and you talked about the person and the provider, health service providers, and then the role of government. So this is what you've asked me to talk about, is in the space of regulation and the role of government. Because individual level behavior, we all have good intentions, but what do they say? The path to hell is paved with good intentions. We all slip, and we know, we saw beautifully how primary prevention efforts in the trials, they work amazingly well, but in the real world, prevalence is still high, etc. So these regulatory measures that make the right or the healthy decision, the decision without individual agency, meaning you don't have to think about it. You don't have to engage your brain. It's a bit like if you have fluoride in the water versus you tell everyone, oh, you need to have this much fluoride every day for better health. So with one example of taxation, with the sugar tax, we and others generated the epidemiological evidence on the link between sugar-sweetened beverages and sugar consumption and the risk of diabetes, and others did work on obesity in particular. And then that eventually got into policy guidance by the World Health Organization and individual national guidelines. Some 70 countries now have some form of sugar taxation. India does have it.
It's a failure for us.
But whether the person on the street even knows that, I think that's the challenge. And whether it's hypothecated. So when the money is raised from it, what is it spent on? So in the UK, for example, the money is promised to promote physical activity and better nutrition in schools. So the money made from the taxation. So it can work. There are some studies from some of these countries that, if it doesn't go into politicians' pockets or whoever's pockets, if it goes back into the system, then there are major advantages to addressing so many of the really critical points that you raised in your talk.
Thank you.
Excellent. A lot of food for thought post-lunch. So we move on. Thank you very much again for two excellent talks in this session. We invite the next.
Moving further for the keynote lectures, I would like to invite chairpersons Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. Rafael Gabriel, and Dr. Manoj Chawla.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I welcome my co-chairs for this session, and it gives me great pleasure and puts me into kind of a conundrum to introduce the next speaker for the keynote lecture. Let's all put our hands together for the icon of diabetology in India, Dr. V. Mohan, a Padma Shri awardee, chairman of Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialist Center and MDRF Chennai, conferred the Everest from the Royal Society of Edinburgh, published over 1,677 papers in peer-reviewed journals. Sir has been ranked among the top 2% of scientists in the world by Stanford University and also amongst the top 0.01% of researchers in type 2 diabetes. It's a pleasure to have Dr. V. Mohan amongst us. And sir will be speaking on association of nutritional factors with type 2 diabetes in India. Over to sir.
Thank you, Manoj. First of all, let me congratulate you, Dr. Purvi, and all the organizers shown here, the International Committee and the National Committee, for a superb conference. This is a conference which has a long history and some of the best brains, and happy to meet friends like Jaco Tumulto and Rafael and many others here. So let me talk to you in the interest of time. I know we're slightly behind time. So much of what I'm going to say, unfortunately, overlaps with my daughter who just spoke before me, and that just shows that we don't even compare notes when we speak. I didn't even know she was on the same flight as me until this morning. And then I certainly didn't know what slide she's talking in. So a lot of our slides are in common, but then repetition is always good. So I've been asked to talk, and thanks to Dr. Ramchandran for extending this invitation to me and Manoj and all others. So I'm going to talk about the association between nutritional factors and type 2 diabetes in India. She has already touched on that, so there could be some overlap. There's no conflict of interest. These studies are funded by ICMR and international funding as well. This slide you have seen. And in my Kelly West lecture, I made which is probably going to get published in one of the next issues of Diabetes Care. I made a point which I actually learned when preparing for the Kelly West lecture. Now, if you look at the prevalence of diabetes in India, sorry, too fast. Okay, so if you look at up to 1991, of all the studies, the prevalence of diabetes in India was in single digits. Something happened in India in 1991. In fact, two things happened in India. I'm referring to that in my lecture as well as in the write-up of the Kelly West. The first thing is that till 1960s, India was importing food from the United States. And I've been learning a lot about it. The Public Law 480, it's called, the PL 480 scheme. In 1956, India signed this agreement with the United States, wherein shiploads of wheat would come to India. And I remember the headlines when I was a child saying that India has food for 2 more weeks because the ships have arrived. The ships don't come, then we starve. We don't have food. So that was the situation in the 1960s. And then came the Green Revolution in the early 1970s, late 60s, early 70s, led by Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who later got the World Food Prize for this with Norman Borlaug, who went on to get the Nobel Prize. So till then, India was actually a country with starvation. And once we started getting food in 1970s, it started shifting. And there itself the story started, that with that we started paying the price for it. But 1991 was a real turning point, because 1991, India opened up its economy. We were completely bankrupt in 1991. All our gold and everything would have gone. We had so much of debt to the World Bank that India would have completely gone down. So in 1991, the decision was taken to open the country. And with that, there's no looking back. There's a big boom in the economy. And India started racing it. Today, we are the third largest economy in the world, as you know. But the price we paid for it, you can see beyond 1991, was the diabetes, because obesity started increasing. And diabetes now entered double digits. And you saw some of the scary figures when Anjana presented. In the cities, it's now almost 30% of Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi having diabetes. And whole states now having Delhi, Kerala, Puducherry, Goa, having 26%, 28%, and the whole state, urban, rural, all put together. So it's a good thing that our economy has improved. The bad thing that we haven't kept up with the health, and obesity and diabetes. Diabesity is what you're paying for. This I'm going to skip because she's already shown you the data, but just to remind those who came in late that we now have 237 million people with either diabetes or pre-diabetes in India. And if we put that into proper context, can you name 10 countries in the world which have that population? I don't think you can, because there are only about 5 or 6 countries in the world which have that population itself. And so the number of people with dysglycemia in our country, if that was a country, would have been the 5th largest country or 6th largest country in the world, just the number of people with diabetes in our country. And that doesn't mean we don't have hypertension and obesity and so on. The number of people with abdominal obesity in our country is more than the population of the United States of America. So that's the kind of numbers that we have in our country. Now, if it's just that, it's bad enough. But then you also have a huge burden of complications. Assume that urban and rural India, about 1 in 4 have some complication or the other. You're talking about 25 million people with kidney disease, eye disease, and so on, which is not something which we want to face. And we certainly don't want those numbers to go up. So this question of whether it's genetic or environmental has been debated. And it doesn't take long for you to realize when you just saw that earlier table which I showed you, 1970s 2%, now going up to 25%. What happened? All our genes changed in 50 years. Everybody's in India's genes changed. Obviously, that didn't change. What changed was the environment. And I told you 2 significant things. We have more food, the economy opened up, and therefore that's clearly environmental. So these environmental factors, if you put it as a slide and say the type of life that we lived in the 1960s or before was a kind of agricultural life, agrarian kind of a life, society, where people had simple needs, simple foods, and relatively simple kind of meals at home and so on, and a lot of physical activity. That was completely replaced with high-calorie junk foods with a lot of carbs, and I'll show you some data from that, leading to an increased glycemic index, glycemic load. Physical activity going down, because when you are prosperous, the first thing you do is to buy a scooter or a car, and then your walking comes down, and Anjana already mentioned there's no place to walk even in the cities. And newer problems coming up, which I'm not going to go into, but we're getting increasing evidence that air pollution and other additional factors can be present in urban areas. So let's talk about the excess carbs. The first data that we looked at was published as cross-sectional studies when we looked at the Chennai urban-rural epidemiological study. So we collected a lot of data. Now, everybody in India is eating carbs. Okay, so it's very difficult to find a population who doesn't eat carbs. So the question we asked is, within a city like Chennai, if you now divide that into 4 quartiles of carbohydrate, do you still find a correlation, an increase in the prevalence rates of diabetes? And that's exactly what we found. Look at the first quartile. It's already 200 grams of carbohydrate. Very few European countries will take 200 grams of carbohydrate in the 4th quartile of their food intake. But in the first quartile itself, we have 200 grams of carbohydrate. But as it goes up to the second, third, and the fourth quartile, we're now consuming 400 grams of carbohydrate, which means roughly a doubling of the carbohydrate intake increases your risk of diabetes fourfold. So it's not a slight increase of 8% diabetes becoming 10%, the 8% diabetes becoming 32% in those who consume too much of carbohydrate. You may say, well, it may not be the carbohydrate, it may be the obesity. Well, we have corrected for that. If you look at the bottom, we've corrected for obesity, we've corrected for physical activity, we've corrected for income, we've corrected for everything that we can correct for, and still there seems to be this fairly strong correlation. Of course, you may say this is a cross-sectional study. And a cross-sectional study, how can you, for all the confounders, are you able to adjust? You still don't know. Point very well taken. So then how do you prove that? You have to do a longitudinal study. You have to take a population where you know their dietary intake, they don't have diabetes, follow them for 10, 15 years, find out who gets diabetes, and now see those who consumed carbohydrate, did they get diabetes? Well, that's before that, to just test the hypothesis in the same cross-section study, we looked at carbohydrate and there was a strong correlation. We looked at glycemic index, looked at glycemic load. And what would you expect if you increase the fiber? Just as a kind of a test to see whether this hypothesis is true, if you're consuming more fiber, you'd expect it to go down, and that's exactly what we found. So there was some validity even in this cross-sectional study that we did. But as I said, you still need longitudinal studies. So for this, we went to the PURE study, the prospective urban rural epidemiological study, led by Salim Yusuf at McMaster University in Canada. The PURE study, believe it or not, actually started in India. It started in the city of Bangalore at the St. John's Medical College, then went to Chennai, Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Trivandrum. So we have 5 centers, urban, rural, contributing about 40,000, 50,000 people to the PURE study. But then we expanded PURE to now 27 countries, 5 continents, and over 250,000 people who are followed for 15 to 20 years longitudinally. So my student Bhavadharini looked at the rice intake and tried to correlate it with new onset diabetes, incident diabetes. These are people who did not have diabetes. For a course of 15 years, we followed them up. Now, this is the rice consumption in various parts of the world in the PURE study, and not surprisingly, South Asia, in which is included India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, you can see has 600 grams of cooked rice per day, compared to virtually nothing. In Europe, it's 18 grams of rice, and so on and so forth. So where would you expect that the strongest correlation you would find with type 2 diabetes? This hypothesis is true. It should be in South Asia. Not surprisingly, South Asia has the highest hazards ratio for incident type 2 diabetes. China, incidentally, the rice intake has gone down. They're taking a lot of meat, a lot more vegetables, and they've changed their eating habits with less of rice. So while there is a suggestion that rice may play a role, it's not significant anymore. The rest of the world is still significant, and overall in the PURE cohort, it is still significant. But South Asia stands out. So the next question you'll ask is, okay, you're still taking the rice. What if they compensated it by physical activity? Can you reduce that risk? The same study we found that those who are physically inactive had a 50% higher hazards ratio of getting diabetes, but those who are physically active in the same population, there was a reduction, and the statistical significance is now gone. So maybe with a lot of physical activity, you can still get by taking some rice. But that's what we concluded, that the higher consumption of white rice associated with an increased risk of incident diabetes, the strongest association seen in South Asia, where the highest intake of rice is consumed. Next question that will come is, okay, if that is true, if you substitute, if you do a randomized clinical trial and you substitute the white rice with, say, brown rice, which has more fiber, more protein, lower glycemic index, can you see any differences? We did the study in collaboration with the Harvard School of Public Health. Walt Willett and Vasanthi Malik actually drove the study. And what we've done is very interesting. Many years ago we did this, and this is one of the first uses of the continuous glucose monitoring that we did. So we did CGM studies in volunteers who took white rice on one day and brown rice on another day. Shown in red are the peaks where white rice was taken, and in blue is when the brown rice is taken. And you can see that there is a definite dip this is in non-diabetic people. So you can see that even in non-diabetic people, if you take a healthier form of rice, then you get much lower glucose levels as well as much lower insulin levels. And if you supplement that with legumes shown in black, then it further goes down because your protein and your fiber is going up. So when you looked at the A1C difference, now you may say, and there are studies from Japan and China which show the same thing, that if a healthy, lean population takes, with no risk of diabetes, takes rice, there is no risk of getting diabetes. But if you already are obese and you have a risk of getting diabetes, then the excess rice is enough to tip you over. And that's what we found, that when you look at those with metabolic syndrome and without metabolic syndrome, those who had metabolic syndrome, there was a reduction in the A1C. Whereas if you don't have metabolic syndrome, then you don't see that. We also found some changes in inflammatory markers, CRP, for example, increasing with white rice and decreasing with brown rice. The next thing that we looked at is, what about dairy? Especially in the city of Mumbai and from western part of India, particularly from Maharashtra, there are a lot of nutritionists who believe that the whole of the diabetes epidemic in India is due to milk intake and due to dairy intake. In our cross-sectional studies, we're not showing you, we found that actually dairy seems to be protective against diabetes. And in this study, again from the PURE study, where we looked at close to 150,000 people from 21 countries and looked at the dairy consumption and looked at metabolic syndrome, hypertension, diabetes, incident as well as prevalent. And we found that dairy was actually protective against diabetes, hypertension, and metabolic syndrome, both prevalent and incident. Fairly strong correlation. We also found even mortality to be lower in those who take dairy. Now, are all dairy the same? Well, it's not. All dairy is not the same. It's the cultured dairy, the yogurt, which seems to be the most protective. Milk is kind of neutral, but certainly not susceptible, doesn't increase the susceptibility to diabetes. And of course, things like butter and so on, there's a different element to it because it's saturated fat. And so we're not saying that that is healthy. But certainly dairy as a whole, including the high-fat dairy, seem to be protective. Here is another study which we did in our own population. And again, we found that a higher intake of dairy is associated with lower cardiometabolic risk and metabolic syndrome. Now coming to the thing which Anjana has already presented to you, can diabetes be reversed at a population level? Because talking about carbs, the question comes up, how much of carbs you have to reduce? You have to go to 0 carbs and replace everything with fat, take 80% fat. Is that good for you? We don't believe it is. And so at a population level, it's not going to be sustainable either. Tell people, okay, from today, no Indian gets carbohydrate. We are going to tax you so much that you'll get 0 carbohydrate and you'll eat fat, which will give you free, So we can't do things like that. It's not going to be sustainable. So how much reduction? So for this, we can't do a randomized clinical trial for the next 40 years and see what happens. So we have to do mathematical calculation, which is what Anjana showed with Sheshadri Srinivasan, who's a very good mathematician who also knows biology. So we looked at how much of carbohydrate actually has to be reduced, and you saw the slide earlier. Turns out that even a 10% reduction in the carbohydrate, if it is replaced with protein, particularly from plant protein, it seems to be enough to prevent diabetes from pre-diabetes going into diabetes and even for reversal of pre-diabetes to normal. What about the fat? Well, the fat intake can be the same, but we should take healthier fat, MUFA or PUFA, to replace saturated fat, and of course, no trans fats. When you increase the protein intake from vegetable protein, your fiber will automatically go up. So all the things which we showed you in our studies can be achieved by doing this. Nita Faroui, I'm very happy, is here in the audience, and we are pleasantly surprised when this beautiful commentary came up in the in diabetes care. And I must thank you, Nita, because you did something which even we didn't do in the paper. You produced this. She kind of summarized the whole thing that we had written into a beautiful thing that even I could understand. I couldn't understand my paper before you wrote this, because it's all mathematics, and when you see mathematics, I tend to kind of skip the paper. But then when I saw this, hey, this is what we've written in our paper. So it's much easier now to understand. So what this talks about is basically what I said, decrease the carbs and increase the protein. But she also brought in other things, which Anjana also talked about, at a population level what to do, at an individual level what to do. So when you as dietitians or we as physicians meet people, we can advise the family to do something. But then at a larger level, by promoting healthier stuff, for example, whenever I keep meeting ministers and so on, I tell them, why don't you provide subsidies to farmers so that apples become cheap in our country, tomatoes become cheap and everybody can afford it? Then they'll start eating all that instead of going and buying some burger from somewhere or something else, because this becomes cheaper. Now the other one is cheaper than this, and that's why they're going and eating that. So we'll have to promote healthier foodstuffs by providing subsidies to them, and then of course find places for people to walk. And for this you need a multi-sectoral team. It's not just doctors sitting here in a conference on prevention of diabetes. Nothing's going to happen. We'll have to involve the agriculturists, we'll have to involve the economists, we'll have to involve the politicians, we'll have to involve all of them working towards a common cause. And maybe then, like in Turkey or in other places, we'll also be able to bring down the incidence of diabetes. So my take-home message, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saving you 11 minutes, is that healthier diets with lower carbs, along with increased protein and fiber, along with physical activity, can help to prevent and control type 2 diabetes in India, and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You save the time so you can have some comments and some questions. So I request if anyone wants to have any comment or yes, sir, please. Identify yourself and ask the question.
Good evening. Good evening.
Go near the mic.
Dr. Rajiv here. Sir, with modern day, what's your opinion on adulteration of the foods? Because most of the food, what we label, it's adulterated. So what is your opinion, sir?
Yeah. So like pollution, adulteration obviously is not going to be good for your health. So whether it affects your heart or your pancreas, or whether it's going to affect your liver, or where it's going to affect, somewhere it's going to affect. Obviously, you're going to not put in very healthy things when you adulterate. You're going to give something cheap, something bad. And so most of these things are man-made, and I think we should have strict laws against adulteration. We put them straight in jail, all those who adulterate and play with the lives of human beings, then this will stop. But you can extend that to pesticides. You can extend it to other things. Pollution is an obvious thing which we have studied, but there is also data emerging that in rural India, some of the increase could be due to pesticides, which are very harmful. They're endocrine disruptors. So the adulteration brings it to the same thing. What you drink as tea is not actually tea, it's something else, some chemical put in there. And obviously, if you take all that into your body, it's a question of which organ will get affected, not whether it will get affected. So no argument that we have to eat wholesome food, which is healthy, so that we prevent damage to the body.
Whatever we are labeling those healthy foods, even those have been adulterated. Even the fruits which we eat,
True. I mean, you take an apple and then you polish it with all kinds of polish to make it shine, so that people buy it. And what that polish contains, only God knows, probably even doesn't know. Naturally, an apple should be eaten as an apple, and the less processed food. So we're going back to nature as we were doing earlier. Less of processed foods, stay as close to nature as possible. If you have vegetables, don't cook it too much. Try to eat it as raw as possible. Of course, you have to clean it to get rid of the muck and the whatever pesticides or whatever are there in it. But otherwise, as close to nature as possible. And this is what our grandparents did. Our forefathers did. They didn't go and overcook their food or too much of processed foods and so on. So,
sir, this is Dr. Jagdish from Odisha. So, what's your take on
Yeah.
What's your take on Desi A2 cow ghee?
So I think just 2 days ago it was in the paper that this A2 and A1 is all a lot of. There's not much of truth in that, and I've worked a lot with the dairy corporation, And there were some reports about A1 versus A2, but I believe in India it's not a problem. And the government has recently given a statement, I think 3-4 days ago, that all this false advertising about A1, A2 and all that you should stop, and we should read that very carefully. So,
a small practical question.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Gandhi from Pune. Many of my patients actually avoid milk, just in terms of animal product and kind of thing. So now this is against our dairy product, which helps the nutrition. How do we deal with this kind of thing? The tofu and those things, actually almond milk, I heard from one of the diabetes reversal group also that it works. Your comments, please.
yeah, so the science which we have shown is that actually dairy is protective against not just diabetes, but metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular disease, mortality studies. The Lancet papers from Pure with Mashid Degan as the first author has shown that definitely any dairy is protective, if at all, and there's nothing which is deleterious. So from that angle, you don't have to do it. I'm not going to go into the carbon footprint and how much you get by that, by encouraging dairy products and cruelty to animals and veganism, and that I'm not getting into at all, because that's a completely different ballgame altogether. And we don't need to treat animals cruelly. Animals also have to be treated properly. And I'm a vegetarian, by the way. But the science part of it, to show that dairy is really bad, I'm still struggling to find the evidence that it's bad. But a lot of people are staying away from that. Now, we don't have studies. Now, whether almond milk is actually milk, whether you can call it milk is a debatable issue. It's just a juice of almond. It's not an almond, just called milk. It's not
Composition
milk.
is different.
Yeah, it's completely different. And what are the studies there? We have to do long-term studies, cross-section study, long-term studies, RCTs with them to show that they have the same nutrition value. In a country like India, the White Revolution, which Kurian did not very far from the city where we live, where we are staying now, has completely changed the nutrition pattern of women and children in India. And milk as a single item has helped the nutrition of this country. Now to get it out and say that, oh, it's gone. What are you going to replace it with? For vegetarians, tell me 5 sources of protein for a vegetarian. If you don't take egg, you don't take milk, you don't take meat, you don't take fish, you don't take poultry, you don't take anything, where are you going to get your protein from? Tell me. So this is one of the cheapest forms of protein that you can have. And there's no evidence that it's harmful at all. So I would say people should take milk.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Darshana from Mumbai. Sir, I had a question. People who have borderline uric acid or higher levels of uric acid, usually what rheumatologists and endocrinologists, they say is consume less amount of protein. And if at all they are diabetic as well, what do we tell them to do?
Well, there are treatments for uric acid. We have very effective, just take a tablet and the uric acid is completely under control. But if there is no one size fits all as far as nutrition is concerned. One man's meat is another man's poison is an old English idiom, which is still true. And therefore, if for a health reason you have been asked to avoid a particular item, there are people who are lactose intolerant. How can they take milk? And they're lactose intolerant. So, for a particular health problem, if you've been advised something, please follow that. We are talking about the public health point of view. We're talking about from the governmental point of view, policy point of view, and from the science point of view. There could be individual idiosyncrasies that if you take a particular tablet, it works very well for somebody. You take the tablet, you can die if it is somebody else. Take groundnut, you can choke and die if you have an idiosyncratic reaction to groundnuts, isn't it? There are others who love groundnuts and they can take. So I think you have to individualize all this and then take. But then there are very effective treatments for uric acid as well.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, last
Good evening, sir. Yeah, I'm a practicing dietitian. So I just wanted your comment on type 2 diabetes and type 1. Can we give small frequent meals, or is it that type 1 should be given only 3 meals and the type 2 can be given kind of small frequent meals? Which works better?
So again, I don't think there's one size fits all with all this intermittent fasting being studied extensively, both for type 1 and type 2. My own feeling is that in type 2, it's easier to have intermittent fasting because you're not on insulin, you won't get a hypoglycemia, you can eat something and then take your medication and so on. So in type 2, it's easier. But really speaking, whether you take small frequent feeds or you lump them together into 2 meals, the difference from the nutritionist point of view, from the studies point of view, unless there is caloric restriction, whether it's intermittent fasting or a small frequent feed is not going to work. At the end of the day, your calories count. And if you're going to eat more by eating 3 times a day, and you can skip one, and that's going to reduce your calories, that's good for you. But the other way also, if you take 2 heavy meals there and nothing in between, that's not going to help you if your calorie count doesn't come down.
So that is main portion control.
Yeah, portion control is very important.
Thank you.
And a balanced meal. Probably the last one.
Yeah. Sir, as usual, very nice question. Discussion. Sir, sorry. What Dr. Anjana showed, that if we reduce the carbs and increase the proteins, at a population level, if we reduce the white rice and increase the millets, like in some community we have that in India, do you have any population-based studies to show that if you have more millets and less of white rice, at the population level, does the prevalence of diabetes will go down?
Well, we are going to publish that now. We are writing a paper to Nature Medicine, and hopefully that will be out state by state what they eat and how it. But then remember that millets are also carbs. So millets are not vegetables. Millets are carbs. Therefore, replacing one carb with another, whether wheat with rice or rice with wheat or millet with rice, is not going to help. And also the millets, we didn't show the data, but the millets are also polished in our country, and their GI is not low at all. They have some additional phytonutrients, they have a little more fiber, they have a little more protein. But otherwise, millets are still carbs. We should follow the plate concept. Reduce half the plate with green leafy vegetables, quarter the plate for the protein, and quarter the plate for carbs. And that carb can be anything. It can be rice, can be wheat, can be millets, can be anything of your choice. Whatever the public likes, whatever that regional likes, they should take that thing, not change it for your diabetes, because that's not sustainable. If I tell everybody in Mumbai change to rice, you're not going to do it. If you come to Chennai and tell everybody eat chapati, you're not going to do it either. So it's a portion control is important. Take more vegetables, which are low calorie, and take enough protein. That is what I think is a concept.
Okay. My last question, I know. Sir, if we take the parboiled rice, which the Kerala, really the thick one, the red ones, and you compare with the millets, unpolished, do we have any data on glycemic index and the load?
Yeah, just to clarify, the red rice of Kerala is only a pigment. Okay, it's a pigmented rice, and that's why it's red in color. But in general, parboiled rice is better than raw rice.
Because I'm telling, if you compare to millets,
direct comparisons have not been done, but the millets which are there in our country, all our published studies are showing very high glycemic index, but they're polished.
No, I'm telling, if it is unpolished.
If you get it, that you don't get them in the market, that's a problem. Unpolished millets are definitely very good. Millets are very good from one more point of view. They consume very little water, and therefore they are very eco-friendly. And that's why the government has been pushing it in a big way, whereas rice and wheat take up a lot of water. Millets don't take up water. So from that angle, it's very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Big round of applause for Dr. V. Mohan. I request our co-chair, Raphael, to introduce Dr. Bruce Duncan.
Thank you, Bansi. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Bruce Duncan from Brazil to talk about diabetes pandemic. Where are we ahead, and what can population-based intervention have in turning the tide? Professor Duncan is a well-known clinician and epidemiologist. He's an emeritus professor from the Rio Grande University in Porto Alegre. He is also a member of the Brazilian Academy of Science, and he has worked his focus on non-communicable disease, particularly in middle-income countries, and on diabetes and causes and consequences. So you are the boss.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers of the session and the Congress for inviting me to participate. And let's go. So I'm going to talk about the diabetes pandemic. Where are we? Where are we headed? And what can population-based interventions add to turning the tide? I have no disclosures to make. And as we all know, the world is awash with diabetes. Data from our 2021 10th edition IDF Atlas show that estimated 537 million individuals around the world in 2021, expected to increase 46% to 2045, just on the basis of changes in urbanization, aging, and something else which I've forgotten here. These are data from the Global Burden of Disease study, and they show that, what I previously showed, that diabetes disease burden is huge and growing. These are data from 1990 to 2021. And we see the ranking of DALYs, which is the overall measure of burden. In 1990, diabetes was the 23rd leading cause, and it's risen into 2021 to the 7th leading cause. This is not just the world. This is an increase from 23 to 7. In India, we see a larger increase, although it starts lower, from 30 to 10, 10th place. And when we look beyond 2021, through estimates that the GB does in terms of changes based, again, on aging, the population, what we see is diabetes is expected to be the 3rd largest cause of disease burden in the world by 2050. We've done more intensive investigation of the diabetes pandemic in the Americas, data published a couple of years ago in the Lancet Diabetes, Endocrinology and Diabetes. And what we find, and what I'd like to show in these two panels here, the first panel to the left being the picture of age-standardized DALYs across the countries of the Americas in 2019. The picture on the right being the change between 1990 and 2021 in percent of those DALYs. And what we see, first of all, is the burden is extremely varied. The country, which I believe is Canada, with the lowest DALY burden or overall burden, had 697 DALYs per 100,000 population per year. The country with the greatest, which is Guyana, had 5,413 DALYs. So that's almost a 10-fold difference in burden across countries. And we don't have a full understanding well, actually, we have very minimal understanding of why there's such a big difference across countries. The second thing is the burden is growing. And if you look at the percentage changes in the legend here, I can find my pointer, only the blue countries is the burden falling. All of the other countries, the burden is rising. This is an age-standardized burden, so it's not a question of aging here, it's a question of other things. And finally, the burden is expanding. If you look at the countries with the greatest increases, like Paraguay, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, Panama, they're not the countries with the highest burden in 2021. If you compare them, like Paraguay here, Paraguay there, Ecuador here, Ecuador there. So that the burden of diabetes is expanding to countries where it wasn't so present in the past. So where is the increase in burden coming from? Is it given that the fact that diabetes is expanding into low and middle income countries, it's not being treated as well as it had been previously in higher income countries? Or is it due to the greater number of cases? And these also are data from the Global Burden of Disease, which show that DALYs over this period from 1990 to 2021 increased 104%. Prevalence increased 164%. So if you divide one by the other, what you see is DALYs or burden for diabetic patient actually has fallen 23%. So what we've got when looking at all this is that the diabetes pandemic is fueled by the growth in prevalence. And you can see here, this is also GBD data published last year in the Lancet, showing that the age-standardized prevalence of diabetes from 1990 to 2050 has increased to approximately 3 times. It's approximately 3 times as large. This has gotten to the point where several studies around the world have looked not just at prevalence, but at lifetime risk of a person developing diabetes. And what they show is starting at a given age, 35 or 40, but we can start even lower, say a young adult. The probability of a young adult in the world, it varies somewhat by country, developing diabetes is somewhere between a third and a half. If you look at a country that's particularly hit by diabetes, like Mexico, more than half the population is at risk to develop, or will probably, if our current environment maintains itself, will probably develop diabetes in their lifetime. It's just sort of a shocking figure. How can that be? 1/3 to 1/2 of young adults can now be expected to develop diabetes during their lifetime. It counts for us in this room also. So what are the causes of growth and prevalence? You logically say, well, incidence is increasing. But we know it's more than that, and I'm particularly glad that Knut is here, because Knut gave a wonderful talk at the ADA several years ago, which I don't think was particularly appreciated, but pointing out that at least in Denmark, we physicians, health professionals, whatever, should be congratulated for the increase in diabetes prevalence, because it's coming there, but not necessarily here, due to the aging of the population, and particularly, he noted, increased survival of current cases. So that's the congratulation, because we're treating our patients better and they're living longer, and they have thus diabetes for a longer period of time. But there's nothing we can do about aging. We don't want to decrease survival of our patients. So what we have to focus on is incidence. And just to show, comparing crude, and this is also GBD data, comparing the crude increase in DALYs, which they come basically from prevalence, versus age standardized, the crude increase is approximately, or better, more than 200% over this period, 1990 to the estimated 2050. But the age standardized has only gone up 50%. So aging plays an enormous role in the increase in prevalence of diabetes. So decrease prevalence, we must decrease incidence. And that leads us to the question, why is incidence increasing? And this is a somewhat complex slide, but let me go through it. This is also GBD data. This is for Brazil. It goes from 1990 to 2021. And this is exposure, first of all, to diabetes. First of all, we take as a standard exposure level what was present in 1990. And then we compare the exposure to diabetes and hyperglycemia here as it has changed over the time to 2021. And you've seen that this exposure has gone up approximately 50%. Then all these other lines are other risk factors. And what you can see is that the risk factors of diabetes have gone up frequently more than diabetes itself. And if you look at red meat, sweetened beverages, high body mass index, processed meat, and even down here is physical activity, physical inactivity, all of them are going up. So how can we expect to decrease the incidence of diabetes if we can't decrease these risk factors? And this is something that one sees. This is Brazil, this is Chile, this is Peru. I've got several other studies of countries which we did. It varies a little bit from country to country what is the risk factor which is most prominent. But in all of the countries, the risk factors cluster going up along with diabetes. Now, how can we expect to decrease diabetes incidence if we can't control diabetes risk factors? And this is our great public health failure. So what has been our basic approach to decreasing incidence? We've taken on individual strategies. We aim with individual strategies for a large reduction in risk factors in a limited number of high-risk individuals. And this generally involves screening for high risk. We all know this. This is the subject of meetings of this type for decades now. We generally screen for high risk, and then we intervene with lifestyle interventions or drugs to alter that risk. And this high-risk approach, I'm not against this high-risk approach. It's fine for well-motivated individuals. It's the wonderful work of Yaku and Ramchandran and others that have shown us that this is possible to prevent diabetes this way. But what I want to say is it is almost worthless for populations, for thinking in terms of population risk. The first reason for this is the inability to engage high-risk individuals in the population. This is called low reach. Our intervention, our individual high-risk patient interventions have low population risk. The second is a low adoption of the intervention among participants, not zero, and varying across studies, but low. The third, and this is one that's rarely recognized, an excessive indication of treatment of low-risk individuals. And then finally, the decreasing effectiveness of lifestyle interventions from efficacy randomized trials like the one that Yaku ran to effectiveness randomized trials, we call the one that Ramchandran is well known for, to real-world implementation settings. So let's look at some of these in a more detailed fashion. This is one study talking about the lack of population reach. This is a study that was done in the United States with the National Diabetes Prevention Program. Part of that program was an understanding between a health maintenance organization and the YMCA and the CDC, where we'll start out in the first column here. In that health maintenance organization, electronic data records showed that 65,000 individuals had prediabetes. Of those, approximately 54,000 had had a health visit over the period of the study. Only 7,600 of them were made aware that they had prediabetes by their physician or health professional contact. And that's the prediabetes awareness gap, let's say. Even worse than that, only 376 were referred to a DPP-like program. And only about half of them took part in the program that they were referred to. So when you put this all together, for every 1,000 people with prediabetes in this HMO, only 2 got to a diabetes prevention program. This is the question of excessive indication of treatment of low-risk individuals. These are data from our ELSA Brazil cohort study. We're looking at approximately 5,000 individuals. We started the study at 2008, and we followed these people until 2019. Over that period of time, 9.1% of the sample developed diabetes, which is the blue circle. If we based our prediabetes definition with, it's possible to do with the National Diabetes Prevention Program in the United States on the basis of a fasting glucose greater than 100, the ADA definition, fully 41% of our participants 35 years or older would have prediabetes. And so how can you have a high-risk program when you've got almost half of the population involved in it? Worse than that, only 17% of these people would have developed diabetes. So for the other 80%, 4 out of 5, we're putting people into a program which is not trivial, with really no expectation that we're going to change their diabetes risk over a 10-year period. And also, obviously, we don't get everybody. The full blue there are people that we missed. If we take a look at another approach, the FinRisk or FindRisk two-step strategy, where we apply the Finland risk questionnaire, and then those that are positive in that questionnaire, we go on and do a 2-hour oral glucose tolerance test to find impaired glucose intolerance. We come way down on the fraction of the population that we're identifying at risk. It's now 18%, but still only about 1 in 5 of them have a risk of developing diabetes over a 10-year period. So if we use these approaches, and unfortunately, there are better strategies than this, but none of our current strategies are really very good. So that the large fraction of the population will receive indication for treatment, for preventive treatment. And the large proportion of those who would not develop diabetes transforms a reasonable relative risk reduction into a minuscule absolute benefit and a huge number needed to treat. This can be seen in a meta-analysis of community-held DPP-like studies, randomized trials in the United States, which showed that, first of all, the relative risk reduction, or the relative risk, was 0.67. That's to say a relative risk reduction of 33% instead of the 58% that was found in the classic trials. So we've got a reduction in relative risk. And when you put together this lower effectiveness with the low initial diabetes risk that was identified by the screening test, you get an absolute risk reduction of only 3% and an NNT of 30. That's to say you would have to treat 30 individuals put into a diabetes prevention program to prevent or delay one case of diabetes. So in sum, will the high-risk strategy lifestyle programs reduce the incidence of diabetes in the population? Unfortunately, current data does still not support this. But you could say, well, what about adding new GLP agonist drugs? You know, things are always coming along, we're always getting better. The benefit in initial short-term studies is impressive, with relative risk of 0.2, 0.3, much better than the previous studies with, say, metformin. Well, only time will tell, but there are a lot of potential problems. The necessity of chronic use, a lot of needles, and a lot of cost of needles and whatnot. Sarcopenia, which has been found to accompany the weight loss with the use of these drugs. And new drugs do not resolve the problems of population reach nor inadequate testing. So let's pass on to population strategies. Let's review the difference between the high-risk and population strategies. The high-risk strategy takes a cut point in the population in terms of risk factors and identifies those to the right of that cut point and intensively tries to lower their diabetes risk factors. The population strategy, in contrast, tries to shift the distribution of diabetes risk factors across the whole population. It aims to produce small reductions in risk factors in the whole population. It's important to point out, especially as we think more about population-based strategies, that not all preventive strategies and also not all population strategies are equally effective. And this is basically a question of the issue of agency. So what is agency? Agency is the extent to which individuals within the targeted population must use personal resources to benefit from the intervention. And the bottom line is the less agency, the more effective. The less that people have to do something, the more effective is the intervention. This can be illustrated well with tobacco interventions. We see to the left more downstream, closer to the disease, clinical, more agency interventions. To the right, more upstream, less agency, more population-based. So here we have cessation support, online or quit line advice, free medications and treatment programs, cessation services, and all of them have, this is a meta-analysis or a systematic review of studies, all of them have relatively low probabilities of leading to the quitting tobacco. If you look to the right, more upstream strategies, total ban of advertising, smoke-free laws in all public places, tobacco, increasing tobacco price, you see very large effectiveness. And this is true not just for tobacco, it's true for every risk factor that's been looked at, or that I'm aware of that's been looked at. In the population, low agency strategy to the right, you get relatively large effects. The individual clinical or studies that interventions that require more individual agency, to the left here, you get less effect. But you say randomized clinical trials have only rarely shown the benefit of proposed population-based strategies. How can we move forward without a randomized trial? And why is that? Because in large part, many population strategies are almost impossible to do with these trials. Are you going to have a trial about air pollution, a trial about tobacco pricing, a trial about food labeling? One can think of trials, but they're virtually impossible to do. They take a long time, they cost a lot. That's not how we're going to be able to do it. So given this problem, a new paradigm for producing evidence for population interventions has arisen, the so-called use of natural experiments. Let me just briefly, because my time is coming to the end, talk about this. If we look in the green here, the top part of this figure, we see the traditional randomized controlled trial approach. Let's say we've got a new intervention, GLP-1 agonist for weight loss, okay? We do phase 1 and phase 2 trials. We come to the definitive phase 3 trial. We demonstrate the GLP-1 agonist prevent or lead to large weight gain. We synthesize the evidence across trials, and that leads to policy statements. Clinical guidelines saying that GLP-1 agonists are effective in treating overweight individuals. This is within a political and economic context, which leads to policy decisions at different levels. Okay, that's the usual approach. What's the approach for population-based policies or interventions? Well, here we start out with some kind of observational evidence like we did up above. But instead of the research driving the practice, we invert things, and the practice drives the evidence here. So somewhere, Mexico decides, Berkeley, California decides to have a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. They implement that, and what we need to do as researchers, we need to evaluate that. It's a natural experiment. It was done in Berkeley, but it wasn't done in Oakland or San Francisco. It was done in Mexico, but it wasn't done in Guatemala or the United States. We need to compare either Mexico pre or Mexico versus Mexico post, or Mexico versus United States and Guatemala, and see what happened. Did the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages go down or not? And on the basis of multiple natural experiments of this nature, we can move forward and synthesize the evidence. It's not high-quality randomized trial evidence, but the basic feeling these days is it's sufficient evidence to move forward because we have to do something. So that's the approach for lifestyle population-based interventions. So what are interventions that are worth thinking about? I don't have time to go into this in much detail, but marketing bans, preventing advertising, say on television, to children and adolescents is a winner. Front-of-pack nutrition labels have been shown to influence consumer choices in terms of food products. Taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages and subsidies on fruit and vegetables have been investigated in several countries and shown to alter consumption. And finally, although perhaps less important, product reformulation, getting together with industry and reaching a consensus in terms of moving forward and reducing salt or reducing sugar and the like in food. Other population-based intervention, increasing physical interventions to stimulate active transport, to increase physical activity, decreasing air pollution, decreasing other pollutants. It was mentioned above, perhaps pesticides, persistent organic pollutants, endocrine disruptors. There's a lot out there that needs more study and can only be dealt with through population-based approaches. And finally, perhaps confronting climate change, because an increasing evidence that the hotter the temperature, the more diabetes. In sum, if we wish to halt the diabetes pandemic, we need population-based interventions to decrease all of the diabetes risk factors. So in conclusion, type 2 diabetes, the type 2 diabetes pandemic continues out of control. The main problem is its increasing prevalence. To control prevalence, we must decrease incidence. To decrease incidence, we must not only to continue and implement high-risk clinical strategies, that's an important part, but with equal or greater emphasis, we need to stimulate our societies to implement population-based measures, and thus we need to evaluate the effectiveness of these measures. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce, for this interesting talk. We only have time for 2 quick questions because we are overlapping next session.
Nobody.
Is there any? Jaco. Oh, no. No. there is no question. I have one question for you. Pablo. Okay, sorry.
Pablo. Well, thank you, Bruce.
Hi, Pablo.
Hi. Very interesting, your view. Just a comment. Those things you put on the packages saying too much salt, too much sugar, has led industry to try to produce less sugar, same product with less sugar, less salt. So it can be a chain. If you start by doing that, they start changing. Always looking for profit, but it can be in a healthier way.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of expecting much of those type of actions. Actually, Brazil had a very interesting period, a very effective person in the nutrition section of the Ministry of Health that got together with industry and did a large reduction in salt, then kind of got stuck when they came to sugar. I think the bottom line with industry is that they need their profits. They're motivated by producing cheap products. And if we don't force them to demonstrate the safety of their products, which often takes a long time, we're going to get changes, but the changes probably are not going to have a large effect. So I think what we need is government intervention, one form or another, be it taxes, subsidies, or legislation.
Thank you, Dr. Bruce. It was wonderful. Thank you on behalf of both the co-chairperson, mine, Dr. Manoj, and Dr. Raphael. Now we close the session of this keynote, and I request the organizer for the next session. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon all. Good evening all. Hello. Is the hall perfectly normal now? Sure. So the next session is on diabetic foot. And as we all know, as the foot is the most important locomotive organ of our body. And it is said that we should take care of our feet just like our face. If we are not going to take care of it, then we are going to lose it. So what kind of things are to be taken care of and how to proceed further? For that, for the first talk, I invite Dr. Sanjay Vaidya sir.
He is a plastic surgeon from Mumbai, a very renowned plastic surgeon, and secretary of DFSI currently. And he is going to talk on the topic of how to classify diabetic foot wounds. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Thank you, Dr. Manoj and the entire team for inviting me here. Sorry, I think there's switch. First led by another. नहीं presentation नहीं है मतलब. This is not the presentation. I sent other presentation actually. एक minute. Sorry for the delay. Can I request next speaker, Dr. Bal, to speak? I think there's some confusion in the presentation which has been sent.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. No issues. Due to technical difficulties, we'll have Sanjay Vaidya sir's talk after Bal sir's talk.
Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Arun Bal. He's my teacher, and he actually requires no introduction. Sir is a general surgeon. He had his passion towards diabetic foot goes back to a couple of decades. He's at present associated with SL Raheja Fortis Hospital, Amrita Hospital, Cochin. He's ex-president of DFSI, secretary of the Association of Foot Surgeons, and so on. I think you all can read. There's no end to it. And good evening, sir. You can take over.
Okay, good evening. Thanks for introduction, Dr. JC. My talk is very simple, how to do a basic clinical biomechanical examination to prevent the foot ulcers. So India is in a diabetes quake. This is the current phase of diabetes. You go to any specialty hospital where diabetes is a main problem which is treated, and you see at least 25 to 30% patient of this type. We have 100 million patients as of last year's statistics, so we have 200 million feet to look after. We have almost 80,000, more than 80,000 higher level amputation. Tragedy is that 85% of them are completely preventable. They are because of an infected neuropathic ulcer. So 5-year mortality after below knee or above knee amputation is very high. So many times it is felt that let us do an amputation and patient will be all right, but then most of the patients don't survive. So this is also another statistics international which shows that An infected neuropathic ulcer is not an innocuous thing. It has a higher mortality than breast cancer, prostate cancer, and Hodgkin's disease. So beautiful feet like this, when diabetes strikes, this happens. So we need to understand this because it is completely preventable. So we must remember foot ulcer is not a surgical disease. It is a complication of a medical disease. And these are the two factors, pathobiomechanical changes in the foot structure and non-enzymatic glycation, which changes the characteristic of and structure of the foot completely. So this is the algorithm we have learned in the medical colleges, is that every diabetic patient in his diabetic life goes through all this, from vasculopathy, neuropathy, different type of neuropathy. If we manage to keep his epidermal barrier, which is skin, intact, then patient can be walking. The moment his skin breaks down, the disease takes completely different turn. So maintaining the epidermal integrity is the basic preventive step. And this is another statistic from America which shows if a patient of a diabetes goes for a regular foot examination, it saves a huge amount of money for American economy. This is Indian statistic which shows an infected neuropathic ulcer patient spends 50% of his annual income on the treatment. So these patients are vulnerable. The cause of their vulnerability is neuropathy, immunopathy, altered biomechanics, and narrow window of opportunity. As of today, it is not utilized, not only in India, but all over Southeast Asia because of this unwritten policy. No complaint, no examination. Patients do not complain anything related to the feet, so nobody looks at their feet. So regular examination and foot and neuropathy and vasculopathy examination and risk stratifying the patient is the most important preventive step. So most of us, as the practice goes in Southeast Asia, we don't see the patient walking. So you lose a very important information. And that is very important. Looking at the patient walking can tell you many things. Also, patient of a diabetes never limps. If he is limping, that is not a neuropathy. So this is normal velocity of every human being walking 1.4 meters per second. And these are the factors when patient is walking. You have to see what is his stance, what is his velocity, what is his cadence, is the number of steps per minute, what is the step length, which is normally 12 to 14 in an adult person. And this, where there is a patient has a, he's fumbling, he's unable to change the direction. These are the factors which tells you about his mobility. And this is a very simple test which is known as a timed up and go test. You ask the patient to sit on a chair without taking the support of the arms and walk 3 meters and come back. If you can do below 10 seconds, there is no neuropathy. Up to 14 seconds, moderate. About 20 seconds, he has a severe neuropathy. So this is a basic examination which we know: filament test, tuning fork, vibrometer, biastesiometer. And the last panel, which is, this is something which is not used, is the goniometer, but it is nothing except called protractor in compass boxes of school. So this is a touch test, which is very simple. You can teach the patient's relatives also to, with the index finger, to touch first, third, and fifth toe. If patient cannot feel 2 out of 3, here is foot at risk. So what is the mechanism of neuropathic walking? See, this is how we walk normally. There is a heel strike, there is a mid stance, and there is a propulsion. Everybody walks like this, right from young age to the elderly age. And every time the heel strike is center. So there is a complete, the foot is a very structured like a computer. It moves like a computer. It has a very precision, good precision, that whatever may be the surface, person will not fall. But in a diabetic neuropathy, when there is a loss of sensation, motor neuropathy, foot falls either in the pronation or in supination. So if you see a patient of a diabetes walking from behind, he is wobbling. And just to show you that, every human being has so many ligaments, so many muscles, so many joints, but the foot doesn't at all move because the two structures, plantar fascia, which holds the foot together, and the tendo-Achilles. And axis of walking is always straight from second metatarsal, second toe. But when there is a neuropathy, motor neuropathy, all balance is lost. The tendo-Achilles loses its integrity. Foot, instead of falling in the center, goes into pronation, and foot remains on the ground for longer time. So remember, when the foot takes off, propulsion, there is too much pressure in every human being, right from young age. So there is a ischemia, and there is a huge pressure which is about 400 to 500 kilopascal. Just to give you an idea, At a 15 kilopascal with systolic BP of 120, all arterioles are shut off. With 6 kilopascal, capillary circulation gets shut off. So every human foot at that stage, from young age to elderly age, undergoes ischemia, but because there is no neuropathy, no vasculopathy, there is an instant recovery. That instant recovery is delayed because of neuropathy, non-enzymatic glycation. So there is a low-grade ischemia, which means inflammation and warmth. So if you teach the patient to feel with the back of hand every day the forefoot plantar skin, and if that is warm, then patient has walked beyond the capacity of his foot. The next stage in physiological cascade is an exudate, which breaks and forms the ulcer. So just teaching the patient to do a self-examination and don't walk beyond the capacity of his foot can prevent the ulcer completely. So you have these thermometers now which can be used. In America, there are insoles with a wireless sensor, bathroom mats with a wireless sensor, which warn the patient while walking on his smart phone or smart watch that he's walking beyond the capacity of the foot. Also remember, sensory motor neuropathy are two components, but they affect the foot differently. So there is a loss of sensation, inability to feel pressure, and there is a hyperpronation which happens because of a neuropathy. And as a motor neuropathy, foot remains on the ground at the first MTP joint, so the pressure increases. And that is why it is important to measure the angle of the first toe. So remember, impulse loading is a biomechanical parameter which crosses 500 kilopascals, then the foot skin will break. So to tell the patient to walk for, briskly for 1 hour, or many patients tell me I walk for 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers, when you have not checked his neuropathy levels, I think it is a disaster. Patient will definitely go for a foot collapse. So this is a dictum. If the pressure goes beyond 500 to 600 kilopascal, then faster the gait, higher the stride, faster the gait, higher the pressure, longer the stride, higher the pressure. So teach the patient to walk properly after checking the neuropathy. And these are the patients who should not do these exercises. You have to change the exercise schedule. So remember, teach the patient to walk with a distance being measured in minutes, not in kilometers. So diabetic foot is a biomechanical problem. No amount of antibiotic and dressing will heal it unless you offload the ulcer bearing area. And repetitive moderate force of day-to-day routine walking in the presence of advancing neuropathy can damage the foot. Also, foot is a very energy efficient machine. Normal person doesn't get corns and calluses, anything. And if you take a once a year X-ray like this, if you see there is a gap between first and second cuneiform, that if you take an X-ray and draw the line like this angle C in podiatry is known as angle of adductus primus. If it is more than 3 degrees, that is the earliest sign of a Charcot foot. This is the load triangle of a human foot. Normal weight bearing is along the second metatarsal, second toe. When the patient's neuropathy is progressing, there is a hyperglycemia, non-enzymatic glycation, patient is walking without footwear or incorrect footwear, the axis changes. So the simple way to check it and predict it, keep the patient in supine position, foot in a neutral, draw the line from tibial tubercle along the anterior border of tibia, should go to the second toe. If it is going laterally, the patient is heading for a Charcot foot. And this is a normal foot, like if the patient walks like this, it will collapse and form a Charcot foot. Similarly, 4-foot amputation is done many times, the good surgery, but the ulcer occurs at the tip, which never heals because foot is a biomechanical structure. Normally, fulcrum is by the joint, 2/3 of the foot is in front of the fulcrum, and pulley is formed by tendo-Achilles. You reduce the length of the foot, but the strength of the pulley is same. So the foot goes into plantar flexion and patients start walking on a small area. So you need to reduce the strength of the pulley by doing tendo-Achilles lengthening. Similarly, axis of metatarsal head is absolutely stable. When there is an intrinsic muscle weakness, the metatarsal head becomes prominent. So the predict the ulcer on the metatarsal head, you keep the patient in supine position, foot in the neutral, drop the line from each metatarsal head. If it falls in front of the heel skin, that metatarsal needs protection. These are the angles you must check once a year. And remember, because of a non-enzymatic glycation, there is a process called limited joint mobility. So the first metatarsophalangeal joint capsule becomes fibrous, so the toe does not move. So every year, if you are measuring the extension of the first toe in standing position, normally it is 15. If you find it is reducing, then that means patient is heading for the first metatarsophalangeal joint ulcer, and that is what happens here. So you need to change the patient's footwear. So majority of the diabetic foot ulcer are, that's why, in the first MTP joint. And many times you don't have to see also, as we know, if you purchase the closed shoes and where there is a flexible outsole, within 3-4 weeks you get a horizontal creases. Because all metatarsophalangeal joint move together. When one starts moving late, you get an oblique crease like this. So these are the skin changes which occur normally in neuropathy, and many of them have to be noticed. You have a diabeticorum bullae, then you see the third panel on the right side. This thing happens only in the end stage renal disease. If you see a patient of diabetes with this, then you don't have to ask whether he is on a dialysis. Similarly, acupressure slippers can cause damage. Whatever happens in the leg and foot is not always because of diabetes. It can be vasculitis also. And these are the changes which happen in the nail. So you need to teach the patient to trim the nails, because if wrongly trimmed nail, ingrowing toenail with a neuropathy and maybe vasculopathy can lead to the amputation of toes. So this is a biomechanical examination. You need to always measure the circumference of the calf. If it is less on one side, that is not neuropathy. And these are various pictures of diabetic neuropathy. For a sensory neuropathy, there are a lot of modalities. For a motor neuropathy, then although the technology is there, it is not easily available. So the simple way to check a motor neuropathy, keep the patient in supine position, ask him to hold your index finger between first and second toe. If he prevents you from holding, it is a good power. If he bends his toe, it is a moderate. If he easily allows you, it is a poor power. Then there are a lot of edemas which occur in the leg. It can be renal, cardiac, it can be neuropathic, it can be malignant, lymphatic, but the only test which will tell you whether it is a lymphatic or other is a Stemmer's test, where you try to lift up the skin on the second metatarsophalangeal joint. If you cannot lift up, it is definitely lymphatic edema. And these are the tests to find out which is the muscle which is not working, so you can do the correction. Also, many times if you see a patient of a diabetic neuropathy walking from behind and you see the lateral toes, which is known as a too many toes sign, that means his midfoot is collapsing. So that is something which you have to take care. So remember, callus is like a benign breast lump which has to be removed. Also, it is very risky, according to me, to tell the patient of a diabetic foot ulcer that it is cured, because really speaking, there is no cure, because neuropathy is going to remain to lesser or more extent throughout the life. So we have to tell him it is a remission. And to prevent the amputation, we need to bring in the concept of 5-year ulcer-free survival like malignancy. We know all malignancy patients go regularly for checkup because they are scared of the cancer. Also remember, wound needs to be healed properly, but then you need to prevent them, and a biomechanical examination is something which is very important. And we have acute coronary units, we have stroke units, we need a very aggressive acute care diabetic foot units, because time is a tissue. More time you lose, more tissue is going to be lost. And you need to always check the circulation, the concept of toe and flow. So remember, rapid healing of the wound is very important, because activity and mobility is a longevity. If you keep the patient offloaded with variety of technologies and all, it is a very huge cardiovascular risk. And remember, diabetes foot is a Cinderella of medicine. What you need to know is an adequate, proper understanding of biomechanics to prevent the ulcers. And if you allow them to walk on the ulcer, they literally walk to death, because they get infection, they get nephropathy, sepsis. So this we have seen for a number of years. So what you need when you have 100 million patient is just your clinical knowledge, both sensitive eyes and hands, to find out high pressure areas and protect them with orthotics. That's the only solution when you have millions of patients. But this is not successful treatment of diabetic foot. So what you need to teach the patient through his daily foot examination at the end of the day before he gets to the bed. And this is a 10 commandments of diabetic foot care published by Diabetic Foot Society India 15 years back. They are freely available on Diabetic Foot Society's website. I would like to end by showing you a very famous Sanskrit saying, which means one who walks his fortune marches ahead. We want all those millions of patients' fortunes to march ahead, so we need to keep their feet intact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Sir.
It's a great talk. Just your message to physicians. You said never ignore callosities or calluses.
Yeah.
They're like what does what a physician do when they identify with that? What is the solution?
The solution is first prevent the callosities. If you find out the high pressure areas by regular examination of the plantar surface, you need to protect them with a proper footwear. And the patient care. Patient should never walk barefoot. He should have a proper socks and sandals or whatever footwear which is easy. The problem in India, especially in Southeast Asia, people walk barefoot inside the house. But that is a place where maximum injuries occur. So I think if the callus is there, you can scrape it. See, callus usually is precursor of ulcer, it hides the ulcer. But if you detect it, you find out the high pressure area, give a corrective footwear or a corrective insole, and then scrape the callus and keep this patient for a frequent follow-up every few months. Then you can prevent the further problem.
So one quick question from my side. So here, Amit. Sorry. Quick question from my side.
Yeah.
Kindly, for the physicians over here, sitting over here, can you just elaborate on what is an ideal diabetic footwear and what footwear is to be given and which footwear is to be prevented?
See, the most important as far as Southeast Asia and India is concerned, you should never have a web strap footwear. See, because with the intrinsic muscle, when patient holds it, he holds it too tightly. So two things happen. Either his toes deform early or the web space injury occurs. Every footwear should have a heel counter to support. It should have an insole of 7 to 8 millimeter of a proper material, and it should not have any metal straps or metal buckles. It should have overlapping straps to accommodate the neuropathic edema. And patient should be always wearing that with the socks inside and outside the house.
Just a small guideline on what type of socks has to be advisable to wear.
The socks should be up to just below the tibial tubercle. They should not be very tight unless patient has some edema and you are giving compression stocking. That's a different thing. But normal socks should be simple, comfortable, but not with a tight elastic, and it should be up to tibial tubercle.
So one question, sir, this always was there. Why do they say you should not wear a socks crossing your popliteal, above knee?
Above knee, see,
It's a very strict no in diabetic foot. So
no,
I always wonder why.
See, if it is above knee, then it has to be stockings. You cannot have socks with a elastic. That will cause a compression. And then there is initially venous edema, then there is a lymphatic edema. So if it is going to cross the knee joint, above that, then it has to be a proper class 1 minimum compression stocking with a front closing toes.
And in our Indian climatic conditions, like the weather, how, like whatever footwear we have with the MCR insole and whatever material, how often would you want the patient to change,
See,
considering our roads?
MCR is very cheap, but it absorbs the moisture. So MCR insole has to be changed every few months or maybe depending upon the weather.
The wear and tear of the footwear, how do we educate the patient? When do you change the footwear?
See, it's like this, if a diabetic patient, see the main problem in India, we have a culture, social culture, that once we purchase the footwear, it should last for 3 years, 4 years. That doesn't happen. Like diabetic patient has to change the medicine, has to change insulin type. Footwear may have to be changed every few months also, depending upon how the foot changes the shape and how biomechanics changes. So that you should warn him. Patient should always have sandals because they are adjustable. But if he wants to have a close footwear or shoes, he should purchase it in the evening because neuropathic edema starts and the patient has no sensation. So if he goes to a shop, he will purchase a 1 size less because he cannot feel his size shoes. By evening, it is 2 size less, so it cuts into the skin. So advice is purchase the shoes in the evening. But you can have now insoles of different types which don't absorb the moisture. And there are now newer type of footwear which can be used in the monsoon also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Do we have any more question from the crowd? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll invite Dr. Sanjay Vaidya, sir, our next speaker. His topic is on classification of diabetic foot ulcers.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm going to talk about different classifications which are used in diabetic foot ulcers, which are helpful for us in treatment plan. Because in a particular hospital, when we are on the same page and we talk about particular classification, then we know which treatment plan to be taken forward. Now, as we all know, diabetic foot ulcer is a major public health problem in India, and this is what, as diabetic foot surgeons, we see every day in our tertiary care hospitals, and even physicians, I'm sure you must be coming across such kind of patients. And as we know, there are about 100 million patients in India, about 200,000 higher level amputations every year because of diabetes, and 85% of these higher level amputations are for infected neuropathic ulcers, which are totally preventable. So as we know, foot ulcer in diabetes is a complication of medical disease. It's not primarily a surgical disease. And as we all aware, neuropathy, vasculopathy, and injury are the main problem. That's the problem triad. So neuropathy, ischemia, and deformity. So we have to focus on these factors when we are classifying. And again, peripheral neuropathy, minor trauma, deformity, these are the three key risk factors. And then accordingly, we have to re-stratify a patient. Then almost 25% of the diabetic patients are going to get DFU in their lifetime. So in India itself, we have a large population, probably about 25 million people are going to develop foot ulcers. And prevention is the key, because once they get DFU, there is a risk of infection and risk of amputation. So we need classification so that we can adequately assess and classify the stages and grades of the DFUs, and we can guide, as I mentioned, the particular treatment plan depending on at what stage or grade we are looking at the ulcer. So classification of scoring system is basically required for one, clinical care, as I mentioned earlier, then in clinical research to identify inclusion-exclusion criteria, and for clinical audit, we need a classification. So classification versus description, of course, what we are talking about is the classification, which is more widely applicable, and we have to also, when we talk about clinical studies, we are comparing the outcomes, looking at the similar types of ulcers. So classification is more descriptive, and there are ideal and universal classification. Now, ideal may not be necessarily universal and vice versa. And validation, again, there are different classification systems which have been developed in different countries, different hospital setups, but not necessarily all these are validated. So we need to have an external validation when you're talking about classifications. Now, very important is we must have a classification which is simple enough to be remembered, at the same time precise enough to be useful, and terms which are used must be equivocal. So requirements of a classification structure and key elements are, when you're looking at the DFU, is the size of the ulcer, presence or absence of infection, presence or absence of ischemia, and presence of absence of neuropathy, or a grade of neuropathy is what I would put. There hardly ever a patient who has no neuropathy. And looking at the sub-classification, sub-elements which are qualitative as well as quantitative. Now, when you're talking about size, again, it is not only area, but the depth also, which is important. And these are the different classifications over the last 50 years, which have been published in different, starting from 1976, out of which Wagner is one of the most commonly used, followed by University of Texas, then IWGDF classification and Sinbad classification. So I'm just going to touch upon these different classifications. So as I mentioned earlier, Out of these classifications, the Wagner, the University of Texas, the SAD, the SINBAS, PEDIS, Wi-Fi, and of course IWGDF. These are important classifications which have been universally used. Now, this ENA was the classification which was published in 1976, which categorized it into category 1, where planetary sensation is absent. Category 2 is a neuropathy with loss of subcutaneous tissue. Category 3 is neuropathy with loss of subcutaneous tissue with gross deformity. Category 4, deformed, rigid, short foot, that's post-surgical. So category-wise footwear recommendation is what was there in their mind when they categorized this. Coming to Brodsky's classification, now this was a modification of the Wagner classification, a more rational and easier to use, wherein there is a depth classification, grade 0, at risk foot, previous ulcer or neuropathy with deformity, grade 1, superficial ulcer which is not infected, grade 2, deep ulcer exposing a tendon or joint plus or minus infection, and grade 3 is extensive ulceration with exposed bone and deep infection. Then comes the ischemia classification, grade 1 non-ischemic, grade B ischemia without gangrene, grade C is partial foot gangrene, and grade D is complete foot gangrene. Burke and Sims published a classification which was again divided into 4 categories. Category 0, where protective sensation is intact. Category 1, there is a loss of protective sensation. Category 2 was loss of protective sensation with high pressure on plantar aspect or poor vascularity. And category 3, including those with a history of ulcer or neuropathic fracture with a major deformity. Again, easy to use, but again, it does not allow for vascular insufficiency which to coexist with the previous history of ulceration. So this is something which is not really being followed. Armstrong came out with a more detail on each category, wherein again starting with category 0, which was minimal pathology, category 1, insensate foot, 2, insensate foot with deformity, category 3 was demonstrated pathology, category 4 was insensate injury, category 4A, neuropathic ulceration, category 4B, acute Charcot, category 5, infected DFU, and category 6 was dysvascular foot. Now, ideally, such a system can be used by all participants in limb salvage team. Again, this needs further validation. One of the most common ones to be used, as I mentioned, was the Wagner, where we look at it when we say grade 0, it is intact skin. Grade 1 is superficial ulcer or skin, ulcer of the skin or subcutaneous tissue. Grade 2, wherein the ulcer extends to the tendon, bone, or capsules. Grade 3 is deep ulcer with osteomyelitis or abscess. Grade 4 is partial foot gangrene, and grade 5 is whole foot gangrene. So, looking at the merits or advantages of Wagner classification, as I said, it's widely used, it's very simple to use, easy to remember, therefore most widely quoted, popular and utilized system of classification. There are a large number of articles classify this patient population according to this grading. Now, what are the demerits or disadvantages of this classification is, PAD is not considered separately for superficial lesion, and later stages it is just mentioned as gangrene. So, it has got limitations in ability to identify and describe peripheral arterial disease as an independent risk factor. Again, infection is not also considered separately for superficial lesion except grade 3. There is no mention of neuropathy, and imprecision to separate most lesions makes it unsuitable for research protocols. So coming to University of Texas classification, which was published in 1996, again grade 0 was a pre or post ulcerative site that has healed. Grade 1 is superficial wound not involving tendon, capsule or bone. Grade 2, wound penetrating to tendon or capsule, and grade 3, wound penetrating to bone or joint. Now, within each wound grade, there are 4 stages. So, stage A is clean wound, stage B is non-ischemic infected wound, stage C is ischemic non-infected wound, and stage D is ischemic infected wound. So, you can very easily keep a chart in the clinic wherein you can your residents can follow this, wherein you can have either a stage A, grade 2, or stage C, grade 3. So we know that it is with ischemia and at what stage wound penetrating to bone and joint. So that is how it will be easy to identify what kind of a wound we are talking and how the wound is progressing. So primary grading being based on depth, it correlates well with Wagner in prediction of major amputation, but it is superior to Wagner when you're talking about prediction of wound healing. It is not a scoring system, but higher gradation stages are associated with worse outcomes, as you can see when I showed that chart. When you are coming to grade I stage, which is like 3, then obviously it's a deeper infected ulcer, which is having higher chances of amputations or worst outcomes. Now it is again widely used because it is simple design and it has got clear definitions. Now limitations, neuropathy is not a part of the classification. This classification lacks universality that a clinical or a audit classification should have. So wound cross-sectional area is not included in the classification. So coming to PEDIS system, which was published in 2003, which predicts 6-month risk of amputation and mortality in DFU. Now PEDIS, P stands for perfusion, E stands for extent or size of the ulcer, D for depth or tissue loss, I for infection, and S for sensations. So essentially P, perfusion. Coming to grade 1 to 3, perfusion, no symptoms or signs of PAD is grade 1. Symptoms or signs of PAD but no critical limb ischemia will be grade 2, and grade 3 will be critical limb ischemia. Coming to E or extent, grade 1 is superficial full thickness ulcer not penetrating. Grade 2, deep ulcer penetrating below the dermis to subcutaneous structures involving fascia, muscle or tendon. And grade 3, all subsequent layers of the foot involved, including bone and or joint. I. So I stands for infection. So grade 1, no symptoms or signs of infection. Grade 2, infection involving the skin and subcutaneous tissue only. And in grade 3, erythema more than 2 cm or infection involving structures deeper than the skin and subcutaneous tissue. And grade 4, any foot infection with signs of systemic inflammatory response syndrome. S, that is the last part, that is sensations. Grade 1, no loss of sensation. Grade 2, loss of sensations. Now, this was data extracted from 2011 interactive DVD international consensus of diabetic foot, and this was published in IWGDF 2011. So you can have again quickly a PEDIS classification chart like this, which can be kept in the OPD, where you can again mention perfusion, no PAD, or coming right up to CLI. Then talking about extent, again, whether it's less than 1 centimeter, more than 3 centimeters. So depending on that, you grade that. Similarly for depth, infection, sensation, and then you have a score. Now more the score, we know that worse is going to be the outcome. So that has got some predictability which can be used in our clinical research. So as I mentioned, it includes the same 5 components as that of a SAD system, but site is not included, unlike SINBAD classification. The design specifically purpose of population selection in prospective research. Now this was validated by Eurodial study through disease severity score derived from PEDIS classification correlated with minor amputation grades, and it's a complexity of classification strictly defines grades of PAD and infection. Coming to SAD, that is 2004, this was designed primarily for clinical audit. Like University of Texas system, it has undergone validation by seeking correlations with outcomes in external and internal settings. But it is criticized for lack of detail in describing clinical categories and inclusion of Charcot as a grade of neuropathy. It is a complicated system. So coming to SAD system, SAD, that is size, area and depth. Area 0, intact skin. Then 1 is lesion less than 1 centimeter. 2 is lesion from 1 to 3 centimeter, and 3 is more than 3 centimeter. Again, D, depth is the skin intact, superficial, then penetrating to tendon or periosteum, or lesion going to the joint space. So depending on that, you grade that. And then again, coming to the sepsis part, the next one, sepsis again 0, no infected lesions. S2 is cellulitis associated lesions, and 3 is lesions with osteomyelitis. A stands for arteriopathy, again pedal pulse is present. 1 pedal pulse is reduced or 1 missing. and 2 is absence of both pedal pulses, and 3 is gangrene. D stands for denervation, 0 is intact, 1 reduced, absent, and 3 goes to Charcot joint. Again, it's not a very specific classification as far as we are talking about Charcot. Now, Sinbad again comprises same 5 clinical features as the previous one, that is size, ischemia, neuropathy, bacterial infection, area, and depth, but with addition of side, whether it is forefoot or a hindfoot lesion. So each is graded in a binary fashion with maximum score of 6. It is validated in 3 different continents. Its simplicity in clinical practice has led to be chosen for UK National Diabetic Foot Audit. So Sinbad classification: side 0, forefoot 1, midfoot and hindfoot. Ischemia again 0, pedal blood flow intact and reduced blood flow is 1. Neuropathy 0, intact sensations, and 1 if the sensation is lost. Infection 0 is none and 1 is present. Again, area depending on the ulcer less than 1 centimeter or more than 1 centimeter, and depth ulcer confined to skin or subcutaneous tissue, or ulcer reaching muscle, tendon, or deeper. Now, risk classification of the foot care interest group, that is ADA. Risk categorization 0, no LOPS, no PAD, no deformity. Risk categorization 1, it is LOPS plus or minus deformity. 2 is PAD plus or minus LOPS, and risk category 3 is history of ulcer or amputation. Coming to Kobe classification, which was published in 2010, again, this is proposed 4-level classification system for Asian population, simple and easy to understand, based on pathophysiology of DFU lesions. Again, useful for treatment of wide variety of troublesome wounds of Asian diabetic feet. Now, type 1 is mainly PN, type 2 is mainly PAD, type 3 is mainly infection, type 4 PN and PAD and infection. DEPA score, another classification which was published in 2004. D stands for depth of the ulcer, E for extent of bacterial colonization, P stands for phase of ulcer, and A for associated etiology. Again, each clinical category is scored by severity 1 to 3, giving a total score of starting from 3 up to 12, with few details to show how ulcers are scored. Now, outcome measures of healing was significantly associated with higher scores. So, limitation of a DEPA: ulcer cross-sectional area is not included. Neuropathy in ischemia appears separately under associated etiology, but cannot be classified together. It has been validated in only small patient population. Diabetic ulcer severity score, that is DUS and Beckett. Now, this was again severity score ranging from 0 to 4 using wound-based parameters. Palpable pedal pulse score, if present 0, absent is 1. Probing to bone, plus or minus, depending on that, we have 0 or 1. Ulcer location, toe or foot score, if it is toe, it is 0, foot, it is 1, and presence of multiple ulcers, then it is 1. And that's how DUS was calculated, by adding this separate grading to a theoretical maximum of 4. And as we know, higher the score, worse will be the outcome. So a simple scheme, attractive of clinical practice, internally validated in a large sample of patients, but it does not again include neuropathy or infection. IWGDF risk classification 2023, which was published in Hague last year. I think this is one of the universal one which people are going to follow in next 4 years till the next guidelines come up. So again, infection severity, PEDIS grade 1, uninfected, mild infection. Then of course there are criteria which have been given, mild grade 2, then moderate grade 3, and severe grade 4. So we can talk about IWGDF, and they're available freely online on the website, IWGDF website. So another classification system is diabetic foot infection guidelines, that is by IDSA in 2004, again categorized into 4. Category 1 uninfected, category 2 mild manifestation of inflammation, category 3 moderate infection, and category 4 severe infection in patient with systemic toxicity. And Friedberg published a very simplistic classification of neuropathic ulcer, ischemic ulcer, or a combination of both, that is neuroischemic ulcer. King's classification, again, which was developed classifying stages of the lesion. Stage 1 normal foot, stage 2 is high risk, stage 3 is ulcerated, stage 4 is infected, and stage 5 is necrotic foot. So Edmonds and Foster's is again a simple 6-stage classification, more a guide than a scoring system. Each stage will have infection, neuropathy, ischemia, ulceration with increasing severity. No validity studies have been done. St. Alien wound care system, again derived from original 5 variables of PDS, but they have added 5 more variables, that is total of 30 points. So foot ulcer location, toes, metatarsal or tarsal, topographic aspect like dorsal, plantar, medial, lateral, then number of affected zones, healing phase, epithelializing, granulating, inflammatory, and foot edema. And this was validated only once for the population for which it was derived. So basically, after talking about all the different classifications, we know that there is no ideal or universal classifications, and one is at a loss as to which one to use. So basically, of course, we need a classification which can be comprehensive, accurate, which can be easy to use. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Wagner does not differentiate gangrene due to ischemia or because of infection, does not address soft tissue infection, does not quantify vascular influence over the wound, and also fails to characterize wound extent, degree, and extent. So most CLI classification systems are not sufficiently detailed extent to tissue loss, perfusion, infection status, or risk stratified and determine the best therapy. So these are, we have, as I already mentioned, these are the drawbacks of these classifications. So my preferred classification, coming to the end of the talk, is what I would prefer is Wi-Fi classification. It is wound, ischemia, and infection classification, which is a much better and comprehensive classification which can be used by all the clinicians, and we can be definitely following this classification just simply like a TNM classification which is used for tumors and in oncology. So when we are talking about this Wi-Fi classification, it incorporates IDSA plus PLEDIS system to account for soft tissue and bone infection severity. It provides risk of amputation and aids in determining a patient would benefit from revascularization. And Delphi consensus group forms 64 clinically possible combinations at clinical stage. So increase in wound class increases risk of amputation, and PAD and infection are synergistic. Infection with systemic and metabolic stability carries high risk of amputation. Limitation is it has yet to be validated. The system also does not offer suggested treatment algorithms based on risk assessments, does not include area or neuropathy, and needs special equipment for vascular assessment. But again, coming to this classification system, grade 0 to grade 3, no ulcer, and when talking about gangrene, no gangrene. Coming to gangrenous changes limited to disease and extensive gangrene, and small shallow ulcers, deep ulcers. So when you're talking about the wound, we can classify from grade 0 to grade 3. Then ischemia, again, typically ankle brachial index is something every clinician can ask their paramedics to do in their clinic setup, so to know the extent of perfusion or ischemia. And as we all know, when you're getting an ABI which is in the normal range, then we know that there is no ischemia. TCPO2 may not be available universally, but ABI is something which can be very easily done to decide the severity of ischemia. And coming to infection, again, starting from grade 0 to 3, starting from uninfected to mild, moderate, severe. Again, look at the signs of infection: local swelling, induration, erythema which is more than 0.5, less than 2 square centimeters around the ulcer, it will be grade 1. Then coming to grade 2, it will be local infection with infection going to subcutaneous tissues, no systemic inflammatory response. And coming to 3, there will be severe infection where there is also systemic manifestations. So this chart quickly will tell us about the estimated risk of amputation in a particular setup when you are talking about W0, W1, 2, 3, and coming to ischemia again 1 to 3. So that combination can be very easily used to risk stratify a person, and this actually gives us a fairly good idea. So as I just touching upon different kinds of scores or classification systems which I have just shown, and what it shows us. So how many are validated? Again, as I mentioned earlier, whether it is research, clinical care, or audit, depending on that, we have to decide which one to follow. But my personal classification, which I like to use in our hospital setup, is Wi-Fi, which is a very good, robust classification, which can be very easily used. Now, before I end my talk, let me invite you all as organizing chairman for the upcoming conference of Diabetic Foot Society of India, along with DFood International and International Association of Diabetic Foot Surgeons, which is happening here at the same venue exactly 1 month away. And you can expect a real nice scientific feast only focused on diabetic foot. Different faculties which are involved as a team in the management of diabetic foot will be present there. We are having hands-on cadaver workshop pre-conference, then hands-on physicians workshop, paramedic workshop, workshop on research methodology, workshop on nutrition, apart from regular didactic lectures. So do join us in large numbers. Thank you.
Any question from the audience?
Thank you for a really detailed summary of the different classification system. A very simple question. How did we end up with all these different classification systems? Why do you have so many?
There are so many because everybody feels that we should have a simple classification system which can be implemented in the day-to-day clinical practice. But then there are always, as it evolved over a period of years, if you see, we started from 1976 to till today. In last 50 years, we have seen so many classifications coming up because everybody felt that something is lacking in a particular system and we need to add. And as the time progressed, I think everybody had their own clues. But then sometimes it became too complicated. So people wanted to simplify. So in the bargain, probably I think you end up doing a lot of jugglery. But what is best for a particular setup, I think you pick up.
I think I can answer that question for you. What I think is, see, when all this you are marching towards a wound care where the end result or you are expecting a wound care from a wound care physician or a nurse. So at every level, when the patient walks into the hospital, from going to the specialist, everybody, once they look at the classification, they know where the wound, how did the patient come and how did he progress and what was the intervention done and what is planned. So the classification gives a detailed picture just by one glance. If you don't have a classification, I think you will have to go through the whole file or years together of treatment. So I think that's why they wanted to have the classification. And I think I answered that question.
Till date, there is no as such classification which gives or which is fitted with the wound gesture or wound detailed information, the pathology along with the treatment modalities and everything. So we are still in search of a completely classification which fits in each and every aspect of the disease which is presented in front of us. So still the lack of perfect classification is still there. We don't have still a perfect classification in foot till date.
You try to make something perfect. Actually, I think it will be too lengthy and too exhaustive to be
It's
implemented
too lengthy,
in the clinical
too
practice.
exhausting. So we have tried to simplify each and every time. That's why there are more classification in number till date. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So please.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Professor Rafael Gabriel from Spain. He is a professor in public health at the National School of Public Health, Instituto Nacional de Salud Carlos III. He is also the vice president and founding member of the World Committee for Prevention of Diabetes. He has over 200 publications. His H-index is close to 50. He has been the PI and co-investigator of many international projects like EPRIDICE, the DE Plan, IMAGE, Mosaic, Viva Study, and many, many others. And it's a pleasure having you here, Rafael.
Thank you, Noel. Thanks for this kind invitation. Good evening, everyone. So as we are almost in family, I'll try to be short in order to finish the session on time. So, sorry. So first of all, my disclosure. So this session was funded in part by the manufacturers of the Pseudoscan device. So let me remind you the basic backgrounds and epidemiology of diabetic neuropathy, peripheral neuropathy. So the burden of the disease is, it is one of the most common complications, as you know. So 50%, about 50% of diabetic patients have peripheral diabetic neuropathy. So it produces a higher morbidity, mortality, high cost. You know, in the previous presentations, all the information and details of food ulcers and so on. So the risk is much higher in type 2 diabetes than in type 1 diabetes, so the incidence is clearly higher. And the annual costs are impressive in all over the world. So the mechanism is a complex process, is the interaction of several factors. In principle, the Schwann cells are under stress, under high stress, cellular stress. So both because of the hyperglycemia and also because of the dyslipidemia, both factors can produce mitochondrial dysfunction as well oxidation. And this leads to the two components of the problem, which is the microvascular damage, producing decrease in the nerve blood flow, and on the other hand, neuronal damage, which is observed, is shown by the nerve conduction velocity, reduction in the nerve conduction velocity. So risk factors, both for diabetic neuropathy or for painful diabetic neuropathy, both conditions share most of the risk factors. Some of them in the early diabetic neuropathy are the typical cardiovascular risk factor, the components of the metabolic syndrome and the previous states, pre-diabetes states, previous to diabetes. So we are going to focus more in this left part of the slide in my presentation. So you all know very many methods, classical methods of detecting and diagnosing peripheral neuropathy. So classical questionnaire, the Minnesota Symptom Questionnaire, the monofilament. So I'm not going to review and come back to all these methods, and yes, I will try to pay your attention for these new non-invasive rapid methods based on new parameters measuring the non-invasive electrochemical conductance in the lower or in the hands, in the lower lengths of the hands. So this is the pseudoscan principle. So it's based on the application of a low voltage to the skin, both in hands or in the feet. So with through the stainless steel electrodes. So the idea is to stimulate the chloride ions with this low voltage stimulation, and to see the reaction, the electrochemical reaction between the electrodes and the chloride anions. So with this principle, we can measure, we can estimate the conductance of the small fibers in the small nerve fibers. So, and the interpretation is the high conductance is a good function of the sweat glands are preserved, and a low conductance there is a dysfunction of the sweat function, and probably due to neuropathy. So this measure is a proxy estimation of neuropathy. It's not directly for diagnosis of neuropathy. So it could be seen as a early methods of detection, and to estimate the probability, the risk of peripheral neuropathy. So these pseudoscan measurements, this electrochemical skin conductance, has been validated, and we have good data on both the repeatability and the reproducibility of the technique. So both in hands, in feet, and also in normal, healthy people and in diabetic. So the repeatability and reproducibility are comparable to other reference methods. So and you can see in this slide, in the left hand side, so just the 76% of those patients with at least one abnormal test results in definitive small fiber peripheral neuropathy when use this pseudoscan device, compared to 80% or similar results with other typical or classical methods. And the same, about 47%, about half of people with at least one abnormal test with this abnormal skin conductance, so can be classified as possible neuropathy, and with possible small fiber peripheral neuropathy. So these studies have developed reference values and normative values for the skin conductance, and they have shown that there is some effect on age. So aging is one of the factors decreasing the function of the sweat glands. The other factor is ethnicity, particularly in African American ancestry. They have noted the values of the skin conductance are lower, the reference values are lower compared to Caucasians, and also in some Asian population and Indian population have shown some less values than in Caucasians. But the gender is not has no effect on these reference standardized values. So this is a table showing you the many studies with using different classical methods for detecting and diagnosing peripheral neuropathy. And on the average, so the pseudoscan has a sensitivity of very good, of almost 85%, with a negative predicted value of ranging from 83 to 99, so which can make of these methods a very good screening methods and very comparable with other typical classical tests. If when we combine the other classical methods with the pseudoscan, we can improve the prediction or the performance or the power of classification, of discrimination of this new technique. This is the combination of pseudoscan with the Minnesota Symptoms Index, and you can see in the red square. So when we combine both methods, the area under the curve, the ROC estimation, increase significantly. So this is important in order to combine simple methods like the Minnesota Symptoms and the pseudoscan to increase discrimination and precision. Pseudoscan has been proposed mainly for the early detection of risk of the high probability of skin decreased skin conductance, but also has been proposed for the detection of cardiovascular autonomic neuropathy. So in the right panel, so you can see the performance of the itself, the pseudoscan, for detection of this other important neurological complication in diabetes. So of course the sensitivity is lower than for the peripheral neuropathy, but still is quite promising. So this is the experience of recent study in clinical practice in which they use the pseudoscan along with other tests for detecting other microvascular complications like nephropathy or retinopathy, and at one single stop point service in clinical practice. So, and you can see how the pseudoscan has a very good sensitivity, again, and specificity, and can be used for detection in primary care of those people at high risk of developing peripheral neuropathy, along with the other simple methods of like albumin creatinine ratio or just fundus photograph for retinopathy. So in summary, I would say that for the diabetic neuropathy, from the different guidelines recommendations, so I think there is enough evidence to recommend the screening for diabetic neuropathy and type 2 diabetes at least every 5 years, and thereafter after diagnosis every year. And we don't have too many data on prevention. We know that some lifestyle intervention can be reduce the risk of peripheral neuropathy. And so there is a limit data. There's scarce data on this for this prevention, the effectiveness of this prevention. And we need to move to the pre-diabetes states in order to, if we are interested in preventing these complications as early as possible. This is the review. This is the results of a meta-analysis of peripheral neuropathy in pre-diabetes. So you see that there is a high range of high heterogeneity of prevalence between 2 and 77%. So this is due because of the different methods used. But the majority of studies reported a prevalence about 10%. So, and most studies reported a higher prevalence of peripheral neuropathy in pre-diabetes, preliminary of small nerve fiber origin. So we have some experience in a large European prevention study, the EPREDICE, people with pre-diabetes were randomized to lifestyle or lifestyle and combination of metformin and linagliptin. So, and we observe in general in the whole cohort about 30%, 32% of people with pre-diabetes have some degree of peripheral neuropathy, high probability, high risk according to the pseudoscan score. We also observe that in the same way that I saw before, that the combination of information of peripheral neuropathy estimation or measurement with other measurements as, for instance, nephropathy based on glomerular filtration rate, so increase the probability of detecting the problem, the impairment. So these methods has been used not only in diabetes and pre-diabetes, also in obese people with a good area under the curve, also in for fitness, for estimation of cardiovascular or cardiorespiratory fitness, and also for detection of neurovascular alterations at the retinal level. We have some preliminary results of prevention of peripheral neuropathy with the intervention of lifestyle intervention or lifestyle intervention in combination with anti-diabetic drugs. So these are the results from the any treatment, any intervention in our study, either lifestyles alone or combinations. And you can see the combination of lifestyle with drugs increase or reduce the number, significantly the number of people at high risk of developing peripheral neuropathy. This is not a reduction in peripheral neuropathy, as said before, it's just a reduction in the risk of developing peripheral neuropathy. It's about 50%, and these results are based only in 1-2 years follow-up, and we need to confirm this result with more data and more time of follow-up. So in conclusion, so in pre-diabetes, given the marked rise of peripheral neuropathy, further consideration of targeting screening in this population is required, and the development of risk stratification tools may facilitate earlier intervention, and within the pseudoscan can be a useful and efficient method for both the screening and the monitoring the risk of peripheral neuropathy in this high-risk population. Thank you, and I take the opportunity to invite you to those attending the ESD meeting in Madrid in September to join us, and you are very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafa, for the beautiful presentation. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, I think 6-7 minutes, but I think we still have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Don't be shy.
Okay, one quick question from my end, sir. What test would you advise for the physician sitting here routinely they can do in their OPD without any gadgets to diagnose peripheral neuropathy?
Well, we are talking about early stage of the disease, not established diabetes. For the early detection, early screening, I think these methods of the pseudoscan is a quite good advice, because it's very cheap, very simple, it's non-invasive, and also the probability of detecting the risk, the elevated risk, is quite good, as I saw before.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the sessions. I can ask the speakers, please, to come up for a group picture, and then we're gonna hand it over to the next session.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sudhir Kauli, sir, Director Health Promotion Research from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the organizers, World Committee for Prevention of Diabetes Foundation, and the Diabetes Research and Solutions. Today, I will be chairing this Global Prevention Symposium along with two my co-chairs, Dr. Seema Bagli, Consultant Diabetologist from Mumbai with more than 20 years of healthcare, and Dr. Amit Gupta from Noida, Medical Director from Center for Diabetes. So we have 3 speakers, and each will have 18 minutes for presentations and 2 minutes for discussions, and we take the discussion after the presentation. And the prevalence of diabetes continue to rise, affecting not only the health of millions of people, but also their quality of life, their socio-economic conditions. Diabetes is mainly preventable, and thus there is a global effort to prevent diabetes, which is the theme of these sessions. So our first speaker is Professor Nut Bos Johnson from Denmark. He's a senior medical advisor at the World Diabetes Foundation, the former chief medical officer at Denmark, has published more than 500 publications in peer-reviewed journals with focus on epidemiology, public health, and early detection, prevention of diabetes, and CVD. So who will give global review on risk scores for diabetes? Professor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. This global review, instead of going through all the different risk scores that exist, because that would take a lot more than 18 minutes, I'm focusing on some of the principles behind the risk scores and the challenges using them. You could ask, what is a diabetes risk score? And it is a tool that predicts something. And it can actually predict 2 different things, and it was developed to predict 2 different things. either the risk, the probability of having undiagnosed diabetes. So that is a pre-screening instrument. Or it can be an instrument that is predicting the risk of developing diabetes over the following X number of years, typically either 5 or 10 years. And it's important to understand that these are two very different things, and it has impact for how you use the risk prediction instruments. A risk score is typically either based on questionnaires, typical risk factors for diabetes, or on biological markers, or a combination of the two. And it's important to recognize that it is not a diagnostic test. It is a pre-screening tool. So the one that has been developed, screening for undiagnosed diabetes, is trying to identify individuals in need of a diagnostic test. So it's a part of a stepwise screening strategy. Normally, they would not include laboratory tests because if they did, you could easily just do the diagnostic test at the same time. So it's typically based on questionnaires. While the other ones, the screening for individuals at risk of developing diabetes, have the purpose of identifying individuals that need some kind of preventive action. And it has to be a part of a prevention program. And it may very well be a part of a broader non-communicable disease prevention program. And it may include objective measures, including laboratory tests or other objective measures. The reason why these risk scores came up was the fact that, first of all, the number of individuals with diabetes is increasing, as illustrated up here. The second factor was that when screening for diabetes, particularly in low and middle income countries, the proportion of undiagnosed individuals was extremely high. And thirdly, the fact that the intervention trials demonstrated that identifying individuals at risk of diabetes, starting intervention, would then reduce the risk of developing diabetes. So these were the reasons why the risk scores were developed. The ideal way to develop a risk score is to have two different samples of reasonably same background as they had in Finland from the two FinRisk populations from 1987 and 1992. The first one was used to develop the risk score. The second was used to validate the risk score. And that is important, to have an independent sample where you can validate your risk score. And the incident cases of diabetes in this case were identified through the national register. So everybody with medication for diabetes would be identified through that register. And what you get out of this when you then do the initial model is a set of odds ratios. You identify the relevant risk factors for diabetes. You get an odds ratio, the actual risk associated with this risk factor. And then based on that, you give a score out here. And by combining these different scores, you identify individuals at a sufficiently high risk. The way you identify the cutoff point is typically by balancing sensitivity and specificity, either using the RUP curve or something else. But the outcome of this analysis will then be a risk assessment form like this one, where you ask a number of questions, and then you can classify the individual as having anywhere from a low risk, lower than 7 points on this one, to a very high risk, in this case, more than 20 points on this scale. It is important to understand that the outcome of risk factors of these risk predictive models will depend on which model you use. And just before I left for India, I took 3 different tests myself: the ADA test, the UK test, and the FINRISK test. And I have to thank you, Jaakko, because the only one that classified me as low or middle risk was FINRISK. All the others identified me as a high-risk individual. So thank you, Jaakko. Then the performance of a risk score, you evaluate based on the ROC curve. That is not what you always find, but that is a very good example of developing and validating a risk score in almost identical populations will actually end up with a robust test. Following these early tests, the market proliferated dramatically. And a meta-analysis or a systematic review in 2011 identified 145 risk prediction scores, of which 94 were included in the review. I'm not going to take you through the entire review, but I agree entirely with them when they state in the conclusion of the paper that there is no best risk score. There is no universal risk score because the risk scores are context dependent. That does not mean that all the different risk scores are equally good. It is only that there is not one size fits all or one test fits every country in the world. The main challenges you're facing when using diabetes risk scores is, first of all, that you need to validate it. If you're using it in a different setting, in a different country, in a different ethnic group, or in a totally different age group, then you need to validate it yourself. You will meet challenges in countries with mixed ethnic populations. You will, in some populations, have obesity as a challenge, and I'll come back to that. And there are also certain challenges when it comes to lifestyle measures. Starting off with the validation of a test in different populations. The left one you've seen already, that is the FINRISK, validated or developed on the 1987 cohort, validated on the 92 cohort. The one to the right is using, with the same scores, using the FINRISK in the Indonesian population. And what you will see there is that the area under the curve, the performance of the test is not as good in the Indonesian population as it is in the Finnish population. That doesn't mean that it doesn't work, but it means that you will have to modify the individual risk scores. So you have to do the validation and modify the scores. If you go to a population with multi-ethnic background, as this study from Canada, again, you will find that a risk score, one single risk score, where you do not take ethnicity into account, will not perform as well as in this case, the Canadian risk score, which has ethnicity as one of the scoring parameters within the risk score. And the reason for that is partly this one, that the ethnicity-specific cutoffs for obesity varies considerably between different ethnic groups. This is a study from England, or from England, where they've been looking at a large group of different ethnic groups and looked at the association between body mass index and the risk of diabetes in the population. And what you see is that for some populations, the risk starts to increase at very low BMIs, like here for the Bangladeshi population in UK, at a BMI of just about 21. While for the white, Caucasian British population, you actually have the same risk at a BMI of approximately 30. So that means that a measure like obesity means something totally different in different ethnic groups. We've heard that and seen that several times today. But if you're not taking that into account in a risk score, then you cannot use the risk score. Another area where we often run into trouble is when it comes to physical activity. In some parts of the Western world, physical activity would basically be identical to either bicycling to work or going to the gym after work and doing formalized exercise. While if you are in a low and middle income country, in the rural area, the physical activity would be entirely a part of your daily activity. So the way you have to ask for physical activity is totally different depending on the setting or the context where you are. And the same goes for the diet, the dietary factors. In some countries, eating vegetables would more or less be a diet, while in other countries, it would be the normal way of eating. So again, you cannot ask questions in the same way in the two different settings. So the consequence when you're using a diabetes risk score is that not only should the risk score be validated, it also has to be calibrated based on local or comparable data. If you don't do that, you'll get it wrong. We've just been through the process in the World Diabetes Foundation where I'm working, because when they tried to apply some of these risk scores in Sri Lanka and in Tanzania and Malawi, you had to calibrate for each of the three countries, and the calibration is not identical. Once implemented, you'll typically have to revalidate and recalibrate over time because you get stronger and stronger data. Finally, it's important to remember, as I said in the introduction, the risk score is not a screening instrument. It's not a diagnostic instrument. And screening should only be implemented if you are also providing some kind of treatment or intervention for the population. Bruce mentioned that earlier on today, that there is a huge gap from identifying individuals at risk to actually providing some kind of advice, not mentioning the last step, actually then getting people into the program. So if you don't have the program, or if it's not a part of the integrated healthcare system you have, screening in this way does not necessarily make any sense. If you don't calibrate the risk score, the consequence will be that you reduce sensitivity, you reduce specificity, and it will negatively influence both the predictive value of a positive and a negative test. And what that means in the end is that you will increase the total number of individuals sent on for diagnostic testing, and the diagnostic laboratory will tell you that you're sending all too many patients for diagnostic tests. But at the same time, you're actually leaving an increasing number of individuals undiagnosed by falsely claiming that they are not at risk. So on the basis of this, you could ask, is there still a need for these diabetes risk scores? And my view on this would be that for high-income countries, I don't see them having a major place in the stepwise screening process, because screening for diabetes is now so easy and relatively cheap compared to running these other activities. So it would be equally easy to go directly to the diagnostic test. That is not the case in low and middle income countries, where the diagnostic testing would not be available in most rural areas and for many areas in the urban areas as well. So there, it still have a place even in the stepwise screening process. For prevention programs in high-income countries, on the other hand, I would say that there is definitely still a room for the diabetes risk score to establish targeted and cost-effective interventions. Still fully accepting, again, Bruce's arguments against or around the structural intervention versus the individual-based interventions, but I think it still has a place. But it may be a very good idea to combine it with interventions for other non-communicable diseases. In low and middle income countries, again, it would be a yes for targeted and cost-effective intervention and health promotions. But are we safe? Are we fully safe when we are using these diabetes risk scores? Well, I'm not entirely sure. And you still need to use the inside of your head and protect yourself when you make a decision on whether to use it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We will take the questions at the end of all the three talks.
Very good.
Yeah. So I have a couple of questions that I will ask you after both the talks. So now it is time to invite Dr. Priscilla Sosai-Raj, and she is a well-known personality in the field of diabetes prevention. And welcome, Dr. Priscilla, sorry. And please go ahead with your presentation. There is a slight change in the order of the presentation, so AV team, please present the slides.
So, a very good evening. I would like to first thank the organizers of WCPD for giving me this opportunity to present my talk this evening. So, so we are here to discuss yet another important aspect in the prevention of diabetes, and that is on the study of or the clinical utility of biomarkers in the early prediction of diabetes. So there are different definitions put forth by the different groups. So ideally, in simple terms, a biomarker is any measurable indicator that could define those at risk of a disease or the progression of a disease, or that could predict the complications associated with diabetes, and in addition also help study the responses to different interventional therapies. So there are biomarkers available at different various cellular processes, but the more practical ones are the clinical and the phenotypic biomarkers that could be used routinely. So the features that we actually or essentially see in a predictive or a prognostic biomarker are that they should be early signals to detect the progression of a disease. Now, there are also emerging scope in the field of digital biomarkers where using biosensors in wearables such as phones and other devices could convert signals using algorithm to assess health changes. So that's an upcoming scope that we see. So this is a very simple schematic representation to show the various factors that are related or that could cause the pro-inflammatory state. So various factors relating to the environmental triggers, the genetic and the epigenetic changes. So ultimately causing metabolic dysfunction and leading to diabetes. So in this talk, I'll be mainly talking about the non-glycemic markers and based on the findings from the primary prevention programs that were discussed earlier today. So this study is one of the very primary factors that showed that plasma adiponectin concentrations were associated with diabetes. This is one of the earlier studies from India. So we saw that the baseline concentrations, when categorized into the first tertile having the lowest concentration and the third tertile having the highest concentration, so persons having less concentrations of adiponectin developed diabetes. So these are the results based on the Indian Diabetes Prevention Program. So the whole concept of adiponectin being associated with diabetes is just simply explained by this one table, where when at baseline, those who did not develop diabetes and those who developed diabetes had very similar characteristics. They were both identical. There is no feature to actually distinguish between persons who develop or who may develop diabetes and persons who will not develop diabetes, except for the baseline concentrations of adiponectin that clearly showed that persons with lower concentrations would develop diabetes after 2 years. Also, when adjusted for other confounders, we see that adiponectin is as powerful as HbA1c in predicting diabetes. So this is from the Indian SMS study, where we studied the association of adiponectin, leptin, and interleukin-6 with incident cases, and also with an additional objective whether combining the biomarkers with HbA1c could improve the predictive power. So this is just a one-liner of the mechanistic role of the biomarkers that we studied. So here we see again that the lower concentrations of adiponectin and higher levels of interleukin-6 were associated with diabetes. Adiponectin was inversely associated. And also in the multivariate analysis, both adiponectin and interleukin-6 were strong predictors to incident diabetes. Also, in the receiver operating curve analysis, we see that combining interleukin-6 and adiponectin increased the predictive power comparable to HbA1c in predicting incident diabetes cases. Now, the same adiponectin was studied again in case of salivary samples, where we wanted to measure whether adiponectin could be isolated in saliva also. So this is a small pilot study where we combined both the serum and the salivary concentrations. So we studied adiponectin in addition to visfatin, apelin, and vaspin. So we saw that adiponectin was clearly identified in saliva and is measurable, though in lower concentrations. So, and also the serum levels could be correlated with the salivary levels. So we do know that there is a strong association between elevated levels of liver enzymes and the development of diabetes. So this is again one exploratory analysis that we did using the Indian SMS study data, where GGT, that is the baseline concentrations of GGT, was equally effective in identifying the risk of diabetes as compared to 2-hour glucose and HbA1c. So the increasing baseline concentrations of GGT were associated with the risk of diabetes. Likewise, another analysis was done combining high triglyceride levels and increased waist circumference. So these are two simple biomarkers that can be combined together, or other two simple measurements that could be done to use as a powerful tool in identifying diabetes. So HTWP is actually a surrogate marker of insulin resistance. So even after adjusting for all the confounding variables, HTWP independently associated with insulin diabetes. So these are the data from the diabetes prevention program. So earlier we showed the results relating only to the baseline concentrations, but in the DPP study, they studied the association of a panel of biomarkers in each different interventional arms. The control arm, the metformin, and the placebo. So here we see that again, adiponectin showed a very direct, strong relationship with insulin diabetes, even with or without the impact of intervention. So this is another study relating to the second Indian SMS study, where we showed the levels of visfatin and fetuin A to be powerful predictors of diabetes. So here again, after categorizing M into tertiles, the lowest tertile and the highest tertile, we see that more diabetes cases were in the higher concentrations of visfatin, and the non-progressors were in the lower levels. And the same case was also seen with visfatin, where higher concentrations of visfatin was associated with diabetes. So here we see that rather than having individual biomarkers, when combining visfatin and fetuin A, it increased the odds of conversion to diabetes. So it proved to be a better or a much more stronger indicator of diabetes. The same analysis, we tried to categorize them according to those with metabolic syndrome and those without metabolic syndrome. So as expected, that those with metabolic syndrome had higher concentrations of visfatin and fetuin A. So visfatin and fetuin A could be ideally used as predictive biomarkers for insulin diabetes. So there's one important question. So we had seen the baseline concentration. So now we wanted to see whether the levels change based on the outcomes at the end of the study. So except for visfatin, we found that the regressors to NGT had developed lower concentrations of the adipokines during the follow-up. At 2 years, the concentrations lowered. So I just like to mention this one more study. So where they found that, this is again from a different group, where they found that higher insulin growth factor 1 and insulin growth factor binding protein 1s were associated with diabetes even after adjusting for interventions. They showed metabolic improvement with these biomarkers. So I would like to conclude saying that the biomarkers have a very important role in the pathogenesis of diabetes, and they help identifying people at high risk. And the metabolic syndrome, the biomarkers that were associated with metabolic syndrome indicate their possible role in cardiovascular disease. And also these biomarkers help in assessing the effect of intervention. Thank you.
Yeah, and our next speaker is Dr. Purvi Chawla, who is the founder and the organizing chair of Diabetic Research Solution. She's a consultant diabetologist and director of clinical research, director Lina Diabetes Care, Diabetes and Beyond, and Mumbai Diabetes Research Center. Over to you, Dr. Purvi.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And what's between me and between you and the inauguration or the inaugural ceremony is my talk. So, well, it's a very important topic and very close to my heart because I've seen real life examples like all of you might have. So it's really, it's critical. It's important on a personal level. It's also critical at a community level and definitely a massive public health requirement for focus right now. So how do we prevent adolescent obesity and So I think every time we talk about a problem and looking at solutions, we first define the problem. And that's what I plan to do. Uma? So my first slide is actually who are adolescents, and I mean, I don't mean that they are the problem. The problem is adolescent obesity. But just to get some perspective, you know, different bodies across the world have defined them differently. I think the AV team is running out of luck that it's my talk that they're not able to get the slides up for. Okay, so different bodies across the world have defined this sort of subset very differently. United Nations calls people between 10 and 19 years as adolescents, and then further divide that into early adolescence, 10 to 13, 13 to 16 would be mid, and then late adolescence between 17 to 19. The government of India's national youth policy actually defines youth between 15 to 35, although adolescence is between 13 and 19. But importantly, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, they call it as, you know, the subset between 10 to 19 years, and definitely a period of human growth and development occurring between childhood and adulthood, with rapid physical, cognitive, psychosocial growth, and facing challenges as well at the same time. So India seems to have the largest adolescent population in the world, 253 million, and every fifth person is between 10 and 19 years. And this makes it even more imperative that we think about the problems and the issues or the health issues that impact this age group, because this is going to impact their future as well. So overweight and obesity, and I'm not going into details, but most countries use the BMI rule, and if it's above the 90th, 95th, or 97th percentile based on a local reference, then they use that to call that population or people in that age group overweight or obese. But we all know the limitations with BMI in adolescents. Definitely, I mean, we are debating whether BMI should be used in adults. So adolescence is even more challenging because we know that the weight, height, and determinants of BMI definitely change during this period of growth and development. We also know that they are influenced by racial and ethnic factors, and again, no internationally accepted standards for defining pediatric obesity have been established. So most use either the standard deviation method or percentiles and so on. However, by most standards, we have 175 million children and adolescents living with obesity. And tomorrow they are going to be our adults and our middle-aged population living with the same problem. And let me show you how. So global pediatric obesity levels are increasing, and this is taken from the NCD risk factor collaboration of 2017 and also the World Obesity Federation numbers. And you can see every region across the world, these numbers are only increasing. Etiology and role of risk factors, well, I think the global press seems to have done this aspect real good, but it's not just that. Even associations have taken very good note of this problem, and they are emphasizing that classifying obesity as a chronic disease in children and adolescents is crucial for increasing individual and societal awareness and for improving early diagnosis and intervention. This is a very solid statement coming from ESO, and I think more or less every important association in the world is looking at that. Causes are multifactorial, including genetic, endocrine, psychological, drug-induced, neurologic, and hypothalamic, but importantly, environmental, that we can actually hope to change. I'm not going into the genetic causes, but endocrine causes, because they are probably more common than the other ones, and there could be growth hormone deficiency, hypothyroidism, Cushing's syndrome, poor linear growth, short stature, and hypogonadism, etc., etc. And we need to rule that out before we start addressing this issue with our young adults. And there is a complex interplay between adolescent obesity and psychological factors. And again, just to bring your notice to it, I think we all understand these, we accept them, but we don't do enough to address them. So childhood overweight and obesity definitely has a very strong bidirectional and important relationship with psychological factors like weight-based teasing, stigmatization, something that we take very lightly, but is of grave importance to those young growing minds, and definitely concerns about weight and shape of the body, etc. This perpetuates into a vicious cycle with depression, anxiety, compromised self-esteem, body image issues, eating disorder symptoms, emotional problems, and so on and so forth. And then further leads to unhealthy eating, stress eating, diet restrictions, eating disorders, and further leads to more of these mental issues or psychological problems and impairs the quality of life. Hypothalamic causes. I'm not going into literal causes because of the hypothalamus, but let's accept it. It is the seat of energy regulation, so we cannot really, dismiss that. And definitely the food reward, hyperphagia symptoms or hypopituitarism, hyperinsulinemia, so on and so forth. It's a very important center in our nervous system which regulates everything around obesity, especially in the adolescents. And then coming to the most important aspect of this particular talk, the environmental causes of adolescent obesity, which includes socio-economic, parental, lifestyle, and psychosocial factors. Today we talk about, almost every talk on diabetes prevention talks about social determinants of lifestyle disorders. How can we miss this for adolescents? So socioeconomic factors, diet and physical activity issues. Again, we know that the exposure to sweetened drinks or high glycemic foods is very high. Even the screen time that increases sedentary time, so on and so forth. And then environmental factors where sedentary lifestyle is more and more rampant, and even the socioeconomic status of the neighborhood, everything seems to impact. Also, the parental lifestyle and parental factors also impact adolescent obesity. And I think it's imperative that we make our patients or our patient or families that we treat aware of this aspect as well. One thing that doesn't come up very strongly in any of the papers as such when they're looking at all the environmental factors is sleep. And I think this is one of the single most factors in adolescents. That's a population which is so important and so compromised and contributes very, very significantly to overweight and obesity in that age group. The health impact of obesity, well, children who are obese as early as 2 years also, you can predict that they are going to be overweight and obese even in the middle-aged. I think that's a very, very stark fact which has been well evidenced. And look at this, 84% of children with a BMI of more than, will have a BMI of more than 30 kilogram per meter square in adulthood when they are children who are obese, which means that BMI above 95th percentile, most of the times parents and families do not even acknowledge or do not even accept or do not even recognize that the child is overweight or obese. And they probably think that the child is healthy and playful and should be left alone or looks so cute with the chubby cheeks and the physical appearance. But this is the harm or disservice we are doing to those children who are overweight and obese, and we do not tackle this issue right there and then. Like I told you, obesity at 2 years predicts weight status in middle age. Again, those who are normal and normal weight or underweight, you can see the trajectory, that's the bottom curve, and that's pretty all right. But everything that's overweight or obese continues to just grow on that trajectory, and that's not very encouraging. The other aspects are that several comorbidities and complications also exist, and we probably don't screen enough and we don't know the impact of adolescent overweight and obesity. But right from pre-diabetes to diabetes, hyperandrogenemia, PCOS, NAFLD or MASLD, proteinuria, and focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, mechanical problems of being overweight, even growth or subclinical atherosclerosis or cardiovascular disease, dyslipidemia, hypertension, all these are prevalent and have been documented in association with childhood overweight and obesity. But I think an important aspect, again, which I don't see in any of the papers, is this transgenerational impact of being overweight. So if you have, for example, an overweight girl, a girl child, she is going to be an adolescent girl with probably problems of PCOS, obesity, and malnutrition. Further, when she gets pregnant, she may develop diabetes in pregnancy. And then with further exposure, she may transmit that to her fetus and also have a very, very increased risk of diabetes herself. And this, again, this vicious cycle goes on, and we somewhere need to intervene very aggressively to break this transgenerational risk. And I think this is we don't connect the dots easily, and that's where we miss out on a great opportunity by intervening early. Potential adverse outcomes, again, I talked about this already, briefly touched upon these. But the quality of life and the psychological impact is also very, very big. The childhood overweight is associated with diabetes in adulthood, obstructive sleep apnea, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Again, the mechanical problems with overweight and obesity, the neurological, psychological problems, including experiencing bullying in school. All this doesn't seem important to us. We feel like the child should just be resilient and deal with this. But trust me, when there are parents who actually deal with this problem, that's when we start thinking about why we're not tackling it right in the beginning. Reasons for being bullied, and these are surveys across school. Weight has been a #1 reason for the same. Again, these children who are overweight and obese are more likely to suffer from depression and even have increased suicidal attempts as adolescents as compared to those who are normal weight. And of course, the other issues like dyslipidemia and cardiovascular disease and mortality. and also the incidence of cancer. So all that we see with adults is seen and perpetuated with adolescents also. And the healthcare costs definitely they really increase exponentially. So what is the world doing about it? Well, there are several guidelines that exist on national pediatric obesity management. And on the Indian front, there is just one guideline, which is the childhood obesity one from the Indian Academy of Pediatricians, IAP. But literally, there are experts that talk about the built environment. And I just want to take a minute to walk you through that. So obesity is literally the metaphor for the adverse health effects of economic and technological advancement. And even though obesity epidemic will not be cured in the consultation room, one must at least begin somewhere. And I'm a strong advocate of patient education and awareness. And I think this is going to be my next mission, because this is nipping it in the bud and really saving our young population from going on to a trajectory which is really literally fatal. So the built environment, and Dr. Sridhar and group have done a lot of work, and they have several publications on the same. And they talk about how built environment and the provides us with an opportunity to intervene or potentially change, because it's a strong determinant of obesity. So built environment is nothing but the environment which is modified by us, which means the homes, the schools, workplaces, highways, etc., all the amenities that are present or not, and the pollution included, they all have a role in influencing the energy equilibrium in a young person as much as in an adult. And we have this opportunity of making a change there, influencing or modifying some of these factors and sort of containing them. So the approach to obesity, again, this is outlined, but it's very sketchy. It's not really it's not very incisive or detailed, but definitely they talk about doing some key blood investigations, also ruling out any exogenous or complication screening, and also an endocrine workup. And again, looking at the development delay also, or dysmorphism, and then looking at understanding whether it's an environmental influence or a genetic or a hypothalamic or a endocrine reason for the obesity. There are several cutoffs also given for metabolic markers in the pediatric age group. And then the general recommendation is that exclusive breastfeeding till 6 months of age, maintain regular meal timings, including that of breakfast, with at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep daily at night, and good lifestyle intervention, including pharmacotherapy. And again, following the 5-2-1-0 rule, which I'll just come to in a minute. So the 5-2-1-0 rule is something that they promote, which is eat at least 5 portions of vegetables and fruits, reduce the screen time to less than 2 hours, play or engage in physical activity for at least 1 hour every day, and then limit the sugar-sweetened beverages to absolutely 0. Again, this is a very easy rule to follow, but I don't know the implication. I mean, I read it for the first time. Nobody's really talking about it. So we all need to do much more while talking about adolescent obesity. Of course, consumption of green leafy vegetables and fruits, etc., or caloric restriction, avoiding junk, or decreasing the dietary sodium intake, alcohol, smoking, which tends to begin much earlier with today's exposure, all that also needs to be contained. And they also give a detailed, guidance on exercise or physical activity, and they say at least 45 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity, and screen time should be reduced to 1 hour daily or less than that. And we know today that none of us also qualify for this, leave alone our children or adolescents. But there definitely seems to be some there seems to be a need to do at least some of it importantly. Family influence is critical and very, very, in fact, very crucial, because parents can set an example by eating healthy foods and being physically active and everything around that. And I think we have seen these examples in real life, so we know that it works. I don't need to give you scientific evidence for that. We absolutely know it works. In terms of the pharmacotherapy, metformin is approved in diabetes after 8 years of age, can be considered. Orlistat is also given after 12 years of age in extreme cases. And we definitely have some, we have one more drug that's available, and I'll just come to that in a minute. But we know the paradigm shift is that we have gone away from the outdoors or enjoying physical activity and to more of a sedentary lifestyle with all the gaming and with everything else that's come around it. So exercise, definitely encouraging them to engage in sports is a very, very good aspect. And community level, again, there's lots of evidence where when schools have adapted to, including 1 hour of physical activity every single day, especially at the start of the day, has been associated with lower BMI and better cognition and learning ability as well. Impact of sleep, and I cannot emphasize more on this. We know school-going children, due to various pressures, and adolescents because of self-imposed pressures of socializing at night or even gaming at night. I think this picture says it all. There's so much of exposure to all this advancement that really sleep is compromised. And every single study has only shown that compromised sleep and quality of sleep is associated with overweight and obesity due to hormonal reasons and because of the entire shift in the circadian rhythm as well. So these are the proposed mechanisms for the obesogenic behaviors. And then in terms of drugs, we also have topiramate and phentermine that are given for weight loss in the US and other countries, but not so in India. We do have Rybelsus or semaglutide oral, which also has been tried, and this is with 2.4 milligrams, the injectable semaglutide in the STEP-TEENS trial, which found very, very beneficial weight loss with the use of this, and it was found to be superior to placebo and hence has been approved for use above 12 years of age. But I really question whether it's the right thing to do for adolescents where we really can change fundamental lifestyles and behavior. Food industry also impacts the entire food perception and can help in weight loss and healthful behavior. So in summary, preventing childhood obesity requires strategies that involve the family, the community, and the food industry, and the government and everybody else. The environment at home, or the built environment which I was talking about, the home, the schools, the play areas, everything can influence how children eat. And food industry can have an impact on food perceptions in this age group. And communities can help prevent childhood obesity by maintaining playgrounds, sports programs, and encouraging sports days and competitions, etc. So why not start in the consultation room and then we watch it go out into the world? Thank you very much for this patient hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentations. Maybe we have 1 or 2 questions.
Sir, time for inauguration.
Sorry, no, just one question. We developed the Indian diabetes risk score according to the cross-sectional study in which we looked at the beta values of the MLR from half the population and applied it in the same. It worked very well. So I have 2 questions. One, partially I will answer. When you use the same score for the Indians living in Cambridge, it didn't work so well, the same ethnic community. That's the first question. So if the same ethnic community is living in a different environment, can the score be a little difficult. The second question would be that the same ethnic population, when the time changes, obesity changes, behavior changes. So does that make the score change very bad?
I think run into the problems that you normally run into with this kind of questionnaires, Ramachandran. Changing the scene, same population in different settings, different context, or the same population at two different time settings will change so many parameters around this that is why you need to revalidate and recalibrate your risk scores. Otherwise, you will sooner or later run into trouble.
My name is Radha Valavlikar. I'm from World Diabetes Foundation. I have one question and one comment. So the question is for Dr. Priscilla. So I want to understand what is the practical utility or relevance of biomarkers when the diagnostic test is so easy and commonly available for diabetes. So what is the practical relevance of biomarkers in that case? And in which circumstances would one look for adiponectin and the other biomarkers you spoke about?
The clinical biomarkers the clinical parameters that we actually use are to see for the present condition, like for instance, HbA1c or the glucose. So that exactly gives us the current existing situation, whereas these are predictive biomarkers. So these biomarkers determine the condition years before the onset of a disease. So that is the actual difference between the normal clinical parameter and the diagnostic biomarkers.
Because that is also taken care of by screening, right? So even if you, for example, even if you are at a certain level of any particular biomarker, you are still required to screen. And the screening test in this case, let's say even if it is RBS, for example, it is easier and it's readily available. So instead of going for clinical biomarkers to see what is my risk and to predict it, would I not screen instead?
I'll answer a little more. Okay, we're not telling that biomarkers to be done only for screening. It actually tells you that the inflammatory disease starts even in a pre-diabetic stage. So the biomarkers is telling you that even before diabetes is or has manifested, the arterial inflammation has already started. And when she also showed that when you regress pre-diabetes into normal glucose tolerance, we actually reduce the inflammation. So it is not just for clinical use itself, you are actually examining the pathophysiology of pre-diabetes and the value of using prevention because you are reducing cardiovascular risk.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. For the sake of time, I will request you to ask the question.
It's a comment, it's not a question.
Okay, please.
So Dr. Purvi spoke about the food industry, right, and its role in preventing childhood obesity. I think there is one more very important piece which I feel gets often neglected. So we have the Ministry of Health and Department of Health. There is also a Ministry of Sports and Department of Sports, and they have so many initiatives like Fit India, Khelo India, and a number of initiatives within that which are designed to sort of promote healthy and active lifestyle, not just in adults but also in children. So I think this is one opportunity where the public health system can actually leverage on the well-set programs, well-funded programs of the Department of Sports. That's just a comment that I wanted to make.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your,
and I just want to
comment.
very quickly share that we actually chose a school which gave a lot of importance to sports and encouraged competitions even at the state and national level, as opposed to some school that was only going to focus on academics and nothing else. So I think it's everyone who needs to partake in this endeavor to help us save the future generations.
Thank you, Dr. Purvi, for the reply. And now I will request all the speakers to come on the dais for a group photograph. And we hand over the stage to the organizers for preparing it for it is in the other hall. So here only. So inauguration is in this hall only.
Good evening, all. We are going to be starting the inauguration ceremony shortly. I would request everyone to please be seated. It's a very exciting program, so it would be nice if everyone is seated and takes their seat, please. We are starting shortly in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
this red tiny thing.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's with immense pleasure that we'd like to start the inauguration ceremony. This meeting is the coming together of the World Congress of Preventive Diabetes and Diabetes Research and Solutions, The theme of today's conference is the prevention of diabetes and its complications. We urge each and every healthcare provider here to be a warrior for diabetes management. We welcome all our esteemed faculties and delegates to AMCHI Mumbai. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is our mascot for this conference. He's a people's leader who has won the war of freedom for his people. A few words about this legendary, iconic leader of Maharashtra by Dr. Shekhar Ashtekar.
I will talk about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in Marathi. तमाम महाराष्ट्राचे आराध्य दैवत श्रीमंत श्री छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांना अभिवादन आणि मानाचा मुजरा. निश्चयाचा महाबेरू, बहुतजणांचा आधारू, अखंड स्थितीचा निर्धारू, श्रीमंत योगी, यशवंत, कीर्तिवंत, सामर्थ्यवंत, वरदवंत, पुष्पवंत, नीतिवंत, जाणता राजा. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज ज्याप्रमाणे स्वराज्य स्थापनेच्या उदात्त कार्यासाठी शत्रूंशी लढले, त्याप्रमाणेच मधुमेहाचे व्यवस्थापन करत असताना सर्व डॉक्टरांना महाराजांचा आदर्श डोळ्यासमोर ठेवणे अत्यंत गरजेचे आहे.
So for all our delegates who do not understand the Marathi language, I shall just give you a very short synopsis of what was spoken by Shekhar. Shivaji fought valiantly for the freedom of his people, just the way he uses discipline, leadership, and timely management of problems. Similarly, we as the warriors of diabetes need to help our patients against their fight with diabetes to help them achieve a good life free of complications. Starting off the inauguration ceremony, I would now like to welcome Dr. Yuti and her colleagues for a short dance recital on Krishna.
Dr. Yuti is primarily an intensivist at Bharatiya Arogya Nidhi Hospital with a passion for dance and art. She is now pursuing her master's in folk dance, and simultaneously she has been taking up teaching folk dance despite of her busy schedule as an intensivist. Now the co-dancer Dhwani, I invite Dhwani, her co-dancer and co-teacher. She's a young girl pursuing her Visharad in folk dance and a Bharatnatyam dancer too. I welcome Yuti and Dhwani for the dance.
So just to give you a little background on what this dance is about, what they're trying to portray through their dances, it's all about Krishna. Krishna is an Indian deity. The name resonates to the very core of all our beings. The name brings out various emotions in us, that of love, mischief, friendship, and above all, righteousness. Recently, we celebrated the birth of Lord Krishna, which is called as Janmashtami. So there is a lot of, it's a medley of various folk dances such as Ras and Hori that Dhwani and Yuti are going to be performing. Ras is a popular folk dance. It shows the love between Krishna and Radha and all his gopis. The gopis were the friends of Radha. It's very different from Hori, which actually showcases the anger of Radha and all her gopis towards Krishna's adorable pranks. So we welcome Yuti and Dhwani.
Krishna.
जोरदार टाळ्या, जोरदार टाळ्या.
I guess this is truly an example of work and play are required in the exact same proportions. The dancer, Dr. Yukti, is an intensivist at the hospital, and this is her passion. So thank you, Yukti.
Now we welcome for the lamp lighting ceremony Dr. Peter Schwarz, President IDF, Dr. Manoj Chawla, Organizing Chair, Dr. Manoj Chawla, Organizing Chair, Dr. Bansi Sabu, Program Chair, Dr. Purvi Chawla, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Jacko T, Program Chair, Dr. Daksha Shah, Executive Health Officer, Public Health Department, BMC. Dr. Amit Gupta, Program Convener. I welcome all dignitaries on the stage for lamp lighting ceremony.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा.
We would also like to invite Dr. John Claude, past president of IDF, and Professor Dr. Shashank Joshi.
Welcome you, sir, on the stage.
तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. शुक्ला ब्रह्मविचार
Hello, microphone बोलना.
So taking the ceremony forward, I'd like to invite Dr. Purvi Chawla, the organizing secretary of DRS, to welcome everyone for the inauguration ceremony.
Good evening, everyone. Namaskar. Kasakai, Mumbai. So when I was thinking that, when I get invited to speak as the organizing secretary, I was really nervous. But then I thought of the dancers. So I thought this was easy. And I just volunteered that, okay, I will do my 1-minute speech. So the DRS conference, and a warm welcome to all of you, a warm rainy welcome to all of you into Mumbai and to the 3rd Diabetes Research and Solutions meeting, which is hosting the 11th WCPD, or the World Congress on Prevention of Diabetes and its Complications. Clap, clap. So the DRS conference aims to advance diabetes research, promote multidisciplinary collaboration, and empower patient-centered care. We intend to create a meaningful impact in the field of diabetes research and solutions, driving us close to a world where diabetes is better understood and effectively managed. So basically, all I'm trying to say is that this endeavor will go on, and we require all your support and encouragement for the same. So once again, welcome. Our AV team has put together a lovely video to sort of capture the essence of DRS and the short milestone or the short journey we've had so far. But it's a group of like-minded clinicians and researchers who have come together for this endeavor, and we are hoping that it will only grow stronger and better from here on.
Good evening, everyone. Let me take the pleasure of inviting on stage the two beautiful performers who I'm sure enchanted everyone with the lovely Krishna and Gopi dance. Let's have them here, Purvi.
Vidya Patel. Dr. Yuti and Ms. Dhwani. Congratulations and thank you very much. We do intend to give you a gift and we are looking for it.
Yeah, after this excellent presentation, please welcome Dr. Yakko T for WCPD address.
Good evening, dear friends. Thanks to all of you to come here and to participate in this World Congress on Prevention of Diabetes and its Complications. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, all of them, really active and hardworking group from India who made it possible to organize and to carry out this Congress, which is only in the beginning, and we will have a lot of things to come. Big hand to the local organizers. Thank you so much. Now, this is the 11th World Congress on Prevention of Diabetes and its Complications. It was 28 years ago, 1996, when we had the first Congress in Copenhagen. And I would like to invite Knut Borch-Jørgensen to come over here, who was organizing the Congress. So thank you very much, Knut. Please stay here as a mascot. You know how the whole thing started. Knut was visiting my department in Helsinki. We were working on some other issues completely and writing some scientific papers. And he stayed in my house. And of course, in Finland, every house has a sauna. So everything important, all important discussions in Finland are made in sauna. There you are naked and without any sort of mask or cover or anything. And that's where we discussed with Knut that we have to organize a prevention congress. And the next day, Knut in my office outlined the congress program in one day. Thank you. And then he organized the funding. Of course, Novo Nordisk was supporting very much, and the staff members of his department, my department, did a lot of work, and we got and we have a lot of participants just in a very short period of time when we announced the Congress. So this started this way, and then it has continued. And now we have here several organizers of the congresses, WPC congresses. Please stand up who has organized one. All right. So here we see that we have only few of them, the Rafa, Pablo, and Surir, and Ramu, and so on. So some of the other people could not attend this time here, but it has been a great pleasure to see that this work is continuing. We are no longer teenagers. We are already in the middle age. Hopefully we don't have a middle age crisis. In the beginning, we wanted to have the Congress every 3 years, not at the same time when the IDF Congresses were held. And then the IDF changed that every second year. And now we are again every second year period. But that was an unfortunate period when the COVID came. We were supposed to have a meeting in Lima, Peru, 2020, and it has to be cancelled because of a COVID. And then we have a struggle to find out how and when to organize a Congress. Thank you very much for the Indian colleagues to take responsibility. And now we are looking for, in 2 years' time, to have another Congress with a big success. Where? Which date? We don't know yet. So the volunteers, stand up. Well, we'll find one. So anyhow, I'm very happy to be here, and the hospitality is as you have seen, it's a great, and and scientific program is great. Everything is good. Friendship, most of all, is always there. So thank you very much for all, and I hope that you have a good time here. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'd like to invite Dr. Banshi Sabu to speak a few words about the WCPD and DRS collaboration.
Dear Peter, dear Yako, my friends from India, and all my colleagues from India, and all our international friends, and those who have come from WCPD Foundation. Let me start that why WCPD is here. Last year, not this year, last year in American Diabetic Association meeting, when I was talking to Yako that what is happening to WCPD because it was supposed to be in South America, then he told no, it has been postponed. And I just asked, will it be possible that we should do the World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes? He agreed, he accepted our invitation. And why I invited? Because we are having highest number of people with diabetes. We need to know prevention. I know Yako since long. Actually, his paper, which was in 2001 or 2000, which is really a landmark paper. When we were studying, we were not knowing that diabetes can be prevented. But that landmark paper told that diabetes is a preventable disorder. Like now we are talking diabetes is a reversible disorder. So it's a landmark paper like UKPDS. Similarly, his paper, which was Finnish diabetes program, prevention program, that was a landmark paper to tell us that diabetes is preventable disorder. He started his first congress before even this first paper in 1996. But then after his paper, a community who are interested in prevention program, they all joined. And we are really very thankful to Dr. Ramchandran. He had not only done one meeting of WCPD in India, but he is the main of diabetes prevention from our country, a great epidemiologist. After 15 years, we thought that we should also have one more meeting of World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes, and that's the reason we are here. Then why Mumbai? As it is the most happening city of our country, it is economical capital of our country, and we have done in past also few international meetings, like with my friend Shashank, we have done here Diabetes Asia Study Group meeting, we have done here Asia Oceania Obesity meeting. The other cities also, like in Hyderabad, I have done a meeting of diabetes complication of International Diabetic Federation and even International Society of Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes. So India is ready to host any international meeting. We have across the country, the big convention center, the hotel convention center. Delhi next year we are having AOCO, again Asia Oceania meeting is coming. Our IDF Southeast Asia Congress we are doing again along with our RSSDI at New Delhi. We will be doing this year Diabetes Asia meeting again at Ahmedabad. So we are hosting many international meetings. But prevention meeting, like the way when I asked for pediatric diabetes meeting in India in 2018, and I was elected as an advisory council member of ISPAD in 2014, I was fighting that type 1 meeting should come to India. And they were saying that no, it always goes to the developed world. But we were saying that we have highest number of type 1 in the world. Why ISPAD is not coming to India? And it should come to India. And then we hosted that meeting first time. If still, they had never hosted a pediatric diabetes meeting, ISPAD meeting in any part of the world which is developing. All the developed nation or all developed cities, they could host the ISPAD meeting. And then we have very successful meeting. So that was the reason that why we should have a World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes by World Community of Preventing Diabetes Foundation to India, to Mumbai, because we are having highest number of people with diabetes and we need to know more prevention. And as I told you that now physicians and a clinician, when they are seeing, today we were making the guideline and Dr. Ramchandran had made very nicely guideline with Nandita and we all were there as a part of it, that we should make for clinician a guideline that diabetes can be prevented. A person who is coming to your clinic, we should say that how diabetes can be prevented. We have to have a flyer at national level by Diabetes India and by WCPD that how a diabetes can be prevented. Not to just physician, it can go to even any doctor, maybe an orthopedic surgeon, maybe a gynecologist, because everyone is seeing a person who is at the risk of developing diabetes, and diabetes should be prevented, and that's what we need more. So once again, thank you, Yako, and the Community WCPD Foundation for giving us an opportunity to host this meeting in Mumbai. And really we are thankful, and I am sure in next 2 years we will get few more persons who will be hosting in any part of the world. As you were showing that 5 of them were there as a middle-aged person who had done the meeting of WCPD, but now you have young guys who are doing the meeting for that. So I request Manoj, Amit, Purvi, Shashank was with me and me, we all 5 that we have done the meeting here in Mumbai, and I am sure in another 2 years you will get someone who is young, who is not middle-aged, who will not be having middle-aged crisis, and he will be hosting the meeting of WCPD. Once again, thank you. Thank you very much, Manoj, for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bansi Sabu sir. You are always an inspiration for too many. After his talk, I am so pumped up, ki we are quite energyful. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. Now I welcome Dr. Manoj Chawla for scientific agenda overview of this conference. Over to you, Manoj.
Thank you, Shekhar, and a very good evening again to all of you. It's wonderful to see this colorful house, and thank you all of you for being so sporting. So let's begin with a round of hands for all of you for being the colorful yourselves and being a sport. It's been a long day, and we have 2 more days of academics planned for you, but it's great to see the enthusiasm on everyone's face. To our international fraternity, well, I know all of you must be hungry, but we in India never start eating before 9 o'clock. So bear with us for another half an hour till we finish the inauguration, and then the dinner will be served. Well, let me again thank the WCPD Foundation and of course Dr. Banshi for getting the meeting to us. Dr. Banshi, Dr. Ramchandran sir, who's been so instrumental in being not only part of the board, but being this link between WCPD and DRS, asking the DRS group to host this meeting and having confidence in us. So I would say thank you on behalf of the entire DRS family. Today, the DRS family has grown to more than 100 diabetologists and physicians from in and around India, and most of them are here. So on behalf of all of them, I thank the WCPD board for allowing us and giving us the chance to host this meeting. And we wish WCPD all the best in the future. Dr. Yako said you're looking for a partner. Sir, if you don't find a partner anywhere else, India will always be ready to host the next one as well. So we have, as said, more than 100 plus hours of scientific session planned for you. Some of you witnessed the different sessions that we've had today, and much more to come tomorrow and day after. There's a lot of epidemiology and prevention that we are speaking about in this meeting, something which often gets ignored and not spoken about. Let's face it, we can't do a meeting without industry support, but industry doesn't support means towards prevention. So I'm glad that we are still able to carry on this Congress, which is the World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes, and have a meeting where we are able to speak bounds and bounds on prevention, epidemiology, and means, because that is the future. And when I was mentioning this earlier to someone, they said, but why? Isn't prevention the whole idea about the entire exercise that we are meant to do? I said, yes, but the reality is we don't speak enough. So I'm glad that we are doing a lot of conversation on prevention of diabetes and prevention of complications. And I'm again glad that all of you have received this agenda so well and are here with us today and for the next 2 days. We have debates, we have keynote lectures, we have conversation on every aspect of diabetes which is considered today important. We also have some innovations. Well, I don't know how many of you witnessed this, but there was a petting session because there's a large belief about petting of pet animals can actually de-stress you and reduce and bring about certain positive metabolic changes. So even 10 minutes spending with pets, and Puri was extremely keen and insistent, and she, along with some members from the DRS family, made that happen. So thank you. Thank you, Kavita, Pranjali, Rukia, Ritu, and many of you have been involved in that. Well, we have another petting session tomorrow. So those of you who didn't get a chance to pet these furry friends of ours, do that tomorrow afternoon as well. Well, so again, let me end by saying, please go through the program. There's lots of very interesting sessions which have been curated and planned for all of you. I must thank each and every faculty which has accepted our invitation, traveled from across the globe to be with us. And of course, our national faculty which is sparing time and coming. There have been a lot of flight delays for flights reaching Mumbai, yet everyone has braved those flight delays and are here with us and going to join us for the next 2 days. So again, a round of applause to all our faculty who've joining us here. With this, I promise you a wonderful evening ahead, including this wonderful Colors of Maharashtra dance, which is planned by our own organizing committee, which is going to be feet stomping, the least to say. So please stay back and enjoy the evening as we move ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manoj. And now I'd like to call Dr. Peter Schwartz. He's going to be talking to us about the initiatives of IDF.
Be a warrior against diabetes. If you have looked at the video we just have seen, the last words on this video were be a warrior against diabetes. And actually I wanted to start and say prevention, 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 because this is where my heart is beating for. But being a warrior against diabetes, I think it's a little bit more aggressive, but maybe this is needed in the moment if you talk about the diabetes epidemic. If we are a warrior, or if we want to be a warrior against diabetes, what is necessary? We have to train ourselves. We need a very intensive, good training as a warrior. And this is what we are doing here. We are sitting here in the room, we are listening, we are discussing. So this is a training to become a warrior against diabetes. But being a good warrior, you also need to get the practice. So if we get trained here in the room, this is my wish, this is my vision or passion. Go out, and if you find the first person with prediabetes or the first person with diabetes risk or someone with abdominal obesity, you find many of them here in India. Think about what you have learned here to practice being a warrior against diabetes. But what else is needed? You need the strength. So think about, if you think about, is it the right way what I'm doing? Oh, maybe is this a risk, or maybe should I prescribe a drug or something? Have the strength to think about or to do what you have learned here. And you just have recognized that I wanted to say several times again, confidence. And this is what we should go out here of the conference, having the confidence, doing prevention for the people with having diabetes risk. Even if you are not sure, do it. And do it again and do it again, because there are 135 million people with prediabetes here in India. And finally, we need success. What would be a warrior against diabetes without success? And what is success in prevention for me? If we break down our barriers in our brain in prescribing only drugs. Because we often think about there is a diagnosis, we are a physician, so we should prescribe a drug. There is much, much more in diabetes care. There is much, much more in diabetes preventive care. And we have heard from the diabetes educator today, talking to the patient, motivating the patient, think about what we can do to improve quality of life, and this, in my eyes, is prevention. And this Congress, and we just have here, has a long history, 28 years prevention Congress already. In the first Congresses, I was not involved, but then I met a person with gray hairs, I met the person the first time, it was Jaco. And Jaco came to me, and I didn't know, so who is Jaco Tumulator? I was very devout. And he gave me a very little sheet of paper and said, Peter, you have to go to this Congress. This is the most important Congress in the world. And this was the third WCPD in Hong Kong. So from so many years ago until today, we are still discussing about training. We are still discussing about building strengths. We are still discussing about building confidence. So it is time now to become a warrior against diabetes. And so I want to finish and say prevention, prevention, prevention. This is what the International Diabetes Federation in the upcoming years will clearly focus on it. There is for me no other objective if you talk about the content or than prevention, prevention, and prevention again. I have a deep passion to use all our resources, all our knowledge, all technology which is available to focus on prevention, prevention, and prevention. And I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Manoj and Dr. Purvi Chawla that they have taken the initiative to develop the Congress here. And if I now would start and mention Banshi and Amit and others, I would forget so many. That's why this too represents for me this organizing committee here. And it's totally cool what you have developed here, training all of us to becoming a warrior against diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. And we'll definitely take this word prevention forward. Now I'll invite Dr. Manoj for felicitation ceremony. Dr. Manoj.
Evening, everyone. Well, very often it's said it's not the people that you see only on the dais, but many more people who are responsible for the conduct and the success of a meeting. And we want to acknowledge individuals who have contributed immensely towards this meeting and have been instrumental, have given time. This has been what you are seeing today is bearing the fruit of the labor of over the last 3 to 4 months. And as we joked about it last evening, our Mondays will never be the same again. So it's been a lot of Monday nights which have gone in planning this meeting. Well, let me invite, and I would request everyone present here on the dais to welcome our guests who have contributed and felicitate them. So let me start by inviting that one person whom I said has been the strongest link and inspiration to many of us. The only person from India as part of the WCPD board, and the only one who's hosted a WCPD meeting earlier in India, Professor Ramchandran. May I now invite our recipient of the award lecture tomorrow, but someone who's been extremely instrumental with the WCPD Foundation. Again, one of the core members of the WCPD group, Dr. Pablo Aschner. And more claps for him as he travels all the way from Colombia. Well, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the next, again, individual and extremely integral part of the WCP board, and who has great amount of work in this field of prevention and diabetology, Dr. Rafa Gabriel. Let me now invite somebody who's an icon here in India, a Padma Shri awardee and an advisor to this DRS WCPD, a friend and elder brother for many of us, Professor Shashank Joshi. Thank you. It gives me pleasure to invite this next gentleman again, who some believe may carry the WCPD Foundation ahead and may be the key person working with the seniors in the board. Somebody who comes from a place where we go for a vacation and we wonder how he really works there, but has huge body of work in research solutions and epidemiology. Join me in welcoming Professor Noel Barengo. Thank you, Noel. Anybody who wants to visit Miami, Noel is a great host, and we'll share his number with all the Indians. And Noel, I'm sure you're happy to welcome everybody to Miami anytime, right? Right. Well, as big-hearted as Noel is the next individual whom we're calling here, and I have the pleasure of inviting somebody who's changed the scenario of how type 1 is treated in the UK. Not too many people in the NHS may love him because he's draining the NHS and ensuring that everybody gets the use of technology all over the United Kingdom. Please join me in inviting this simple Bengali-looking gentleman, Professor Partha Kar from Breakthrough Type 1. Thank you. Well, the list can go on and on, but I can see angry and hungry faces. So we again thank all of you, and apologize if we missed out any, but we love you all and thank you all of you for what you're doing for WCPD and this DRS. Thank you once again for being here with us. Can we have let's play the video. So the next guest that we're going to have will be introduced, but we want to play a video. Many wonder, and so would many of the international faculty when you're coming here from the airport to this hotel, why is the road so bumpy? You didn't pay for the joyrides, right? Well, our municipal corporation is the richest in the world, right? So we thought, it's not always possible to do these meetings, getting the pharma funds. Let's look at means of getting funds from somewhere else. So jokes apart, well, let's play the video to show what's really being planned in this city of dreams. What is the health department doing?
है दिल है मुश्किल जीना यहाँ जरा हट के जरा बच के ये है बम्बे मेरी जान हो ही हा है दिल है मुश्किल जीना यहाँ जरा हट के जरा बच के ये है बम्बे मेरी जान है दिल है मुश्किल जीना यहाँ जरा हट के जरा बच के ये है बम्बे मेरी जान हो ही हा ऐ दिल है मुश्किल जीना यहाँ, जरा हट के जरा बच के, ये है बॉम्बे मेरी जान।
So after that excellent video, I'm going to be inviting Dr. Daksha Shah, who's the Executive Health Officer with Public Health Department, BMC.
Respected Dais, and of course the chair and the IDF president, Chawlas, and all the diabetic warriors. I think it's my great pleasure to be here and to be part of this August gathering. At the outset, I first thank Dr. Manoj, who called me and he said, look, we are having this conference, will you be interested in attending? I said, yes. Let me tell you, this is my first time in the Congress of World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes and Complications. In fact, thank you very much for showcasing our work in this conference. As Peter, you mentioned that prevention is the most important aspect of diabetes prevention. I mean, I feel that being from the Public Health Department, I'm very, very glad that now finally we are talking about the prevention. And I'm sure that when we talk about diabetes and NCD, all the aspects of epidemiology, treatment, screening, diagnostic, the most important thing we have to remember is how will it reach to the last person in the community. Whatever we do, whatever technologies we bring, whatever knowledge we have, at the end of it, how are we going to connect to the communities and the people around us? So I'm sure that this 2 days of deliberation, of so much of knowledge, so much of research, so much of new ideas and innovations and solutions will help us somewhere where we can take this ahead in the communities and we can at least identify those who are at the risk, the pre-diabetics, and at least those diabetics, bring them under the treatment and also prevent the complications. And I'm glad that we are here. I think this is the first conference where I think, Manoj, you have invited the government. Of course, none of the conference can be complete without the government functionaries be part of it, because we ultimately cater to more than 50% of the populations. So thank you very much today, and best of luck to all of you, all the diabetic warriors. And it's really our pleasure to be part of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah. And now I invite Dr. Amit Gupta to offer vote of thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a proud privilege for me to stand in front of you and propose the vote of thanks for this very prestigious meeting of 11th World Congress of Diabetes Prevention, that is WCPD and the DRS. Before I propose a vote of thanks, I would just like to bring some behind the scenes snapshots to you from the WCPD, how the work goes on. So I don't know how many of you will believe, but for the last 6 or 7 months, every Monday, 6 or 7 of us, they gather on Zoom meeting at 10 p.m. India time, and managing people from all the time zones. So you know the WCPD board has people from all the time zones, right from the far east to the far west. And we have seen people attending the meeting from the car, attending the meeting from the office, sometimes from the yacht as well. So every type, so this was the hard work which went into establishing this meeting. And 3 people were very, very consistent. One is Dr. Purvi Chawla, Dr. Manoj Chawla, Dr. Ramachandran. He was the one who will put the message in the evening, are we meeting tonight at 10 p.m. And then everybody will say, yes, I am coming. And of course, the WCPD board members were always there. So this is how it started. And why this meeting happened in India, Dr. Bansi Sabu has given the background, but I would also tell you that the meeting was supposed to happen in 2023 in Barranquilla, Colombia. And we had the invitation to attend the meeting, to speak at that meeting, but unfortunately that meeting was called off for some reasons. And when we went to Miami, Dr. Manoj Chawla has extended open invitation from my dear friend Noel to all of you. You are welcome to the Florida International University, Miami, on his invitation. So when we went to the Miami University, Noel discussed about the cancellation of this meeting. And at that point of time, Dr. Bansi Sabu and me, we discussed that can we get it to the India? And we looked upon to Dr. Manoj Chawla sir and Dr. Purvi ma'am that Mumbai, are you ready? So they wholeheartedly, they not only supported this meeting, they were working very hard to make it a very, very grand success. So I would like to thank, first of all, Dr. Manoj Chawla and Dr. Purvi Chawla for joining this DRS meeting with the WCPD World Foundation meeting. I would like to thank the entire WCPD Foundation, WCPD board, all the international faculties who have traveled from all across the globe to make this happen. To the Mumbai Mahanagar Corporation, ma'am is sitting is here for doing the wonderful work she is doing for the prevention of diabetes. All the national faculties who have traveled from India at this point of time to attend this meeting and make it very, very successful. We just saw in the presentation that more than 1,400 delegates, attendees, they have registered for this meeting, though all of them are not here for the inaugural, but we hope to see them tomorrow and day after tomorrow for the meeting, and we are very, very thankful to them for making this happen. I would also like to thank all the industry partners. More than 45 industry partners are there to support this meeting. We are very, very thankful to you. The event organizer, the RX team, which is putting a lot of effort to make this meeting successful. And thank you very much for your hard work and taking care of each and everything. I would also like to thank the hotel staff and the hotel administration. They are taking utmost care in taking all the possible care for all of you. So I hope you will have 2 wonderful days of WCPD and DRS meeting, and this meeting is going to become more and more big. Thank you very much. But before we conclude, we are going to have rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गागे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Friends, this is what we've been waiting for. So let's invite on the stage our OC members who have planned, practiced, and are going to perform the colors of Maharashtra. And I also invite all of you then who waited back to join us for dinner in 10 minutes post this wonderful, wonderful performance. So please be seated and enjoy this. I'm sure it's going to be worth your time and wait. Thank you once again for being there.
So I'd now like to invite on the dancers, the organizing committee dancers, Dr. Shubhashri Patil, Dr. Ashna Patil, Dr. Ishita Sajte, Dr. Bushra Pawani, Dr. Chandni Jain, Dr. Amit Bondwe, Dr. Abhishek Srivastav, Dr. Kinjal Jain, and Dr. Lotika Prohit. The masterminds behind this are Dr. Shubhashri Patil and Mr. Bhavik Lat. We welcome you all. And voiceover is by Purvi Chawla.
Good evening and welcome. Welcome to the inaugural ceremony and dance performance of the DRS WCPD Congress, a confluence of an international association with a national group to bring forth a burning issue, a burgeoning issue, an imploding problem of diabetes, obesity, and the associations, the complications that appear to require a global force to address, control, and importantly, prevent. Yes, we have definitely hoped you have enjoyed the scientific sessions of this conference, a conference on prevention of diabetes and prevention of its complications, a much needed one at this hour, especially here in India. We, the TRS National Organizing Committee, present to you a dance performance themed on the Marathas. Marathas, the early inhabitants of the state of Maharashtra, of which Mumbai, or as many of you remember it, Bombay, is the capital. The Emperor Shivaji Maharaj was a proud and popular leader, but a real warrior right from birth. It is his silhouette that you see on the mementos, the selfie point, the backdrop, in the soul of this conference as he continues to rule our hearts. As he waged multiple wars against the invaders of India and Maharashtra, the Mughals, and won over them by his perfected, low-resource setting, locally insourced guerrilla tactics, or by leading trained armies of soldiers in the battlefield, he left behind a rich legacy of a free state with beautiful, enviable forts that we all enjoy today. And why is he the hero of this Diabetes, Obesity and Metabolic Disease Conference in 2024? As it is a call to action, a call to be a warrior against diabetes. We beckon his war cry, Har Har Mahadev. With this background, allow me to walk you all through our Maratha dances depicting not only our rich cultural heritage, but also an important scientific message of public health importance. To begin with, we have the Ganesh Vandana. We express our sincere gratitude to the Lord Ganesha worshipped here at the beginning of any auspicious initiation as the remover of obstacles and seek his blessings as He has endowed us with the gift of life and the beauty of our existence. Every day, we are reminded of the gift of our bodies and the pride of our minds and hearts. We thank the Lord for the ability to love, to think, to grow, and embracing each of the virtues and qualities that make us who we are. Here come the Mangla Gauri dances. When we embrace the gift of life with joy and purpose, we unlock the full potential of our existence. The peals of laughter and happiness indicate the attainment of joy in the simple, playful moments of life. As we grow, both in body and mind, we develop into healthy individuals, radiating positivity. Thus, life is a journey of shared experiences, love, and growth.
वय का मंगळागौर खेळण्याचं वयाचा नाही ग वेळेचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे घर ऑफिस 1760 काम म्हणून म्हणत होते धकाधकीच्या जीवनात थोडा ब्रेक हवाच ना मंगळागौर करूया present the very popular Maharashtrian folk dance, Lavani.
which has an upbeat sense of tune and rhythm with very catchy lyrics. Through this, it is an attempt to depict in Apsar Ali that sometimes we take our bodies for granted and become victims of unhealthy lifestyle choices, and a vicious cycle seems to set in. We neglect our own care and risk undermining good health and well-being. This overconfidence of sorts can lead to harmful habits that eventually weaken our bodies over time, and we may be struck by lifestyle diseases. Thus, the very vibrant life we once enjoyed may fade as we struggle with the consequences of neglect. The next dance sequence is one that should leave a profound impact. The impact that our people living with diabetes, obesity, and other metabolic diseases face. The struggles of disease are not easy and impair the quality of a fulfilling life. But should we give up? No. The strength lies within us to overcome these hurdles, seek advice, and with determination, resilience, and motivation, fight back with every tool, every piece of ammunition available. Healthy lifestyle choices, medical care, and above all, a positive mindset. Every step, every small victory will bring us closer to reclaiming health and well-being. The journey may be tough and full of obstacles, but we can certainly defeat our barriers and emerge stronger than before. Victory is within sight as we continue fighting the enemies of disease and unhealthful behavior. At last, we present the celebratory Lazim dance. Did you know that the Lazim dance originated years ago, potentially as a form of exercise for Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's soldiers? The Lazim itself is an instrument that consists of a wooden stick with jingling cymbals attached and colloquially called Lejim. Thus, the Lazim dance itself involves aerobic moves and can be strenuous. Dancers often wear colorful clothing and perform in groups, forming circles, lines, or pairs, and try to convey important social messages through their formations. More physical activity in our lives should be the motto as our dance depicts. It brings the joys and euphoria of celebrating victory after defeating the dreadful lifestyle, non-communicable diseases that we all are here for. So come on all of you, let us celebrate our victory and our ability to thrive despite odds or challenges which life throws upon us. It is indeed a call to action, a call to be a warrior against diabetes. Pledge to prevent diabetes and to prevent complications of the same. Har Har Mahadev! Jai Shivaji, Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind.
Thank you.